Beautiful man with the earring.
Pressure pushing down on me, pressing down on you. No man has for under pressure that burns a building down, splits a family in two, puts people on streets. That's okay. It's a terror of knowing what this world is about. Watching some good friends screaming, let me out. Tomorrow gets me higher. Pressure on people, people on the streets. Okay. Chipping around, kick my brains on the floor. These are the days and when it rains about it pours. You don't know, you don't know, you don't know. No. People on the streets, you don't need that. People on the streets, you don't need that. It's a terror of knowing what this world is about. Watching some good friends screaming, let me out. Tomorrow gets me higher, higher. Cause you're right, people on streets. Turn away from it all like a blind man. Sat on the fence, but it don't work. Keep coming up with love, but it's so slashed and torn. Under pressure, we're cracking. Can we give ourselves one more chance? Why can't we give love that one more chance? Why can't we give love, 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 give love? 'Cause love's such an old-fashioned word, and love tells you to care for the people on the edge of the night, and love tells you to change our way of caring about ourselves. This is our last dance. This is our last dance. This is ourselves. Under pressure. Under pressure. Pressure.
That's right.
Here we go. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. I've been messing with the sound on this thing all day. I know the fan, I can hear it running, so y'all probably hear it running. It's it's funny, Cola. Who else here? D-Dog, White Life, Jake, Daniel, Be Charming, Rocksteady, Tate, Cheryl, Benjamin. It's good to see all y'all. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link, but goodness, y'all, there's a lot going on. think Cola was talking about it last night in Virginia. The supplies coming in, you know, we all want to quit getting China stuff, but almost everything we get is from China, even medications. And so stock up on what you can. One of my friends went shopping today, and there was one bag on the shelf, and she had to search her area to see where this one bag was of whole wheat flour. And there was only one bag of unbleached flour. So, and we saw 10 a week ago or so whenever she went shopping, and how bare a lot of the shelves were. So stocking up on whatever you can right now. Dollar Tree for your spices, you know, it's down to whatever you need to replenish, do it wherever you can. Hey, Al, good to see you. You dropped a link this morning. Too much information. Benjamin, you're a mess. So, this is just some of the news that I've been saving. John Denning, good to see you. China sends a stern video message to Trump. We won't kneel down, and it's about the tariffs. They're showing all these containers inside these warehouses that are just sitting there. Southwest China's, I don't even know how to say that, Chongqing municipality. They're holding it. In a sharp rebuke of President Donald Trump's trade war, China's foreign ministry posted to social media a striking video that calls on the international community to stand up to America's bully leader. He bully leader. Yeah, whatever. Hello, Hotline.
Good evening, Miss Barter.
Oh, this is even better. This has all of them that no, I don't want to do Diddy Combs. That's cooler. How was your day? Oh, well, okay, I'll go through this and then we'll just calm down.
Calm down, everybody. Remain calm.
Illegal immigrants in North Carolina kidnap mom, infant daughter at gunpoint after family refuses to pay the $1 million demand. Impeachment gains support after Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court recently ordered the Trump administration to return Kilmer Abrego Garcia to the U.S. after ruling his deportation with an administrative error. Okay, from what I understand, this man is a criminal and was sent to El Salvador. And so the administration's refusal to comply has since sparked criticism and legal challenges. Okay, this is disappointing to me. The Libertarian Party of Travis County, Texas, has called for President Donald Trump's impeachment over the actions as well as other perceived violations of constitutional rights. I'm just, not believing this whole thing right there. And Elon Musk melts down over report that Tesla is considering replacing him. Like he's going to be out of a job.
Hmm.
Elon Musk is pushing back on a report that his flagship company, Tesla, is looking to replace him as CEO after months of absenteeism in favor of his work as head of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. So-called. Why did they keep, I don't know, in a decidedly inefficient first quarter for Tesla?
The more you try to make it make sense to you, the more it doesn't make sense. You know,
Yes.
some of that stuff, I just something else.
I know it. And then, you know how I keep saying that we are the UN? Well, Trump taps Mike Waltz as UN ambassador, names Rubio as national security advisor.
Nice.
If we were not UN, he would not be appointing an ambassador to the UN. I
Oh
don't
yeah, yeah. Those
think.
those type of deals will keep on going. Those type of deals ain't gonna stop, no matter who's running the show.
And then the COVID vaccine boosters called into question by FDA chief void of data.
Oh, now they question it. Now they question it 5 years later. Nice. Man, their response time is like none I've never seen.
I, sorry to all you people who've gotten it.
Yeah. Sorry, we was updating our files. Sorry it took us 5 years to say what you had been saying the whole time, that it was questionable.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there. That's enough news for me.
When you first started reading, I didn't know that you was reading from your notes. I was just say, who's typing all this in chat? Because I wasn't seeing it.
No, it's and that was just glancing through today. There's no
Yeah.
telling what else is out there, but because I've been really busy, and just when I took a break, um, one of the headlines popped up on my phone, and when I saw it, I was like, okay, see what this is, and then it started showing me other headlines, and I was like, okay, these are the ones I feel are important.
Oh yeah. The only really thing that I really looked up, and it wasn't nothing that popped up. I just looked it up to see what was going on. Was the World Expo in Japan? Um, just kind of looking to see what they had going on over there, and they had this one section. You can go on the actual site, and it shows you all this stuff. But
Yes.
it was like an app that you could download, and it creates an avatar for you, and it's like you're playing a game with all these other people, and it's like you're there at the place, but in a virtual world, in a metaversal world. A lot of stuff's like that, but I thought that was pretty interesting.
And there was another one about AI. Darn it. I don't know where I saved that. And hey, Lori, good to see you. Cola, Pat.
And I'm thinking, if I got to download 5 different apps just to have one interaction, then probably me and you do not need to have this interaction. If I got to download
Right?
that many apps, you know what I mean?
Isn't that the truth?
And that was just, I was just making up a number. That ain't how many you got to download, but just, in general, you know.
Yeah. Not so far, Pat. We do have a storm that's coming in. Well, it's supposed to be here right now, so maybe it went around us.
I
That's why I
think
was like, I want to be live with y'all whenever I get blown away.
shoot, it ain't rained here in a while. I think that we might get some of what you getting because I think we're supposed to get some rain maybe Saturday evening, Sunday, but I don't believe them. I think they're just selling wolf tickets.
Oh, and that's, we could use the rain. I didn't water because I thought, because they said 2 inches of rain,
Oh,
which
that's a
is
good
quite a
bit.
bit.
Yeah.
Yes. And no rain yet. I hear the wind blowing out there. But so what you were saying about the AI though, that that one thing that I was reading, it was breaking it down. I know where I was reading it. It was one of my friends on Facebook. Um, he was breaking it down to the exact numbers, and it's already started of jobs that are being replaced by robotics or AI. Communications, it it was listed everything. And I don't know how to fight that. And he kind of makes it sound like, yeah, I don't want to go to Kansas. Um, he's like, just work with it. It because there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh yeah. Certain things, yeah, I could see that for sure. A computer will just process certain things or like even now. I mean, there's people that still answer phones, but you think of some of the places that we call or need to get some type of customer support or something. It's all automated or AI.
Yeah.
You know, you think it's almost at first you think it's a real person, and you listen and hear it's just a computer voice. You know,
Yeah.
and you got to go through so many different. You got to press so many. You pretty much redialed a whole nother phone number by the time you finally get to somebody. And by the time you get to that person, 9 times out of 10, they don't even know what's going on. And then
Or
you can't understand each other. You know.
yes, or
Oh,
it's leave a message with your phone number. We'll call you back.
oh man, I hate those. Oh man, I'd rather them just send me the voicemail automatically. You know. Don't
Um,
even act like you're going to answer the phone. You got
right.
somebody there just pressing ignore after like 5 rings.
Dad, I can't believe your nephew lost his job.
Hmm. I'm sorry to hear
Goodness.
that. Or even like a lot of your automated stuff, you know, like even like when they're building certain cars and stuff, there's a certain human element that will always be there, but a lot of a lot of things were replaced by automation or AI. You know, slowly over the years, you look at how cars and stuff, the videos and stuff on them. A lot of them is just robots moving it around, flipping it, doing the weld. You know, uh, the human element does some things they inspect, but you know, a lot of that's done robotically or automated. Just a
Yes.
program. You know.
And what Lori's saying here. Good to see you, Lori. Hey, Blue.
So much negativity in the air. I've noticed we all need to try to stay positive and visualize good things coming, not bad. Yeah,
And
I can sense it. I can sense it and see it sometimes.
I believe that. I believe that a lot of the things that are going on, they're trying to piss us off, so we'll stay in that anger mode.
Confusion and
And
chaos state.
yes, and so that's um, it's taken away our energy. Even, you know,
Oh, it does.
That's,
It's energy
that's what,
vampires. That's what I always call them, energy vampires.
when you go out and you're messing in the garden or you're doing the grounding, you're just absorbing nature and everything that's been created for us. When you're absorbing that, that's building up your energy, I think. And then when you
You're also
just stay in
releasing
the
something
house,
negative too.
yeah. But when you're just staying in the house and you're staying in all this all day long, it starts taking away that energy, I think. And
Yeah.
unless you are putting more positive in while you're in the house, and there's ways of doing that too. We talked about the frequencies, listening to music with those frequencies, or um, even comedy. There are a number of things. It doesn't have to be just a certain frequency. It's things that lift you up. If you're listening to music that, I don't know about y'all, but when I'm cleaning house, I want music playing and I want it to be uplifting bebop music. And then the cleaning just seems to go by so much quicker. It's just, and you just feel better. You're dancing around while you're cleaning and then it's done. Agent Smith, good to see you. Malvita, good to see you.
Mr. Anderson. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Mm, definitely be praying for you and the family.
Yes,
Man, I hate hearing stuff like that.
I know. And that's where it's really hard. All the losses that all of us are suffering, and it's all of us. And um, it's just it. I think somebody said it earlier. One step at a time, one breath at a time. Was that rock steady?
Sounds like something Rock could say.
Yes.
I'll vouch for him on that one.
And that's in going through all this stuff. Um, I'm really proud of myself because I made a pretty good dent today. I've emptied 4 boxes, filled up 2 garbage bags full of paperwork that I thought I had to keep. and, but I'm finding all these books that I have been wondering where they were. And they're like um, prayer journals and prayers to God. And um, I'm like, this is where you've been hiding in this box.
Yeah.
And I'm getting them all out where they're right there where I can see them, accessible. And that's, for me, that's when I just need to take a break, even if it's just 30 minutes to pray, meditate, whatever y'all want to call it, just just absorbing that, the energy that he gives us. It's there.
Life, it could be tough, it could be real tough. It could probably feel like an uphill battle, like you're climbing a mountain sometimes, but you got to remember it's not the mountain that we got to conquer. It's ourselves, you know,
Yes,
get ourselves
absolutely.
right. Like you said, with the energy. Um, yeah, I try to get better with that each day. Try to. Some days are better than others,
Yeah.
but, you know,
word for it.
It's Friday Eve. They can't take that from us. You know what I mean? Shoot.
First day of May.
First day of May. May the 1st. It's an interesting day.
May the force be with you.
Oh, yeah, it's coming up. What's the day? The 1st? That'll be Sunday.
What'll be Sunday? I was just saying.
May the 4th. Well, no, people celebrate that. May the 4th, they celebrate that in the Star Wars realm. You know, May 4th, May the 4th be with you.
Oh,
And
really?
then May the 5th, May the 5th is for the dark side, for the Sith. It's May the I forget how May the 5th goes, but yeah,
Isn't May the 5th Cinco de Mayo?
allegedly.
That's a big thing around here. I don't know
Oh, I
why.
bet, yeah.
Can you
Tex-Mex
imagine?
community. Yeah.
Yes. My,
Shoot, everybody and their mama will be making tacos.
yeah, and my mother's dog even has a dress for Cinco de Mayo
How
in
about
her
that?
little wardrobe.
Taco tutu.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Head games. It's a drinking day. Mexican margaritas. You meat puppet.
It was someplace, it was having something downtown, but heck, I didn't know about it, and I probably wouldn't have went to it, not on a Thursday, but it was some type of celebration, tacos and margaritas or something. I said, dang,
Mm-hmm.
that sounded good. It just ain't a Thursday thing, you know? It's like a Saturday thing.
That's where I got that title. Um, I don't know why that popped up. And it was a song, and I was like, well, there it is. Tacos and margaritas. I think that's one of the good things. I don't know if it's just in the South, but it sounds like you and I have a lot of the same um, events that go on. And, well, right now, a lot of crawfish boils are going on. And, but people seem to be gathering together more. They're
Oh, it's that season, you know? Everybody's coming out of hibernation, you know?
yes, they're
There's
doing
some
the
places
free.
still getting some cold weather, but most people's done shook it off by now. They're thawed out.
Yeah, so they're doing the free movies where you just go sit on the lawn and they have
Yeah,
a big screen up and it's free for the whole family. A lot
yeah,
of times they'll have a popcorn vendor there, or
yeah.
other
It's a
kind of
food
vendors.
truck or something like that, yeah.
Yep. And then um, I've been seeing barbecues and oh man, and there's one of them that's running a sale on brisket and only this week, so I need to get by there tomorrow.
I
Get a
think
brisket.
next weekend they're having the Boss Hog cook-off here, which is a yearly event they have, and it's like a big deal. They have these people that uh, they come in from all over the place. You know, they have a lot of local vendors set up, but it's like a competition type deal. So I mean, if they're
Mm-hmm.
making it, it's the best thing they got cooking. Might have to go
Sounds
out there and
good.
check that out, see if it's still certified.
Or he misses Alabama. How you like that?
Oh no, who said that? Who said Alabama? Oh yeah, yeah. It's just I don't know. Everything's waking up. You know, springtime. It's alive.
And yeah, the markets are getting fuller with different vendors and You can still get the homemade breads, but
If you didn't
I'm
have a nickel in your pocket and you was hungry, you could go to the one I went to last weekend, and anybody that had food had like a free sample or something. You know, a cake, a cookie, a barbecue,
yes,
or something. You know.
that's what HEB does. Well, I think they still do it. My girls used to go through there and have a meal because they have these little tables set up to try this brand of sausage or this brand of cheese or
Yeah,
hot sauce, salsa, whatever. And they would just go to each one. And sometimes they'd go around again.
I got me a stopped at one of the stands and got me a lemonade. And they had this thing. I mean, they have any type of lemonade you want. They mix in the fresh fruit with it, but I just got a standard lemonade. But they had this little wheel, and it was like free drink, half off, something else. And she said, "You want to spin the wheel?" I said, "Sure." She said, "Well, spin it gently." I guess she thought I was gonna break it. You know, it's like, okay.
Mhm.
So I spun it, and I said, "Dang, I see why you said to spin it gently, because it spun for like a minute straight." I was like, is it ever gonna stop? But then it finally stopped, and I got half off my drink. So that was pretty cool. That was sweet. So I just put the difference in the tip jar. You know what I mean? Kept it going.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, that's my son, and he's not near as tall as you, but he's a big boy, and anything like that, they always
Yeah.
any, anything heavy needs lifting. Hey, over here.
Yeah, go find him. He can pick it up.
Yeah.
If he can't pick it up, we got to call in some machinery. It's like when I worked in the carpenters union. Uh, we worked alongside of all the other trades, but there was this old iron worker. Remember the first day on the well, no, it wasn't the first day, but it was like the first week of the job that I started out there, and he called me Moose, and the whole time I was out there, he called me Moose. He said, "Hey Moose, how you doing this morning, Moose?" I still didn't never know what the hell he called me Moose. So every time I ask him, he start telling me some other random story, But the whole time I worked out there, he said, "Hey," he never called me nothing else but Moose. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's Steve from Cola.
Yeah, I do stuff like that. You know what I mean? I say, well, heck, I almost broke their little spinner wheel, so I almost felt obligated. But yeah, all type of stuff. And then I'm starting to see a lot more like I ain't gonna say first generation farmers, but I'm starting to see like a lot of farmers and homesteads. Like when you see their signs, it'll say what year they was established, and a lot of them's newer, which is good to see. Like people selling eggs or produce or meats. Uh, they had this one guy that was set up that had a lot of produce, and he had this whole wall of like teas, different tea blends. Um, and I got to talking to him about it, and he said, of course, we can't grow some of the ingredients. He said we try to grow a lot of them. He said what we can't grow for the teas, of course they buy, which that's understandable. You can't grow everything. But man, they had a tea blend for pretty much everything that ailed you almost. It seemed like.
Yep, I've seen those. Honestly, it makes me wonder if a woman with kids ain't a good idea as I get older. Possibly. Go for it, Al.
There you go. Do it big. Do it big for all those that can't do it big, Al. We'll live through you.
No, we need to find you one. Gotta have
It'll come when I
one
least
son.
expect it. Who knows?
Yep,
Might happen
that's true.
tomorrow. Maybe no, not tomorrow. Maybe next week, but it'll happen.
Yeah, we're supposed to have bad weather through the weekend, but it keeps changing. I don't,
Yeah, same here. I'm just glad we're actually having like spring weather, not just straight from fall to summer. You know.
yeah, now it's saying no rain till Monday and Tuesday.
Let me check. They
Never,
probably
it just, but by the time Monday and Tuesday come, like, not really.
they say allegedly we could get some this weekend. It's like 50 or 60%.
Yeah,
Yeah, got a few more things to do to the garden, and she really the first wave will be pretty much set. Was able to get some more stuff cleared out where I can have me a. We'll put my peppers in a different spot this year, so I got a little spot cleared out for them. Got all the cardboard and everything down today.
yeah. I'm wondering if I should move my peppers. They're they're slow growing, and
Are they
um,
getting good sun all day?
sort of. I have really big oak trees in the front of my house,
Yeah,
and so they get shade from that, but the sun going down definitely comes straight on them, and whatever sun gets through the trees. But do they need a lot of sun?
oh yes, most peppers. I mean, the sun ain't gonna hurt them. The more, the better. Of course, now like once you get in like the dog days of summer, it could be rough on certain things like your tomatoes and other things. But I mean,
Hmm.
peppers they usually thrive and stuff like that.
I know where to move them then. See if they do any better over there.
And then as you're out and about, like in your yard and stuff during the day, just kind of keep track of like what parts of your yard get like the most sun and stuff like that.
When that's once the heat hits, then everything's gonna have to be moved
Oh
over
yeah, it's gonna be hot
to the
everywhere.
yeah. Or I can throw a sheet over it and keep the sheet wet down to like create that greenhouse effect, but not really.
And I know sometimes, and maybe for some people, it may be difficult to like move certain things or stuff like that. But I think that's like one of the other benefits of doing some things in containers. If you're able to move it, you can. You can move it to a different spot.
Yes.
It's not just fixed in one spot. Of
Yeah.
course, you can't do that with everything, and depending on your situation and availability.
See, and that's my grandmother's garden that I remember. It was out in the middle of the field and wide open sun. There was no shade or anything. And she grew everything.
Thrived.
Yes. And
Yeah.
I wish she would have written all that down. What's
Yeah, I
your
know.
secrets?
That's the thing. Some of the best stuff, or some of the stuff that should known, just they never got wrote down. Some of the
Yeah.
things we should have known just never got documented. It was just told, and eventually it didn't get told no more.
Yeah.
or even my dad. You know, he passed away when I was real young, but my mom said as long as they was together, that he always had a huge garden. You know, tell people, hey, come out here and pick what you want. Just come and get it. You know. Of course, I was too young. I don't remember it or nothing, but it's cool. I find peace in knowing that. You know, I enjoy gardening. You know,
Yes.
it's rewarding to me. Uh, she,
And that's once she moved and she didn't have us kids help anymore. Then she didn't do
yeah,
a garden anymore. Once they moved up on the hill, it's so rocky. And but someone was telling me you can look at ways to garden with rock, using the rock actually for the garden. And of course, you probably have to take in dirt, but I don't know.
there's ways around certain things. Or I've been doing a
Yes,
little bit more research, like on hydroponics and stuff like that. Different type of setups and like nutrients and stuff for like that. Been
yes.
thinking about maybe not this season, but looking to expand probably next season and growing different hydroponic stuff and trying it out. Um, Especially if maybe bad soil, you're limited on growing or certain things like that. Maybe certain people could look into hydroponics. You know, if it ain't nothing but just growing some greens and some herbs. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you spend a little bit on the initial setup, but I mean, once you get going, I mean, you'll be good to go.
Probably I cannot remember the fault line that we're on. Everybody knows their fault lines, and I heard somebody say Saint Andrew, but I don't think that's no. I don't.
See, I'm on the
It's
state
not
line.
even. I don't even think it's fault line. Edwards Aquifer. What is that? Is that a fault line?
Uh, I don't know if you classify that as a fault line. I'm not sure. Um,
Carolina. So that's the water source, right?
yeah. I think that would be like a major water source. Yeah, or a constant,
Okay,
like a spring or something like that.
that makes sense. Austin has a a pool that's totally spring fed. Um, I can't remember what it's called. And then south of that is Ocarina Springs. There's a lot of springs around.
Um, in my immediate area, there's probably about a dozen in any direction. There's probably one. One of the more famous ones is Windsor Springs. Uh, about 100 years ago, it was a bottle. They formed a bottling company there, and it was called Windsor Spring Bottling Company, and it was glass bottles of water, and they shipped it all over the place. Uh, but one of the more famous people was the 27th president of the United States, William Taft. It's documented several times that once he discovered Windsor Springs, he just had to have it. When he went on his overseas endeavors, or when he went down to the Panama Canal to oversee the start of all that, he had to have the Windsor Spring water. Um, Now
Okay.
it's that bottling company is no longer there, but that that spring is still open to the public, and people can still go there and get water to this day.
Jacob's Well. Yes, that's one of them too. Yeah. Um, but do people swim in it?
No, But well, I've probably mentioned this before too, but there's a place probably about not even 20 minutes from me, Bath Edie, and there's a place called Bath Springs, and
Mhm.
uh, there's this. I did some shorts and stuff on it a long time ago, but it's this cottage, and all over the property there's these bells from all over the place, huge ones, small ones. But there's this big pond, not a pond, but this big man-made bath type pool in front of the cottage. It's huge. It's probably maybe 30, 25, 30 foot wide, and ain't no telling how long it is. But it's filled by a natural spring that runs through there. All the waterways and everything is fed off of that natural spring that runs through the property.
Yeah.
And the lady that owns it now, it's been in her family for generations and generations. But she told me that like when her grandfather had it, like in the 40s and 50s and those time period, people would travel from all over the world to swim in those springs in that big pool that was fed and filled by a natural spring.
Hmm.
And that's Bath Edie Springs, Georgia. If anybody ever wanted to look that up.
But that's trying to think of what it's called. Barton Creek Springs, maybe. But they swim in it, and so I wouldn't be getting in the water out of there. And Pat Evans, I have been to the Dr. Pepper Museum in Waco. That was pretty cool.
What type of
The girls,
museum?
Dr. Pepper.
Oh,
It
that'd
was
be cool.
like the original Dr. Pepper plant, and they give you free little cups of Dr. Pepper, and when you go
Huh.
through there. And then Happy said he scuba dived in Jacob's Well back in the late 70s when he was stationed in Texas.
Oh wow. How about that?
Yeah, Pappy knows a few of our um, fun
Little hidden
waterways.
gems.
Yeah.
I went to the it's been years ago. Well, I went again since then, but the old Coca-Cola museum or whatever in Atlanta. The one I went to, the original one, they tore it down and they moved it. They moved it across town and kind of put all the attractions near each other, like the Georgia Aquarium and the Coca-Cola Museum. They're right beside each other now. But yeah, you could go in there and they had all types of flavors of Coca-Cola and Coca-Cola flavors from around the world, and some of them were awful. I ain't even gonna lie. But it was that flavor that sold in that region, wherever it was from.
And so Jerry said water coming out of rock cracks filtered to the max. So that's good drinking water. Because I've seen where it's coming out of rock. And I've wondered about that. Because I know places.
Oh yeah. The closer you get to the source, Magic
And Pat,
Mountain. What you know about Magic Mountain, Pat? Who told you the secrets?
Hey
Yeah.
Mary, good to see you. Hey, good to see you.
Oh, it's warming up enough. I might have to go out to Finnessy Swamp and see if I can see a gator out roaming. Well, it's been a while since I went out there, but the last time I went out there, yeah, I was walking down the path and they've got signs to let you know there's gators, you know what I mean? So I'm walking down this long straightaway before you get to the turn where you usually see them. And I see this Asian guy and he's moving pretty fast. And I'm thinking, must be jogging or, you people see people doing that type of stuff out there. But he got closer. He said, man, there's gators up there. He said, my wife's crazy. She's trying to get close and take pictures. I'm out of here. And I was thinking, what? So
He
I got,
left his wife.
yeah, I got like some steps ahead and it kind of hit me. And I looked back and I just started laughing. I'm thinking, that dude's nuts. So I'm steadily walking and I get around the curve and then I figured it was his wife. I see this Asian lady walking towards me. She's just smiling. She says, the gators are right around the corner. Watch yourself. I'm thinking, okay. So I get up there and sure enough, it was two of them just sitting right up there on the bank sunbathing. That was probably, I don't know, at least 8 or 9 foot long, at least, both of them.
Shows you who the tough one is there.
I said, dang, that dude left his whole wife and family and everybody behind. He wasn't having no parts of the alligators. But it's not like he didn't know, Finnissy Swamp. I mean, there's alligators in the area, but when you go to Finnissy Swamp and it's warm, you pretty much guaranteed you're going to see one, Nothing else in the distance in the water or something.
I haven't been near any alligators. There was one that he didn't wash up. He landed up on Matagorda Beach, which is where we used to always go fishing all the time. And then I know Lake Jackson close to there is full of alligators. And then we have another place, it's called Three Rivers, that's where we always did trout line fishing, and it's full of alligators. But up this far north, you're not going to see any alligators.
Yeah.
My daughter, when she went to Louisiana, was kissing on an alligator. It was a little one, but still, I was like, she has no fear. She never has.
I respect them, It's one of them. I mean, if you grew up in the area, I mean, there's alligators here, I respect them.
Yeah.
It's like walking down the river one day, and I see this guy kayaking. He got close enough where I didn't have to holler. I said, shoot, you having any luck? And yeah, he said he wouldn't catch the keep. He was just, catching the release just and having fun. But said, you seen any gators? He said, shoot, yeah. He said, I done seen about three or four of them so far. I said, they don't bother you in the canoe? He said, no. What? I mean, he had something for him, but still,
Yeah.
He said, no. Most of the time they run off.
Well, and that's swimming in the rivers too. We'd be swimming around, and then the water moccasins would start swimming by, and I'd tell the kids, okay, walk out of the water,
Yeah.
avoid the snakes, calmly get to shore. Time for us to get out.
Yeah. I don't have to be the fastest. I just have to be faster than everybody else.
Yeah, there's always something that it could be a danger, but you just have to stay calm and
Yeah.
don't disturb them. I think when you go poking the bear, that's when you're going to get in some trouble. Never got bit by one, and I have swam with them often without knowing it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Because at night, that was our. I'd take the kids down to the river and cool off in the river, after a really hot day, and we'd see them, but they they just they didn't actually just come at you. They don't just attack. It's got to be a. But still, when I'd see them, okay, head for the shore, because I did know a man that got bit and he didn't make it
Mm.
down by the river.
Down by the river on the full moonlight.
Jerry mentioned metals. There's almost a deal for the minerals in Ukraine.
Nice. Get some minerals. I don't know what
Yeah,
type of
but
mineral.
they're supposed to have rare resources in Ukraine.
Oh, they got the rare ones. Nice. They got the rare Pokemon cards. You got to collect them all.
So do you think Putin's just going to say, well, I'm thinking he might get a little teed off about this.
What are you doing, comrade? Why are you taking all of my minerals? Give them back to me now.
Oh, they signed it today. Well, there you are.
There it is. Done.
Yeah, Pat. You don't want scorpions either. B reported on that. I don't know who the B is. Don't we have enough rare stuff here? I don't know what we don't have here that other
Things that's
countries
rare
have.
shouldn't be rare. You know?
Yeah.
Things that are really priceless, you know? That type of stuff shouldn't be rare anymore.
Well, Jerry, I've seen good and bad about lithium. It's supposedly lighter. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
But just the whole process, I mean, even something as simple as that, I mean, still kind of blows my mind. You know, you have something like that, and to dig it up and to do all the research and findings and to figure out that it can do this thing, you know?
Yeah. Who asked that? Benjamin. Yes, I've heard from her. She's okay. She's fixing to get her shoulder fixed, I think. So she's probably been really busy setting that up.
Excuse me. I think I got a whiff of some lithium. Whew.
Something going on here. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, didn't need. In crystal. Yeah, I went to, I was at a dog food, and so I just went ahead and went to Dollar General to get some for her, and to see those cards at the charging ports, and I'm just like,
At the Dollar General?
Yeah, it's like a little mini strip mall. That's where the
Oh, okay.
there's
There was other stores.
grocery, yes,
Okay.
grocery, Subway, doctor's office, Dollar General, and then out in front of that is the gas pumps for the grocery store. And for whatever reason, they put these charging ports right behind the gas pumps between the Dollar General and gas pump. There's, well, I don't know if, well, yeah, it looks like you can only use one side of them. And there's about 6 of them, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Virginia.
What do you call it? Steak and Shake. Have you ever heard of that franchise? It's a burger joint.
Yes, I've heard
Uh,
y'all talk about it. We don't have, as far as I know, we don't have one.
now, well, the the one of them that's closest to me, it closed down. I don't know, probably last year sometime. But when it was open, it had I don't know. There's probably 10 of them, 10 of those standard electric car chargers. And it was the weirdest thing ever. I even thought, I mean, I thought that something was fixing to go. I even started questioning. I'm like, man, something is fixing to go down. Because they closed down and it was right when the movie Leave the World Behind came out. I don't know if you're familiar with that picture, but
Um,
there was a scene in the movie where the electric cars glitched out or went into a program and they just all just started driving down the road by themselves, clogging up lanes and stuff. And well, anyway, make a long story short, the Steak and Shake closed down, and within a couple of days, there was just Teslas lined up all along there. I'm thinking, what the heck's going on? But um, yeah, the place closed down, but it still had power, and people still plugged their cars in there and everything. But it was just weird. Yeah, right when that movie came out, like 2 days later, the whole parking lot was just filled with just all the Teslas were the same.
yeah. You know what's weird though? When um when I said that if you go to YouTube and then it gives you a list of things that you can look at if you're interested, and it's one of them is history. And when I
Yeah.
was looking at those pictures of the history, do you know how long ago there were electric cars?
Oh yeah,
I was
you had patents on electric scooters and stuff like that in the late 1800s. You had electric. There wasn't in mass production, but there was electric scooters in cities like New York back then.
so what kind of batteries were they using on those?
Um, it was nothing like now, but I mean the that techno a lot of the I mean like well some of the technology we have now. I mean it's new to us because it's just they just put it out on the mass scale. They figured out how to do it on a mass scale. But a lot of these technologies and patents and things they've been around for a while. You know, a patent might expire, another company gets it, they have a new idea to expound upon it and make it better or different. Um, they figure out ways to make it work. They have an idea of something, but they haven't necessarily figured out how to make it work. To get it power or to make your battery last. Stuff like that. They over time they develop.
Batteries. So do you think they stopped it? Because I saw cars that ran on water too, and we know what happened with that. So do you think it was stopped also, the electric cars and everything way back then? Because the powers that be thought we weren't ready for it, or it was too
You look up.
economical, or
I forget. Look even up the term. What's the term? What was I fixing to say? Oh, fossil fuels. Even the term fossil fuels. That's not. That was something that was created like during the when the oil companies and stuff they were trying to figure out how to make more money and merge during the Rockefeller times. That was a term.
Mhm.
Uh, Not don't quote me 100% because it's I mean, but they it was a term they used to monopolize it to make it seem like it was super rare. Hey, these are fossil fuels. These are decomposed dinosaurs, T Rexes, and woolly mammoths. You know how rare this stuff is. You know how many millions of years it takes their DNA to break down and make your gasoline. That's why I call it fossil fuels. They put together this think tank, and that's what they came up fossil fuels. I forget when, but it was like the early 1900s to 1920s during that whole, uh, you know, industrial era.
And so when they refine it, diesel, which to me, diesel should be cheaper because it takes less refining than the gasoline that we get at the pumps, doesn't it?
I don't know.
From
I
what
don't
I
know,
understand.
but yeah, it's just like it's like a less refined. I guess yeah. But heck, there for a minute when the prices were going, heck, I think diesel head was cheaper at one point, or they was about the same price there for a little while. Of course, depending on where
Very,
you was at.
yeah.
So that's why I was like, what's really going on? How is gas constantly going up, but diesel ain't going up? You know?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
And that's funny because I just said last night I haven't seen a change in our gas, which I mean, okay, it dropped 10 cents a gallon um, at our local grocer. So I guess,
Yeah, it's dropped some here. Um,
but it's still not $1.60 like it was at one time. I think those days are gone. Terry, good to
and,
see you.
and this ain't a new thing. This is a thing that's been around for a while, but a lot of places, if you pay digitally, it's one price, but if you pay with cash, it's cheaper. You know?
Yes.
Even like some places when you're getting gas, if you pay digitally, it's a certain price, but if you pay cash, it's usually I mean, you see the difference, you know what I mean? So when was it? I don't know. It was earlier in the week. I stopped at the little Asian spot I always stop at and had to order my food, and the lady said, "Oh, by the way," she said our internet's down, so you only take cash only. I said that's no problem because I always pay with cash there anyway, you know.
Mhm.
But I sat down in there and ate. But yeah, people was coming in, and I was thinking, wow. Then the owner came in and he said, "Hey, buddy, you need some buckets?" I said, "Yeah." And then he said, "What's going on with the internet?" He said, "It's crazy." He said, "It's hard enough for me as it is as a business owner, and they keep doing all this stuff with the internet, you know?" I said, "I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean." Yeah, I sat there and watched them, Some people, as I'm eating, some people came in, they had cash, paid no problem. Some people left. But they had this thing where you could go to their website and you could go to their website. You could do it that way if you wanted to do it digitally. But their internet was down. There's nothing that they could do.
Exactly. I think people need to get used to that more too.
I'm just thinking, you know, we don't really. I guess well, some people do. I think about it like as I'm sitting in there eating, I'm just watching. Something as small. I guess we think is the internet going down. How much it can really affect something on a bigger scale. And you got
Yes.
mom and pop places like that that's they're having to stretch every dollar. Then the internet goes down, and how much money they lose, they don't get to recoup that. They don't get a free internet bill next month or nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if the power goes down, first thing I'm going to do is head to the meat department in the grocery store because they're going to be trying to get rid of that. Probably selling it for is been.
Oh, that's what they was doing here. Um,
Yep.
we got these supermarkets called IGA. I don't know if y'all got them there. I don't know how far they branch out, but
We
yeah,
used to.
okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Uh,
Yep.
we used to have more, but now it's only a couple. But when the hurricane hit, I think it was like that next day or the following day. Yeah, most of them just was giving away stuff. You should, of course, first come, first serve, but yeah, just to keep it from going bad. Bunch of places was doing that. Restaurants, they was just sitting outside, just cooking up, giving away stuff. You know.
Just so because it ran. So why not?
Yeah, I had a generator. You know, what I mean, I kept my little freezers and stuff situated, but still, still having to go get gas or somebody didn't have a generator. All them little things. Then I was out and about today, and I heard this guy on the phone, and he was talking about a generator. I guess he finally got some type of money back from the insurance, and he said it didn't cover the whole getting a generator, but it's like one of them little portal ones, I guess, just from hearing this conversation. And I was going to say something, tell him how to hook it up, or if he needed somebody to hook it up, because that type of generator is simple. It's just like a dryer plug. Um, but I heard him. He was behind me in line. He said, "Yeah, I had this one guy. He came and I don't know. He said some price, and he said, nah. I told him that's way too much. And I was thinking, well, I'm not finna say nothing. If he thought that price was too much, then that was as low as he probably gonna get. He better call that guy back ASAP. You know, I wasn't even gonna tell him I knew anybody or knew how to do it at that point. Shoot, the
Yeah,
price
I
he
just
threw out there wouldn't even cover the materials.
topped off my gas tank today, and it's like, okay, feels good to have a full tank of gas. Then I'm sitting here thinking, and where do I think I'm gonna head to? I have no idea. I,
Heads California, tails Carolina.
all these rumors of what's gonna happen, what's coming. Watching Devil Dog Pepper the other night, and um, can't remember who the gentleman was up there with him, but he was convinced within 2 months, and so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna let this worry me, but it didn't hurt to be as prepared as you can be, and
That's it.
I
That's all
don't
you
know.
can do. Be as prepared
It's
as you can be and let the rest be. It's gonna be regardless, you know?
exactly, and I think that if if people get see in the big cities, the desperate people might be. I just cannot see. Well, I say I can't see it.
It can happen. We don't want to see it happen, but it can happen.
Yes, where they just go nuts. But I just think there's more in my community that will work together than not. I'm really hoping that's what
Yeah,
I'm seeing. But
yeah. I
excuse
like to
me.
think so.
Yeah. I know, right, Brew? Are you close? See, I'm not really close to anybody. Well, I guess if I head to East Texas, from there on, I know quite a few people. If I head west, it's really thin of the people I know that way, but east, northeast, I know a lot of people.
I've seen a few people. Well, not at this particular time, but I've seen a few people say they wasn't too far from me here on Georgia, but most other people, it seems like they're in different parts of the country or the world.
Yeah. Hey, Lauren, good to see you.
Good
Yeah.
evening. Good to see y'all.
Well, we were talking about, well, we weren't, well, kinda. I was in chat. Bushcraft and Bear were saying they wish there was a central place for everybody to meet. Well, I think there is. Um, I think we know some people in Kentucky and Tennessee. Wouldn't that be central to pretty much everybody? Or am I way off? I know it takes me
I think
about
that's neutral enough for me.
20 hours get to Kentucky
20 hours. Who would 20 hours from where?
from here.
Man,
let,
20 hours. Man,
let me look and see. Like, you're 16 hours away.
I don't know. I'm always 1,000 miles from somewhere.
About 12 hours to get to my stepmother's.
Yeah, yeah, it
And
would
you're
be more
about,
of a straight shot. Yeah, if you had to give her a go to Florida, just
yeah.
ride the coast on down.
And she's in the panhandle. She's not down in Florida.
Yeah.
Did
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
getting down into it's a whole different story.
Yep. Did you know that there was a fight over that area, the panhandle of Florida,
Oh yeah,
between Alabama and,
that's why Alabama's got that little tail on it.
yep. But for whatever reason, they wanted Alabama and Mississippi to be the same size.
That's
So,
because every time in the fall when you hear them loud chants coming from Georgia, "Go dogs, go dogs," that little elephant's tail gets to waggling. That's why Alabama's got that little tail on the end of it, allegedly.
okay, to the place I went in Kentucky. Of course, it was sleeting and everything. Might be why it took longer to get there, but
I've been through Kentucky. It's been years ago. I was
it's
going up
saying,
north one time, and we stayed overnight in Louisville.
oh yeah. Well, this is a little bitty town I went to, but it's saying it's 16 hours also.
I don't remember what part of the city, but I remember it was like an arcade place there, and they had laser tag. It was like a 2-story laser tag place. That was pretty cool.
But everybody bringing a dish, just have a big old barbecue. Oh, Cola's offering. See, she's got the place. We're all meeting at Cola's. Kentucky
Yeah,
is a beautiful state.
time and a venue.
I think October, because I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna have a really hot summer. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, usually October is pretty much,
Bree's ready.
even for us. Well, Our October's is still warmer than most, but it's still cooling down. Usually by then, start to see some relief anyway. And then our springs are totally different than the springs up north.
Getting dangerous. Great.
It's getting dangerous.
One can look out his window across the river to Kentucky. That's
There you
cool.
go. You're halfway there.
Well, you got enough room for tents? That's what I would always said here, but some of them might be a little leaning. Because the top part of my property is flat, so it's about a 20-foot strip flat, and then it starts sloping down towards the dry creek back there. So some of them may be leaning. I could get about 50 tents or so in the backyard. There you go. See?
There you go. Oh no, I need like a 10-man tent to myself. Just
Hour and a half away
pull up
from
in
the
one of those
city.
camo Carl tents, 4 different sections you can combine together to make an entire camelized suite of tents. Who is this guy?
I've seen those.
Who does he
I've
think
seen
he
where
is
they
to
make.
have all that?
I've seen where they make 2 and 3 bedroom tents now.
Oh yeah. I remember as a kid, I go with my buddy Cody. Used to go with him and his mom and dad. Sometimes they go camping up at the lake, and was his stepdad, but his stepdad had one of them type of deals. He had the like little RV that you pull behind that popped up. He had all type of tents, and he was ready.
Yeah, all I have is a little 2-man tent that I actually bought from Steel and Tree, Eric.
Shoot, I might even bring the Starlink. Might bring the Starlink out. Everybody gets a link.
Excuse me.
That's
I
what we
saw
had at
this.
the one cookout, man. I brought the little generator and the TV and had the hotspot on my phone, and we sitting there streaming the Georgia game, and everybody was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" I was like, "All you got to do is have a power source and internet. You can watch TV anywhere, really."
Exactly.
Oh, it
I
blew their
saw
minds.
I saw a little mobile internet, like a router that you can just carry along with you. I also saw today how you can charge a phone with 2 onions. Have you ever seen that?
I heard something about that. Somebody an onion or a potato.
They put a quarter between these 2 white onions, slide it in halfway on each onion, and then plugged in the charging thing into the end of the onion, and then plugged it into the phone, and it started charging. And I was like, "No
Damn, they had a
way!"
blooming onion.
Right?
Shoot. I tell you what. Yeah.
This bed that I saw today, it's in a bag. Like it's carryable, and you fold out the bag, and that goes under the bed. The bed rolls out, and then it flips out to where it's like a Looks like a full size at least. Plug it in, it's an air mattress on the top of it. And I was like, how cool is that?
Huh. Oh yeah, they got it.
Well, I'd grab one of those in a tent and I'd be okay. I can't sleep on the ground.
I think I went to one of my buddy's house one time. He was having a cookout or something. The game was on, and he had the whole setup outside. And he ordered those like inflatable chairs and like couches that you can get online. And shoot, man, he had that little inflatable couch, and it surprised me. Shit, I was sitting on it, and it felt pretty sturdy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know about the long haul, you know. It's probably just like one of them every now and then things. You probably wouldn't want to make it your everyday couch, you know.
Yeah. Hey, Blackwatch.
Hello. I what?
Hello, mate.
You're talking about portable routers. They're really going crazy with them for your home.
The solar powered.
So you can get solar power, everything.
Yeah.
Yep. Just is not fashionable to be without it. Every
Yeah.
lady of the South has a parasol, a router in her purse, and her walkie-talkie on her phone.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't know, but yeah,
You don't use the cell phone, Blackwatch?
no, never had the inclination. I hardly used the internet not really that long ago. Like I say, I kind of thought I'll retire. I have the kids, I have the grandkids, the wife, and I'll never go near a computer again. That's what I thought. Yeah. But, yeah, things, like I told you, Bill Gates, if he didn't own the company, he would have got fired because he thought the internet was a fad. Never catch on. So, whatever, who knows? Seems it has. Did you know what?
Did you know?
Did you who?
All right, you go first.
You mentioned Taft going to the Panama Canal.
Mm-hmm.
The French started it. The idea was to cut the mountains down, which was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Cut the mountains down.
Yeah, they only took them down 150 feet, and they built the locks. A Frenchman started. They lost, I think, 10 or 20,000 men and $280 million. But the point is, Taft decided to do it. So he hired Stevens, who was involved with the Suez Canal. So
Mm-hmm.
Taft wanted to know what's going on down there. Stevens got so pissed off, he quit 2 years into it. So Taft thought to himself, where do I get an engineer that won't quit? The military. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
The rest is history.
Yeah. Really, Trump's claiming all of those Americans died. No, they didn't. On the second go around, it was not from Jamaica, that area. 5,000 immigrants died. But anyway, you mentioned Taft, so I thought isn't he the guy with the cow on the lawn?
Well, I got one for you. Since you mentioned the internet, did you know it was yesterday in 1993 that the source code for the World Wide Web was released by CERN, making it freely available to all?
Released by who?
Concerning
I'm not getting that. I don't know why.
CERN.
CERN?
Yes.
I don't know about that. I was using the internet in the 80s through B-Town.
But the internet, as far as that, yeah. But like the World Wide Web, like we know it now, you know.
No, I know what you mean. I mean,
Yeah.
it was CERN. They had 200 and some odd scientists on a ship, and they go home and they go, "How do I talk to somebody?" And they'd be looking behind the box, going, "Where's the wires and the microphone?" I know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I kind of grew up with it more or less.
If you to think about it, you know, it's just don't seem that long ago.
No, wasn't it? Wasn't it Terminator? The woman? She's running around the CERN particle thing, and they magnetize it and clunk. Remember that one, Terminator?
You could be right. It wouldn't surprise me, you know.
The blonde in the brown leather, and she. It was like what's it on the? What's
It's one of the newer ones.
the Marvel guy with the claws? You know that comes out.
Wolverine.
Wolverine, like that. Yeah. And she'd be able to melt into. Anyway, I think it was CERN particle accelerator. They were running around, supposedly. Oh, no, pardon me, allegedly. Almost got that right.
Close call. Good
Yes.
call.
But yeah, I've been around IT for a bit. But Bonnie, do you have a fan running there? Also,
It's no.
no. You're making weird noises. Not personally, but yeah. Still.
And yeah, so I went and met with some friends backstage before I went live to see if it was loud because it's the fan on the computer. I can hear it right here.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be the processor fan. There's a couple
Oh,
of
I can't hear it.
fans. You can get that fixed, you know. Is there anybody there that does laptop?
And it's new, so I don't know. But yeah, I can.
Some boards have a auxiliary fan as well on the motherboard.
I can get to an Office Depot. They should know, right?
Yeah,
I think that's where it was bought, actually.
I was thinking that the other night, but it could be the processor fan. Some of them have an auxiliary fan on the board. But anyway,
Alpha's Kingdom.
I would not suggest to do it yourself on this.
I'm not even going to attempt it.
No.
If I knew what I was doing. So my old computer, the one that I've been using for years to do this, it just has a blue screen now, like nothing. And so maybe sometime if you want to do a backstage to help me pull it up, if there's some way I can get it up, I would like to back it up because there's a lot on there I don't want to lose. But luckily, I emailed myself a lot of it, especially pictures and videos. And so that's in my email. But
Yeah. Your previous Windows one has a BSOD on it?
I don't know what that is, Blackwatch.
Blue or black screen of death.
Oh, yep,
Yeah.
that's it.
No message on it? No.
Nope. Nothing.
Well.
So it's history. I've got a few. And so I don't even know what to do with old laptops. I've got two up on the, for whatever reason, they put a shelf over your refrigerator that nobody can reach. And so there's two old laptops up on that. And now I've got two of my mama's old ones that I can't get to do anything. So I guess they'll join the other two. And then I have this
I wouldn't
one.
get rid of them unless you absolutely have to, because I mean, it may not be worth much just on face value, but I mean, the metals and stuff inside of them still have value.
Mm,
A lot,
that's true.
a lot of people do that. They have no way. They got 3,000 motherboards, no way to get the stuff out of it,
Yeah.
from what I
Yeah.
understand. That's kind of a misnomer, right, to try to get that out of it. But so you don't have a facility there, Bonnie, like a repair place in town, whatever?
No,
Oh,
no. I'd have to drive out of town. But
that's going to
nowhere
cost.
to go besides Office Depot because they have techs on duty there.
Where?
Office Depot.
Well, as long as it's not Geek Squad.
I never heard of Geek Squad.
That's
Oh, the Geek Squad. Yes,
I
I've
think they
heard of
would,
that.
I think they're with the Best Buy.
Best Buy.
But they'll come to your home.
They don't.
No, I don't.
Uh, those
I don't
people.
want
Are,
them.
those people are entry level technicians. I
Yeah.
don't know what I'm doing, but I smash Fortnite left, right, and center. Let's play. That's what they are. They're very low paid. But anyway, I don't know what to say. It's the going rate for an MSP, Microsoft Service Provider, today is $125 an hour. I imagine what they want to repair, to attempt to repair. Anyway, at least you had your phone the other night. But anyway, that's a story about the Panama Canal, I understand.
You could always, like you do the Facebook Marketplace. A lot of times you can do like in search of
Yes.
somebody that can do stuff, and maybe somebody near you, they don't really have a business, but maybe they know how to do those type of things, or some type of certification or whatever. I don't know.
I know somebody that does. He's retired, does board level, if he still talks to me, but he's in Delaware. Last I heard.
Good old Delaware.
Which, by the way, the point the other night about Delaware, which the guy didn't get, our panel guest, that's where all the headquarters for the big companies go, because there's no tax. Now that I think about it. But anyway, I don't know what you do, Bonnie. So, that machine's a little bit old too. What comes next? I don't know. Opening a laptop is, from what I've seen, not the easiest thing for people who are even experienced. But anyway. It's all lots.
Oh shoot! I can open a laptop with one finger. Now whether it comes on or not, shoot, that's a whole different story.
I'm a professional disassembler.
Give me any laptop, I pretty much can open it with one finger. But whether it comes on,
There you go.
that's on you.
But it's I don't know.
I remember Circuit City as a kid. They were pretty cool. A few times we went in there, they usually had people that knew what was going on, but Circuit City, no longer here.
Circuit City, that's gone long ago.
Yeah.
Really?
Up here,
I used
up here.
I don't know. I used to see them when I'd go into Austin, but I haven't been into Austin in 5 years.
I say at least a decade. At least a decade from my area.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Jesus, I told you about that retired animator, you know, that lost his wife. He says, I got a few parts to put together a desktop. It was over $12,000.
Goodness.
Nice if he got it, right? But he's incredible what he does. So, but anyway, yeah, it's
Like an artist.
he's a retired animator from Disney and all the big studios.
That's cool.
Well, the stuff he does, even the AI, which he does have AI songs he does. I was telling you, Bonnie, he put one up the other night for a couple hours, and it's just the music. I don't know how he does it. I know the options. You know what I mean? You kind of write the lyrics and you pick, country this and whatever. But yeah, I think it's almost $14,000 computer.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, to do all that type of stuff. Yeah.
If you got it, but anyway, I don't know what's down there to repair other than the manufacturer, which will be a lot of money.
Discord said there are YouTube videos that tell you how to copy a drive.
Yeah. Even if you get an external mic, you're still going to get that. It's there.
Cool.
Well, I don't know. Of course, you probably gave it away. Bite my tongue.
I miss Radio Shack. That
Well,
was a good one.
you lose your portability, but there are those mini PCs I told you about. They're not bad. But anyway, what do we talk about next? What? You got any of those pecan pies ready?
No. The drought's cutting back on my pecan pie production abilities.
Yeah.
Unforeseen circumstances.
Yeah, it does come in after you finish talking. What they said the other night. Yeah, didn't you know that, Bonnie? They cut the mountains down 150 feet. And they had to raise it, I think, 28 meters. But the lake that they flooded was 36 meters for the Panama Canal. Yeah. I got tired of waiting for Watt's pecan pie, so I looked it up. I was listening to it.
Why are you worried about the Panama Canal?
I don't know who brought it up. What? Why are you worried about Panama?
Oh no, we just
No, it's just when I watched it, it said Stevens, and he instrumental in the Suez Canal.
it was just a long rabbit hole, a chain of conversations. We was talking about water, and then I mentioned the
Right.
the Windsor Spring Bottling Company in Taft, and then when he took the water down to Panama City, and then he brought up the facts about the original designer and stuff, and the depth, and it's kind of how we got to the 15 degrees of the Panama Canal.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Got it.
Oh, man.
But you're not having a hell of a lot of luck with things lately, Bonnie. I got to tell you that.
Well,
You know.
but guess what? I keep on trucking. That's all I
it.
can do.
Can't stop what can't be stopped.
Oh, crap. Yeah.
Forward momentum, it must continue.
Yeah.
Till I can't. And I won't be breathing then, so I'm not worried.
Oh, your phone sounded good. The difference. Oh, God.
Yeah, puff, puff, pass now.
My
Conserve.
what do you say? Oh, the phone when I used it last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to drive them nuts with the computer, and so
No,
okay, I can do this with the phone.
I didn't notice it that much, but I would imagine on panel you would. You know, perhaps. I don't know.
I think it depends on what you're using to listen, what
Yeah,
device you're, because like Wildlife said, he can't hear it at all.
yeah, I'm on my mobile device.
So it's not a mobile sound. Okay.
I don't know, but yeah, I have noticed that phone to computer or tablet to computer and stuff like that, it picks it up differently.
Yeah.
Or even you think there's probably a lot of people that just watch from a TV. You know, you can watch YouTube from TV.
Yeah.
And that's what
Wow.
I've been doing. If I, well, there's a couple of nights there. I think it was Monday and Tuesday. Uh, things were happening till too late to go live, and so I was like wide awake, of course,
Yeah.
trying to figure everything out that had been discussed, and so I just popped a movie on, and sometimes I like to watch things I like to watch. So I watched The Wedding Date. Have you ever seen The Wedding Date? Probably not, but it's a good movie.
I'm sure.
Wedding day or wedding singer.
Wedding Date.
I've seen the Wedding Crashers, but yeah, that's totally different. Gotcha.
There's so many wedding titles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tis the season.
Candy Leather. That's where my mother always. I used to love going into that store. The smell of leather. I just saw somebody just put that.
Yeah. There's something about it. Yeah.
Sounds like you got your own personal Cessna. That's what you
Well,
got. Cessna.
Yeah, they're flying low tonight.
Flying around my private plane. Don't mind.
Yeah, I think they're having a code blue at the airport. I don't know. It's a lot of activity. Low and slow.
I got news for you.
oh, good to see you.
What?
All right.
You might have issue with the Orange Man. He was at the Alabama, whatever that long name is, starts with a T-E.
Yeah, I would say that word.
College graduate. You beat the Bulldogs 47-6. He went, yeah.
Who said that?
Trump did.
I'm gonna unfriend him for that.
Mm,
I know he didn't talk about the Bulldogs.
he did.
Good or bad?
He did. I woke up to it. I said, you're in trouble, boy.
Was it bad?
I said, Wildlife's going to fly down
Oh, I
there
gotta Google it.
and let the air out of your Air Force One tires. Then what are you going to do?
That's why I draw the line.
overload them with pecan pie. Yeah, that's
Oh.
where it was apparently.
Definitely taking them off the Christmas card list now.
Yeah, you, the liar. But anyway, I guess you don't want to talk about that crap.
Dang. Dirty Joker.
Mm.
It's all right. It's always next season.
Yeah, there's always next year.
Practice? We talking about practice?
I thought to myself, you don't know nothing about Alabama. My friend Watt knows far more than you about Alabama.
I love them.
Yeah.
Hey,
I do love
Tess. Good to see you, Bill.
But I know a place someone you could talk to and ask them to do it, but it'd be a lot of money. No doubt.
Try to keep South Carolina on my good side. You know, they're upstream. You know what I
You
mean?
brought them up too, damn it.
I mean, you know, I try to stay on their good graces. You know, they're
Yeah.
upstream. They got a little bit more pull. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can see Alabama coming from a little distance.
But anyway, yeah, that's where it apparently was.
That's what it is.
And you know something? The 2020 election was rigged. He kept going about that.
What's that?
2020 election. Won't let that go. So I guess all you have there, Bonnie, is really Amazon.
What do you mean? Have here? I don't have Amazon here.
You're nowhere unless you have an Amazon warehouse.
Nope, no Amazon warehouse.
Hold on
We
to
are
it
a
while you can.
little bitty town. We don't have any warehouses or
No.
nope, none of that mess.
We did some work in a couple of those facilities. It wasn't the Amazon one, but it was a FedEx, like a hub. But man, that place was massive.
Atlanta, yeah.
Here locally, it's a little over off Highway 56, like the industrial park. If you didn't know those places were back there, you would never know. You know, they're ducked off. But there's a FedEx hub, a Starbucks plant. There's a couple more different facilities back in there.
I got one.
Huge warehouses.
Did you know Trump just signed an executive order to merge FedEx and UPS?
Really?
Yes. And guess what they call it?
Ain't no telling.
Up FedEx.
Jan, good to see you. Benjamin's been looking for you, Jan.
I have better luck with the UPS than I do the FedEx. Just personally, I've had better dealings with them.
Yeah.
Really? Not
Yeah, I
here. My
Heck.
friends, they'll post a video and they're like, do y'all see this happening with your FedEx driver? And he will pull in the driveway, throw the box out his window, and drive off.
Oh yeah, that's FedEx. I hate this. Well, no, I don't hate, but yeah, that's when they're coming. You know something's going to be up. I've had a few good ones, but I don't know. I've had better luck with the ups.
Yes.
They're really getting bad, aren't they? FedEx used to be it. You spend a lot.
Yeah.
You get the service now. Like you say, they put the parcel in some cases.
You got a FedEx box. You were doing something.
They put it by the door, take a picture, and walk away, having left it at the wrong door.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you even take a picture and still don't understand it's at the wrong address? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's when my daughter ordered her bike, and it was in a huge box, and so she kept telling me to watch for it, and I wasn't at home. I think that's the day I went with my friend shopping for the flowers, and so I get home and she's like, I think they sent it to the wrong address, but I can't tell. She sends me a picture of what they sent her, and all they took a picture of was the box. Nothing beside it, on top of it, nothing
Yeah.
like, so you couldn't even tell where it was. And I was like, huh. And so when we pulled up, it was right there in the middle of it. Jack. And I said, yep, your huge box is here.
Yeah. It's
And Melissa, good to see you.
kind of like you delivered the wrong place. Look at the picture. I delivered to the 16 whatever Main Street. You check the letterbox. Oh, 18. Man, well, Photoshop that.
This Amazon guy came up the other day. I was sitting out on the deck, and he said, he comes up with these two big boxes, and he puts them on the deck, and he says, now I'll get your big screen TV. And I said, what? And he said, you got a huge big screen TV you ordered. And I said, no, I didn't. And he said, wait a minute. And then he looked up at my house and he said, oh, I have the wrong address. And it was my next door neighbor. And I thought, now what if I hadn't have said, no, I didn't? He would have
Just how many
left me
times
here.
that happens, in the course of a
Yes.
year's time.
Yep.
I couldn't even begin to think how many packages combined, those type of
I'm
deals
just-
between FedEx, UPS, and Amazon.
Yeah. And I'm just sitting here thinking, I thought it was my daughter, and I was fixing to call her outside. What did you do? Because where do you think this thing's going to go? We don't have room for a gigantic screen TV.
Forget what you call it. I don't know if it's like reclaimed stuff or stuff that's been sent back, but they have a couple of these places around. You go to them, and you can buy like a whole pallet's worth of stuff for hardly nothing. Or they've got bins set up, and you could just walk through, and it's stuff like that, like stuff from like Amazon or all different type of stuff.
We even had a Sara Lee outlet the next small town over, and it's for seconds. Say it should have had 12 more cherries on the cheesecake.
Yeah,
You get it for like about 15% of the cost.
a defect in a way.
Cool.
I'll definitely take a discounted cheesecake if it's a good one.
All I did is moved all the cherries over to my side and left the side for the kid and the wife, right?
That's how you do it.
Cherries. But yeah.
Are you, Virginia?
I'm
Good evening.
good. What does that
Virginia,
mean,
speak again.
Black Watch? You moved all the cherries off the cheesecake, you mean?
What'd she say? I didn't.
Your volume's really low, Virginia.
Oh, is it? Let me,
Let's see.
is that better? Let me
Check,
push
check.
buttons. Is that better or no?
What?
What?
I'm here.
Okay.
No. What?
I'm saying what?
Oh,
I came in right when you said you moved the cherries off, and I was asking, did you take the cherries off the cheesecake? Is that what you meant?
Excuse me. No, Sarah Lee had seconds, like Watt said. So
Oh,
say 1/3 of it didn't, not it just irregularly didn't have cherries on it. You got it for about 15 to 20% of the cost of proper ones.
huh.
Seconds. It was really good. Oh, jeez. Dry here.
Can you guys hear me better? Or is it still weird?
You're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, just let me know. The audio on the YouTubes has been weird lately, man.
That's what I'm gonna blame it on. Thank you, Virginia.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Gotta learn
What's up?
sign language.
KP, Pepper 101, good to see y'all.
Shout out
Amazon and
101.
Wally World are gonna be hurting with no Chinese stuff coming in. Yep.
Well,
China.
yeah, China. Is it man. It's a tough call because, man, when I was growing up, my grandmother, she would pound into our heads, buy made in the USA. And I always thought she was kind of crazy anyway. Like in general, like she was militant about it, right? Buy made in the USA. And now looking back, I kind of see what she's saying. And I mean, it's a double-edged thing, dude, because it is cheaper, but it doesn't last as long when you get something made in China, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think just about everything, we're talking about these laptops. I think everything is made to only last a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, then you have to replace it and buy it again.
Yes,
Things are not
and
built to
that's-
last anymore.
I feel like if I can get it out of the packaging without it breaking, and that is like a major success these days. You know,
There you
I'm
go.
like, wait, this thing did not say 15 pieces. It says 1. Oh man.
And
Good to see you,
that's
Bob.
it. You're a continuing customer that way. And they know it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was around mid-70s
Or
when automobiles went that way. You take a 58 Buick, it was meant to last. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
Take the fender off of that, you needed help.
yes.
Yeah, that was a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they were gas guzzlers. So you
Yeah.
still end up paying with the wallet. You get a gas guzzler that lasts, or you get a nice, efficient Japanese car. Y'all know I'm a Toyota bitch. They are built
Toyota.
to never die, and they never die. You know what I mean? The paint will fall off. The windows will not be on the racks anymore. The dashboards will be cracked, but that fucker is still gonna run. You know?
Yeah, it looked like you done drove it to Burning Man and back. Yeah, but it's still going.
Yeah. You ever wonder where some of these designers get their ideas for cars?
Oh,
You know,
like
when
the
you
different.
Buddy had
models.
one of those Toyotas with the seat belt that was, electric. It goes up when you set it, and I hated those things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, well,
But I think the 40, sorry,
Go ahead.
no, the 40s car, I think, were inspired by aircraft. Look at a 49 Merc.
Mhm.
You know,
yeah, the fins and the
it had more chrome on it than the front end of that thing. But
nowadays everything looks the same. A lot
Yeah.
of stuff looks the same. It's just a different logo on it.
Where ugly. I just don't like the new cars. My mama kept on all my life. You need a brand new car. You need a brand new car. It'll never break down. You have a
Right.
warranty on it. And I said, no, not, I can't afford a brand new car. And that's that LTD I had. I bought it for $500. Yes, it was a gas guzzler and it would get up and move. So was it worth it? I think so. And it was solid metal. When that dump truck ran over it, it just put a dent in it, and it still drove.
You play chicken with the dump truck, man. Yeah, you just hold on to that one.
Yeah.
No, it was parked
Man.
in front of my apartment, and he was drunk and he ran over my car. I heard it.
Yeah.
And I went outside, and it was 2 feet closer to the door. I was like, what the heck happened here? And I went on the other side of it, and there's this big old dent down the side.
Mm.
Saw him driving away. Got his license plate.
Wasn't even gonna stop.
Oh no.
Even driving something that big, when you hit something, you know it.
Actually, I didn't get his plate. His wife turned him in like a week later.
He was a
Dang.
habitual crasher.
Oh,
man,
man.
this guy.
I don't know about the warranty she was talking about either, because they're getting less and less and less, and 1 year, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean 1 year on a car, you kind of go, why is it going to last 2? You know, like it's
That's why they call you and sell you your car's extended warranty policy.
yeah.
Yep.
But I know a few people who are too young to remember. Well, I wasn't around it, but you take a 49, 47 Studebaker, flat top 6, and the spark plugs, there's no boot, you know, they're in the top of the engine. It's like a square, you know. Some of the designs, you kind of go, what were you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where did that idea come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that takes regular maintenance, they put it to where you can't get to it.
That's today.
Yes.
Back in the day, they had voltage regulators on the inner fenders and generators instead of alternators. And,
Oh, you could climb in there and work on it if you was a smaller
yeah.
person.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the way I would do it. Just
Now, shoot, you got to take off the tire and take off 4 panels just to change the oil, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
tried to
Make
tell
it-
me to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. With my car to change the headlight. That you had to take the whole wheel well off, and I was like, no, there's got to be a better way. And so I took it down to our tire place, and there's this little guy there that he just reached his hand down in there and changed that light bulb and nothing flat. And I said, you are my light guy from now on.
There you go.
I remember first running
You
into it.
know, sorry, Blackwatch. I was just going to say right quick, the YouTubes has really good videos of people kind of showing you the tips and tricks for some of that stuff to avoid really high maintenance type costs, you know? Like how to get
Yes.
that right bolt or how to get your hand around that right spot to do a light or a small part, you know?
Yeah. And they've made the bulbs that if you touch them, it's gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But I mean, really, cars today are engineered to be assembled, not serviced, not taken apart.
Mhm.
They go together in a certain order, which ends up with a spark plug on one side of a V8 where you have to take the inner fender well out, even if you have the tools of a mechanic.
Right.
Figure that one out.
It's a racket.
It is.
Mhm.
Whereas you take a 67 Chev and you get a straight six in it, where's the engine? It's in there somewhere. All I see is fenders, you know? A little straight six engine in it.
What?
But
Are you talking about a pickup? No, my pickup didn't have a straight six. Did it? That was my first vehicle that was mine. It was a 67 Chevy pickup.
67 what?
V pickup. Loved it.
Was it a Buick? I'm not quite hearing it very well. I don't know why.
Chevy. Chevy.
Yeah. You ever see a Tucker? Remember that movie with the guy that played the Tucker automobile with the headlights that turned with the fender? I could see the guy doing the actor that played him. He got the idea you turn around, you know, you turn a corner, but your headlights don't point that way. So he made them so it, of course, it was like the Edsel. It didn't work. Yeah. Automotive engineering.
So that's what a lot of people are saying, shortage on auto parts will be coming. And I'm
Yeah.
sure if it was this car or the one before, but this little plastic thing wore out on it. And I don't even know how to describe it. So my ex-husband told me what it was, because he's the only one that's ever worked on my vehicles. And so I ordered this $60 part, and he was out there for hours trying to get it in, and it wouldn't go in. Got the little ball thing that goes in this hole. It wouldn't go in.
No.
He ended up fixing it with a zip tie.
Right.
All right, I'm
Zip
back.
ties and duct tape save the world sometimes.
Stock up on zip ties and duct tape. I'm telling you.
Oh, definitely, no doubt.
And coat hangers, wire coat hangers.
There you go.
Back in the day, mechanics tool box had a drawer and it called mechanics wire. Same thing when you couldn't fix it. Use mechanics wire it up.
Yeah.
That was in the 60s.
Baling wire.
Yeah.
Every kind of wire you can find.
Yeah, the auto parts, that's going to hit. I think somewhere in this area they're already laid off for 2 weeks. The assembly.
Yeah.
I
That's been
think
going on for a grip though. Like I know people that work in some assembly plants and they've been going through it for quite a few years now. Nothing to do with the current moment with tariffs, but just like sales are down. They can't get them off the lots, you know. People are not able to buy new. They're trying to fix old, whether it's houses, cars, whatever.
Yes.
yeah. I mean, this is something you might not. The guy I know in just outside of Detroit, 2 blocks away from the city limit, he rebuilt alternators and all that for a living, working for a guy and all that. But Bosch, which is German, Nippon, which is Japanese, that goes together to create the unit. But that supply chain is disrupted. It's a no-go.
Right.
Half the time they're proprietary with the way they fit. So, you know.
I think we're still able to get stuff from Japan, aren't we?
I was going to say, I think tariffs are hitting some spots harder than others. Like China is getting hit pretty hard, but Japan, I haven't heard a lot about them getting smacked too hard, to be honest. And Japan provides quite a few technological or things with cars or what have you.
Yes.
It would just be that third party, or you figure each time it went through somewhere that has to do it, you figure that's an increase that they're going to charge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, Cindy.
Going to be kind of a country by country thing, which my point is this: normally the supply chain just keeps cranking. You don't tweak it.
Well, not if there's no demand, though, because sales are down. They've been down for years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Legit.
Where I was going with it, Virginia, was like you say, you're going to repair what you have.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I remember a time your starter went or your new alternator, because it was new, the mechanic did it on the bench. Now it's all core, right? Here's your part, you know,
Yeah.
give me the core. You know what I remember with the mechanics? The driver says, here's your part, give me the cord. No, you're not going anywhere. Because half the time they sent the wrong part. Yeah. A different world. Such a different world.
I think there's a perfect storm going on too, because kids are not taught trades anymore. You know, there was auto body shop or auto mechanical in high schools when I was in high school. You know, they would teach some of these trades, and I think that's where they're going to get us in the balls, is that people do not know how to work on shit, whether it's being an electrician or a plumber or HVAC or a builder or a mechanic. You know, with cars, diagnostics is the number one moneymaker, is just what the freaking problem is, you know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then from there you go, but they're taking those skills away. They aren't being taught, at least. I mean, there's people who still.
I graduated in 2007 from high school, and they still offered automotive when I was there. I took the class my 10th and 11th grade year. I didn't necessarily do the mechanics. My job was kind of like the fabricator. I did a lot of stuff with like the plasma cutter or Bondo and fabricating with that type of stuff. But even then, on Fridays, if you had a car, drove your car to school, you could bring it in on Fridays, do whatever you wanted to, change the oil there, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the thing. They would teach you all kinds of things. The wood, the metal, welding.
Yep.
It was all of it in shop class. It wasn't just even my oldest granddaughter, she's 22, and she took it, so it was still available for her.
Yeah. I mean, I'll qualify this because Watt, for example, is an exception. I think it's a failure of fathers, generation to generation. It's not happening. You know, it's just, in my life, my father couldn't afford it. And I think he must, I don't know if he talked to my godfather or not, but at 12, I was pumping gas in his Texaco. I guess he wanted, you're going to learn how to fix your car. Unfortunately, I fell in love with high performance cars. He was not happy about that one. But the father did it. I was going to go out and play ball hockey. That was a big thing. You know, you're about 10. Where are you going? I'm going to play ball hockey. I mean, you know, duh.
Where do you think I'm going, schmuck?
Yeah, he was putting down an linoleum tile in the bathroom. He says, get up here. You know how the tub's curved? He said, how I lay it over top of it and scribe it? That's how you do the curve. Now get out of here. The father kept, you know what I mean? Like, this is how you do stuff.
Well, but a lot of people didn't have fathers to teach them.
That's why I
And
qualified it with Watt, because he lost his dad. You know?
right, and so that's,
I had encyclopedias.
but thankfully, I knew garages that I could go to and ask them. They would even let me use their tools, and then I'd go back home and do it myself
Yeah.
because I couldn't afford to pay them to do it, and they knew it. Single mom, you know, and that's where I think it's gonna be the people coming together in those ways, like back in the old days when you could go and ask somebody, hey, I need this done, or what is it that needs done? They tell you, you buy the parts and go and do it. I used to do my own tune-ups and whatever
Yeah.
that I could do,
Yeah, they had
change the
mechanic places.
oil.
Yeah, you come there and you kind of work on your own car at your own leisure there. Yeah,
Hmm.
I
Yes,
think that's how the
and
movie Carrie was. The guy that was working on his car in Carrie. I think that's how it was. One of those type of shops. You know, you just kind of rent out a spot or however they charge you. I don't know.
Yeah, you could rent a bay, go in and do it.
and it's,
When's the last time y'all seen one of those?
but if you're able to figure out another way to make money or trade, because if AI is taking over all the jobs, I
I'll
think
tell
the trade jobs are safe. I don't see how a robot can go and wire a house for
Not
electricity.
all jobs. Not all jobs, but some. I mean, inevitably could be weeded out. A lot of your automation type stuff, or even if you like go to some of your fast food places, if you ever seen the machines they got,
Yes,
the person just sets the cup in the holder, the machine does the ice, and it already knows this person wanted a Diet Coke,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and then it spits it out, and the person throws the lid on it and hands it to you. Have a nice day. Come again. You
They
know,
still
even
have
on
to
that
push a
small
button.
of a scale.
Well, I know somebody who works in this field, and I asked him this. I was like, can they really replace human touch with certain things? And he told me an anecdote about how they can't even get some of their robotic, like, what do you call them? When you move stuff in a warehouse, what's that machine? I'm drawing a blank right now.
Forklift.
Where, yeah, like they can't even get those to operate correctly. They mess things up. They're dropping it in the wrong spot or whatever. And he said there are just certain things that will never happen.
yes.
To take away the human touch of it, never going to happen. It's so inefficient. And he works in this shit. And he's like, dude, it's still really inefficient, and it doesn't have the je ne sais quoi that.
Je ne sais quoi.
Right. I mean, it'll be able to do certain things for
Not
sure.
unless you really shrink or close down the supply chains. You know what I mean? Not unless you
Mhm.
would make things smaller. Not on the scale that we see it as now, as big as it is.
Right.
So isn't that what's happening right now, though? The supply chain, making it smaller?
Well, I meant like
That's a
it could be, but I meant like as smaller as in not producing as much or not as many people to have the need to produce that much. Maybe I don't know. I don't even know if that even made sense.
well, supply and demand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monty, you read my mind. Yep. Johnning, Japan already has those. They've been coming out with these robot things for the elderly. Japan has like a really low birth rate, but their people live a long time and they get lonely and need some help, right? And for the innovations going on with robots that can make a sandwich and serve you, and not just the gross, we've talked about the other ones that can fulfill
Yeah.
your needs, but I'm talking about ones that like work in your kitchen, make you your coffee, remote control, bring you a beer. Those are out there.
If it can help somebody and they're okay with it, then so be it. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want a robot.
Definitely not on any type of intimacy level or anything like that. I don't care if I'm the last man on earth, nah. I just have the memories of what was, like the Book of Eli.
That is ridiculous. Yeah. There you go. Book of Eli.
But that's always been a thing. Heck, I remember as a kid, when I go to my grandparents' house on the weekend, my grandpa, he watched a lot of boxing, so he had HBO. So I'm flipping through the channels late at night on HBO. Boom, it's this one show. I shouldn't have been watching it, but I did. And then it starts showing the guy that's got these dolls, and they look just like humans. And heck, that was over 20 years ago. So I can imagine now, yeah, you could have you a mail order Stepford wife or something.
Oh, yes. There's a movie with Ryan Gosling on it called Lars and the Real Girl, and it's based on
Yeah.
a true story of this dude who created a custom-made wife. Now, it couldn't make a sandwich. It wasn't even a robot. It couldn't move, but it was a lifelike real girl in quotations. And this occurred decades ago. Like, they're out there. They're spendy, but they're out there.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I remember that movie. The two boys created the perfect woman.
Weird Science.
Weird Science. Yeah,
Weird
that was Catherine Brown.
Well,
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah.
you know what I remembered most of that movie? The kid with the D cup head. That was what's her name? The
Mine's drawing a blank. I can't picture any of them. And I've seen it.
Well, Japan's making them.
It's crazy.
So, never mind. I'm not even gonna ask. That just goes. That's just too far and beyond.
Ain't no telling what the starting price is on something like that. The basic model.
Don't want a robot. No substitutes. Darn it.
No.
no.
Even if I won the lottery, I don't even think I'd have something like that just for a prop. So
Was
hey,
that
look,
it?
Yeah.
Is that one of those games, Real or No Deal or something?
Oh yeah, that's a no deal for sure. Can't make a deal with that one.
Deal or no deal? Yeah.
Where you had to have like a random item. Does anybody in the house have a blue pen?
Yeah. You know what gets me? I know it's all commensurate with your wages. First new car I bought was $3,578 out the door.
Brand new.
A Ford F1, that was a 72 Nova SS.
Mm.
Anyway, you look at an F-150, which is a pretty damn good truck. 58,000 starting, engine extra.
Engine extra.
Oh yeah, they're proud of their new trucks now. Man, they are proud of them.
You know, I just don't see it. It's just,
Placement.
Especially when one of those sensors goes out that detects the all around motion. Oh man. Talking about thousands of dollars just for the light itself because it's got all the sensors in it.
you know,
And then you could have a widespread issue, but until enough has been classified or noted, they won't call it a recall on certain vehicles, you know?
no, that's,
If enough don't get reported or stuff like that.
I worked for an aircraft company. If it wasn't for what you might call robotics, they'd never get a plane out the door. Because they had like welders, maybe you know what. It was a big, huge machine with two copper things, one from below, you know, below.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Dealing with aircraft.
And they'd have burn through under the rivets and things, you know. So they came up with a machine that'll do it. You know, you had to have them.
Yeah.
That was from, well, the company took over. It was 1920. So it's up into the 40s and that where the machinery came from. And you kind of, you know, you just couldn't get a plane out the door in time without robotic, you know, well, a lot of manual riveting, but welding and cutting aluminum up, big slabs of aluminum. But
Yep.
that's the way it was. You know, the funniest thing I ever saw, there was Dash 7 and 8. 7 was the turboprop 4. The 8 came later, smaller. And the whole thing is, when it goes to paint, you know, a customer's paint job, there's $2 or $3 million come due. So they had the plane. It was almost ready to go, almost to test. And I'm looking, I go walking in the plant, and there's a guy walking across the wing. I'm thinking, what are you doing up there? But it looks like he had a drill in his hand and a block of wood or something. And he'd kneel down every now and again and do what he's doing. I never thought anything of it. Till we heard a plane went out on the tarmac, got towed out, had no fuel pressure. They had to reskin the wing. He drilled through it. But robots don't do that.
Right.
Cost millions to reskin that thing, repaint it.
And you think a robot wouldn't make that mistake?
What would it be doing up there in the first place? You know what I mean? What was he doing? I stood there for about 10 minutes. Well, what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? The plane's painted. It's ready to go. A couple of weeks, they'll fly it out to the customer, or the customer comes in with their pilot. Nobody knew what he was doing. All they know is it had no fuel pressure because there was holes in the top of the wings. That's my point. What was he doing?
I don't know.
You know, there's countless things. The human factor, Bonnie, that's what I'm talking about. The human factor was just mind-blowing.
They're trying to do away with.
No. You want to hear another good one? There's a chip manufacturer. When you go through it, the documentary, if you look into what it takes to create PCBs, right? Well, apparently there's a contractor came in, and they had every, I don't know, scientist, whatever they could draw, trying to figure this out. They were losing millions, bad chips. Then one of them were out there one time. It was wherever it was super hot. You know what I mean? Very hot climate. And he happened to notice a door open at the side. Here's a guy out having a cigarette. You know what that humidity and the climate did to the machines? All they could do was fire the company because he opened a door to have a cigarette, contaminated them all. Human factor.
So Bob's asking what your job was on the airplane.
Pardon?
Were you working when you were on the airplane that he was
No, I was
working on
I was hired to run the computers,
the computers? Okay.
but I have to go everywhere, right? I can't get in. I can't do this. So you end up in the scaffold, the everywhere, in the plants everywhere. And no, I could. I'd be sitting there with my Elmer's glue, right? Where do I stick this? I had no clue about. I knew engineers. I learned about it, but to work on them, no. No.
Chips. We need the chips.
Oh, I agree, John Dunn. Lay's classic potato chips in the yellow bag, pure and delicious.
Lay's potatoes.
Onions.
Onions are good too. Yep.
But anyway.
Bison chips. What does that even?
Good pickle. Oh, the dill lays. Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Oh, dill Lay's. Gotcha. Yep.
John built the reactors to make the silicone chips. Wow.
Yeah, I can't remember what company it was that was having this problem. It wasn't, it was in North America somewhere. But there you go. Just open a door to have a cigarette, then close it. Millions of dollars gone. The processing.
Dang.
Oh yeah, the processing fees.
No, I mean where they coat them in the chemicals. They went through the whole process. They couldn't figure out they were contaminated.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know much about it.
Yep, that's not something I'll be around.
Full Monty says on the prairies they burned bison chips for fuel. Are you talking about doo-doo, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, he's talking
Cow
about doo-doo.
chips.
I was thinking like Lay's potato chips, and he. All right, now we're listening.
Thinking, who's burning up perfectly good jerky?
Yeah.
Who's burning up bison jerky? Who are these
I
people?
have seen where you can start a fire with Doritos.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
that or like corn chips or something.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, all the oil on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't ask me how I know, but a leftover Pizza Hut breadstick is also very flammable.
Well, I bet. Yeah. Man, you use that to go fight off Frankenstein.
Yeah.
There's our flamethrower.
Roman candle.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It's climate change.
I heard about that place they're doing. It's Houston and Dallas down there, NVIDIA and that. It's at the, what somebody from Trump's thing went down there, and what he's talking about, Bonnie, if that's how big it is, oh my God.
Yeah. It's, yeah, I know. I just saw where it was some kind of tech. Dang it. At Port Arthur. I guess they're building it, and the scaffolding malfunctioned, and there were 5 men on it. 3 fell and died. 2 minor injuries. So I'm thinking that they hung on to the scaffolding, but
Mm.
With the construction of that building down there?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Well, this was at Port Arthur, so I don't know if that's the same one you're talking about.
This is recently.
Yeah, just a few days ago.
Mm.
And so that's what we were talking about last night, how these tech companies are moving into the small towns. When we took the trip to East Texas, I saw a lot of that. We'd be in a small town driving down around the courthouse or whatever. All of a sudden you see this big tech building. And but so it was mentioned that there were no people in these tech buildings. It was like computers or something. And that would make sense because one of them I noticed was on a corner. And so there's no parking for this building. And there was nobody parked outside the building. I don't know. I don't know what they're up to. Why the small towns? Why? What's their purpose?
Different
Of
data
why,
hubs.
yeah, computer hub in a small town.
Just like a new 5G tower going up. It's just a waypoint.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I,
imagine certain ones have certain purposes.
well, I think that the powers that be focus on certain spots to put things like data centers or 5G towers or whatever, they don't look at big city locations. Those are going to be more expensive, possibly have more interference from other technological shit around it, right? And the most glaring one I've seen is in Oregon near my grandmother. She's in a tiny town. Facebook put up a huge compound there, and I don't know why the townspeople agreed to this data center. All I can think is that it makes them money. That's my overall thought on this, because it was a small, kind of poor podunk town, right? And I think that it's probably cheaper for them to invest in the people building these. And I think that the little towns that accept it are, they get suckered in with that little benefit of, some kind of federal stipend or whatever,
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
And I've even seen that around here. Not with tech companies, but just an apartment complex. They were going to build these quads, like a subdivision of flexes, I guess is what you call them, 4 units per building. And so their pitch for the city council was low income housing. This is for people who can't afford the high rent, the $2,000 a month rent. And so the city agreed to it. Well, once they got in there, then their thing is there's a cap income you can make, and there's a minimum income you can make to live in these. And not a whole lot of people meet that middle part. So they were pretty mad because they were already built when people started filling out the applications. And it's just there. You see what Navy Vet said? He would have told me 30 years ago that, I hope I'm saying this right, bovine flatulence would become normal discussion. I'd probably just laugh. And here we are.
Yeah, talking about cow farts.
That's like a lady here locally. I think she's like 92, 93 years old. The Masters, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars buying up property and real estate and expanding. But there's this one lady, and they built all the way around her, but her house and property's still there. She never sold. Her and her husband originally built that house, I don't know, probably in the 60s or so, something like that. And yeah, she never sold. She had another property up the road that she sold, but the house that they lived in, she never sold it. So it's Master's property all the way around her, except for her lot or her property.
Wow.
Heck,
That's
I think
good
she
for
sold
her.
her other property for millions. They paid her millions for that other one she sold.
Dang.
Well, good for her for standing her ground.
Yeah.
That's what we're all going to end up having to do eventually, I think.
No.
Yeah, that's a damn shame how they do that to people. Squeeze them in, eminent domain, whatever it is.
Didn't you say she willingly sold it, though? Didn't you say that, what? She willing to...
She had, her and her husband had several properties in that area, but the one that she still lives in to this day, she's like 92 or 93. The house that she lived in that she didn't sell, her and her husband built that one to live in.
Yeah.
You know, over time they had several properties, but they sold the other ones, but except for the one that they lived in, their original property.
So they created their own situation.
Oh, the Masters just grew all the way around them up to the property line.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if nothing else, you ain't got to worry about no neighbors, and you get some nice trees, you know, around you.
Mhm.
Pretty
Yeah.
flowers. Yeah. All the things they plant
Right. I mean, they've thrown all type of blank checks at her. She won't budge.
No.
to.
You know, I do wonder, going back a bit, no company ever bought IBM computers. You rent them. To buy them, it's stupid. You have to be out of your mind. I wonder about these super AI computers if you buy them. Because, you know, the person I'm talking about, Bonnie, down south, she worked for Murdoch Media. And one time I said in a chat, printer cost $10,000. And the guy says, "Me, you're out of your mind." I said, "So somebody I know that worked it." There's a guy, Remus Computing, in Nevada. He creates machines for engineers, mathematicians, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
They don't care. They'll spend $15,000 to $30,000 as long as it gets it out quicker. Who's going to buy these things? That's my point.
Somebody is, if they're pushing to get it out quicker. Maybe a government contract, maybe a business contract. It might not be the consumer of you and me, but
No.
contracts.
Think about it.
Yeah.
It's going to cost a hell of a lot of You know, like I said, mainframes, nobody buys them. The only difference was a Cray supercomputer. They said $6 to $8 million. It looked like the Toronto City Hall. That was a similar design. Where are they now? They're in scrap piles, melted down. It's easier to rent things, you know, as an operator.
Okay, sure. All right. I see what you mean. In the long run, rent it rather than buy it and maintain it because and plus it's always getting better, no doubt.
Oh,
But I think it's a racket, just like medical bills, you know, a Band-Aid is $10,000 type of thing. They drive it up.
well, I'll show you one thing, for example, Virginia. I didn't think it was possible. Company I work for, they hired a
Maybe Smith.
South African guy as vice president of IT, and we couldn't sell spare parts. We had more like doors and everything hang up. They couldn't sell it. And in come 4 banks. We had 2 mainframes, 4 banks of memory. That's the most expensive thing you can buy. You know, they have a Carter's company for IBM and rolling down, you know, in the hall. And I said to the guy that he runs requirement generation, you know what I mean, if there a plane's being built. I said, what? We can't sell. Who's going to pay for this? Apparently, IBM had him on a yacht, took him to dinner. One signature, Virginia. So the company said, wait a minute, the president, Sanderson, cancel the thing. IBM said, no problem. We'll come and pick it up. It was $8 million for the next 6 years. $48 million it cost the company.
And
You know,
who paid the bill? Who
You know,
paid the bill?
You don't win in court against IBM.
Yeah. But I'm saying if things were sold, who was buying it? I mean, you said nobody's buying it, but somebody was. Who was it?
What I'm talking about, that was just rent. That was rent. $48 million it would have been for 6 years rental.
Sounds like
They-
the government.
Yeah, and that sounds like the leasing a vehicle push. It's better to lease it than it's all fixed under them, and but you're paying a whole lot more to lease that vehicle than you would if you just bought it.
Yep. And the idea is after 2 years, you lease a new one because it's the newer model. Like leasing a vehicle to me is
Right.
a long-term rental for people who want the bougiest, most recent shit, you know?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Did you know that it was today in 1851 the first World Exposition took place?
Allegedly.
At that time, it wasn't called the World Expo like we call it now, the one they're having in Japan. It was called the Great Expedition of the Works of the Industry of All Nations, also known as the Great Exhibition.
Which city?
This was in London,
Okay.
specifically Hyde Park. Most people, if they think about it or know about it, they think of the image of the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace that was built just to house this first World Expo.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Queen Victoria's husband that helped make that happen.
Oh yeah, he was a huge
he was a
financier, organizer, promoter. Yeah.
Yep.
Did you know that there was over 10,000 exhibitors, and allegedly there was over 8 miles worth of tables set up for this event?
Right. And they're showing
That's crazy.
alternative energy and, the power of this and that. And, the expos of all kinds.
You just imagine what was taking place then? Oh, man,
Right.
It'd be some weird stuff, even knowing what we know now, what we think we
I
do.
wonder if Tesla was there.
Oh, he was time traveling. Him and Elon.
Well, he would have been that. No, he couldn't have been there. He wouldn't have been born yet, probably. But close, close.
Whoever inspired him, maybe. Whoever that might have been, or,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
what visions he didn't have.
I just saw a freaking thing on my news feed or whatever about that light bulb that's been going for 100+ years. Man, which city is it in? Dang it, you guys. It's somewhere, but it has been continuously lit for over a century.
Like an Edison style bulb.
It's something like that. I kind of want to say maybe New York, but
I feel like I should
might
know
be
that.
wrong. You should, Wildlife. Shit.
Exactly. Dang.
There's a bulb that has been running for at least a century. Somebody in chat might know. Help me, Rhonda. Help me get
I'm
it right.
looking.
Somebody help me help you.
Yeah,
Right? Help me help you.
There's one that's been going over 100 years, but I doubt very much if the filament is like tungsten. It's a very, very old filament.
It's an old design. It's not what they do now. You know what I'm saying? It was like a prototype thing, and it has never stopped being lit. But we don't use whatever it is.
That's even an option now. When you go buy bulbs, they have the Edison style bulbs again.
Mm-hmm.
Says the world's longest burning light bulb, the Centennial Light, is located in Fire Station 6 in Livermore, California.
Okay, California. Shit.
It has been continuously burning since 1901 and has been the subject of many stories and reports due to its remarkable longevity.
California, you say?
Yeah, California. That's
The fire
wild.
department. It's been moved a few times since, including to Station 1 and then to its current location, Station 6, in 1976. Is a 30-watt incandescent bulb with a specially made carbon filament.
Yeah, carbon.
I wonder what the intent was on that, because I mean, I'm not pretty sure they didn't think it would last a century, or maybe they did. I don't know.
Maybe they did, and that's kind of the joke on all of us because we don't make carbon filaments, right?
Right?
You know,
Huh.
somebody's got to keep making that decision to keep it going. You know, you can't put it out. You know,
Just
The
let it
bulbs.
ride.
yeah, or like the eternal flame. You know, something like that. That's a different symbol, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even some of the, it's still here where I live in Augusta. I mean, those old Southern antebellum style houses, you still have a lot of those with the gas lights at the driveway or on the porch, you know, stuff like that.
It's still burning, though it is very dim, emitting about the same light as a 4-watt nightlight.
Okay.
Okay.
So it
You can
went
see
from
it.
30 to about 4, but it's still going.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
Man. Well, if I ever make it out there, I'll check it out.
That's
You
freaking
could say this
wild.
was at what city?
What did I say?
It was California,
Liverworth?
I think so. Because I didn't know there was a Liverworth, California.
Nobody did until this moment.
Livermore.
Okay. Hey, there you go.
Fire Station 6, Livermore, California. Even gives the address. 4550 East Avenue.
Oh, yeah. It's like a historical site.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the original fire
Somebody
station here in
mentioned
Georgia.
six.
It's a historical site.
Mm-hmm. Blackwatch, what kind of cookies are you eating?
I was about to say, I got chips, but they're not Lay's, but they're good.
Uh-huh. I knew it.
Salt
Chris.
and vinegar.
Salt and vinegar. Oh man, I should have known they were douche chips. Yeah, dude. Full circle. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, that's funny.
You mentioned chips and
What about
Pickles,
vinegar and
but-
salt? What's the difference?
I don't know what.
I've seen both. I've seen salt and vinegar and vinegar and salt. I said, what's going on here? What's the difference? Is there a different ratio they're putting on there?
To be fair,
I think it's just a gimmick.
vinegar and salt chips are delicious. Black Watch. I do like them. They're you either love them or hate them type of chip because
Oh, yeah.
they're aggressive for sure.
Yeah.
That's funny. Man, I was not expecting that.
You just double dipped the chip.
I think he did.
I saw you from across the room, and I'm pretty sure you double dipped the same chip.
You know, they've done studies on double dipping because all of us cringe if someone double dips. And they did studies on this, allegedly. Somebody did, you know, where they looked at how much bacteria was actually transferred if someone, you know, got them some dip, bit it, and then went in for the double dip. And it's negligible. It's almost nothing. There's more germs coming off your fingers in the chip bowl than the double dip, which
Well,
is
coming off the chip.
yeah. I mean, mouths are the dirtiest hole on the human body, but it still didn't really transfer because you kind of sort of bite clean. I mean, if you're licking everything, that's
Yeah,
different.
yes.
Just sort of taking a
It's
bite.
not the time and the place to be in the community chip bowl with that.
Well, it depends on the party, you know.
Yeah. You realize I should not have been invited.
Yeah,
Who sent me this invite?
take a good look around, you know.
Germ-free double dip. Good to know.
It's like this one Mexican restaurant I like to go to sometimes. They don't even like bring you like, well, they'll bring you chips, but they won't bring you like dip. They got like a whole like salsa and dip bar. You just condiment bar. You just kind of go up there and help yourself, which I don't mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like it.
That was Steve Watlife and
What happened?
Black Watch. Chessboard
Think it-
said the potato chip said to the battery, I'm Frito-Lay if you're ever ready.
Yeah, I remember that scene. Yeah, you got to have an even distribution of the blueberries. Yeah, it's real particular. It was right though, you know. Pretty good movie.
Night,
You can see that.
Benjamin. Take care of yourself.
Night, Benjamin.
Bacteria is good for the immune system. True. And that I don't know that I believe that comment. Your mouth is the dirtiest hole on the human body.
It's true though. I'm telling you, it's true. One of the deadliest bites on Earth is if you're bit by a human.
That's true.
You know, like your mouth and your butthole have the exact same bacteria. That's a fact because that's where digestion starts, is in your mouth, and then it ends on the other end. Okay. So I know this sounds really gross, but the mouth harbors bacteria you wouldn't believe. In fact, there's anecdotal, satirical suggestions in Minecraft that the dental spirochete is what causes a lot of heart disease. Okay, because
Yeah.
it's a spiral shaped bacteria, right? And it travels to the heart satirically in Minecraft. And now think about it. The number one cause of death in the US, if I'm not mistaken, is something with heart disease, right? And now think
Yeah.
about this. We don't cover dental. You get insurance. Dental is an add-on, right? It's
Right.
and we add to susceptibility of infections with fluorides and putting poisons in your face and even getting metal fillings like
Excuse me.
what's the metal they use in fillings? There's dang it. What somebody in chat will know.
Aluminum.
Yeah, I don't know if it's aluminum or somebody in chat tell us, dang it. Some kind of fillings in your teeth, like the metal fillings. Unless they're pure silver or gold, they're poison. And
It's
it actually adds infection into your face. Mercury, thank you,
mercury.
Bob.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. And then it these bacteria travel through your bloodstream to your heart. So isn't this a weird coincidence? You know, this leading cause of death and the fact that the infection comes from your mouth, but insurance will not cover it unless you pay extra.
Oh yeah,
And then they're going to tell you
extra,
it's worth
extra. Read all
to make,
about it.
yeah, yep. This is not
Yeah.
medical advice in any way. This is satire. I do not know what I'm talking about. Legit.
No.
Yeah.
But we're having fun doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Good oral
I am
hygiene.
fortune cookies.
Yeah. Oral hygiene.
Even if you don't go to the dentist,
Mm-hmm.
there's so many things you can do that will help with that.
Activated charcoal, peroxide, hydrogen peroxide, things like that that pull toxins out, spit them out in Minecraft. Never,
Baking
that,
soda.
yeah, yep.
Brush your teeth if you got to bite somebody.
Yeah, don't bite me.
Dirty
It's so
mouth.
true, though. You see stories of police officers or crime victims or people in like a heated thing, and they'll
Yeah.
have a deadly thing in true crime, and it's from a human bite.
If it's for survival, I mean, it's not off the table for sure. But in a
Right.
normal circumstance, not so much.
Well, then I think men would be a little more cautious.
Yeah,
looks like-
right. Yeah. hmm
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to get too much into dirty holes because if you think about the mouth being as filthy as it is, and then you think about infections, I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it
Yeah.
right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like an eye infection or an ear infection.
Right. Eyes, ears, sure. You know, yeah. Lady ones. I'm dead serious though. It's pretty freaking gross.
It's officially Friday on the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man. Haven't seen y'all since last month.
Oh yeah, dang it! I got to apologize for everybody for that.
Yeah.
We ain't seen them since last month.
Yeah. Monty, you think about too, like places who do cremations. You want me to believe they don't get that gold out of there? I'm sorry. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Get pink eye.
It was
How do you get
crazy.
pink
Well, it wasn't really crazy, but there was a funeral home that did those type of services, and something happened there, and their facility ended up catching on fire. I don't know whatever
Well,
happened with that story. It kind of just happened, and then you didn't hear nothing else about it. The whole facility burnt down.
right? Huh. Cola's said, no more holes. Lauren's right about pink eye though. Yeah, but no more holes. Yeah.
Cola, you want a link?
Yeah, we're running out.
Come hang out, Cola. Cola, cola, cola.
I don't know. Knock on wood. Just kind of always avoided all those things some type of way.
Mhm.
Always zigged when I should have zigged, I guess.
You got a French fry or you pizza. Don't French
Yep.
fry when you're supposed to pizza.
Yeah, I never ordered the same at the same time,
Right.
I might get your laptop.
allegedly.
Y'all girls stay up late. Such interesting conversation. You can't leave.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then I leave and I see light outside my windows. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Burning the midnight oil, we do. Ann Garvey, who I don't know who that is. Mike from around the world. I guess it's a channel or on Paul Bakley. What was interesting? Like, what did they say? I'm curious what you're talking about because I don't know either of those folks.
He's always
Yeah, I'm not
naming
sure either.
channels never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
So many.
Yep, 11:11 here.
Dang, I missed it. It's 12:11 here.
You're in the future, sir.
That I am. It's not so bad. We get used to it eventually. Couple hours.
Mm-hmm. Chessboard is taunting me, trying so hard. Not going to work, sir. Mm-hmm.
Pick a few of them on.
Okay, so Anne says, go watch. Doesn't sound like fun to me. Mike from around the world on Paul Bakley. I don't know who Paul Bakley is.
Well, why would we want to go watch it? It's not fun.
Yeah. Al Bundy, is it rated R? Al Bundy says that there's a pirate festival in Brookings, Oregon. It must be rated R. Yeah.
Oregon. Oh, up there. They have those in Florida a lot.
One of
Man,
the
I
last
think
few times I went down to. Sorry, go ahead.
Renaissance fairs are cool too. But yeah, I want to hear your story. Carry on.
Yeah, we have there's a place not too far from here that does Renaissance fairs. I guess they done started back doing it. I don't know. I hadn't looked it up in a while, but one of the last few times I went down to Savannah and I ventured out into Tybee Island one particular night. I didn't even know they were having it, but it was just Santa Claus is everywhere, you know. Some just look like your generic Santa Claus, but some were like a theme, you know, like a pirate Santa Claus or I don't know, biker Santa Claus. But yeah, that's what they were having, some type of, I guess, Santa Claus convention. But it was like an episode of The Twilight Zone. It was just Santa Clauses everywhere, you know. If you had a phobia of Santa Clauses, you would have got the hell out of town, I promise you. But I thought it was pretty interesting just to stumble across that.
Cool. Because when my mother lived in Germany, when she would send me a Santa Claus, it looked completely different than our Santa Claus. He's
Right.
got like long robes on, and the hat, everything was different. Even seems like they were always carrying a staff of some sort.
Gotta have a good staff. That's true.
Or like a shepherd's pole. It would have a bell hanging on it. Like it would curve over and have a bell.
I don't have a bell. Probably need to get a bell.
We need to bring back the bell.
Make bells great again.
That's
Wouldn't that
back.
come from St. Nicholas on the Christmas idea? He always carried a staff to the Netherlands.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Dropping cola.
Yeah, the history of Santa is a trip. What we pictured did come out of Coca-Cola, but if you go back, way back, there's that's not the caricature that our ancestors were looking at, you know.
Nah, not Charlie old Saint Nick. I've got some different Coca-Cola memorabilia with the Santa Claus on it, or when they had the whole polar bear campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I think they brought it back, but still wasn't the same, really.
OG Coca-Cola stuff is pretty valuable. The old signs, the old coolers, like people love that nostalgia of Coca-Cola.
What's up?
Cola. Oh, cola. Shit, that's funny. Coca-Cola. It's
Yeah,
cola.
the Matrix is
girl.
real.
I thought you were saying it on purpose. I didn't realize.
No, it didn't even cross my mind until I saw you pop it. And I was like, oh shit, Coca-Cola, cola.
You know, it is funny whenever I was like, you know, when you're a kid and you're doing your sleepovers, because people really always have called me that as a nickname because my name's Nicola. So you're over there and you know, everybody drinks Coke, and a lot of times you call any drink a Coke, you know, and they're like, it happens. I moved a lot. So it was like everybody having these epiphanies, and it's the same thing over and over to me. They're all like, would you like a Coca-Cola? Oh my God. And they start laughing. Oh my God, Coca-Cola, get it. Oh my God. And it's like, not because everybody's done it
Yeah.
at least one time, but they all feel like they're discovering it. And I'm like, you know, try not to be a bitch about it, but it's just, you know, you hear it 1,000 times. It does sound funny when somebody's like, even if you say, would you like a Pepsi Cola? It still sounds funny because
Yeah.
it's still saying it. But yeah.
No, it's pop. When I was growing up, my grandfather called any soda or soda, but it was pop or soda pop.
Yep.
He didn't really call it cola or Coke, you know.
Yeah, it's soda here.
Y'all want some ice cream? Oh my God. I don't.
Now, I'll pass on that one, buddy. Yeah.
Ice
Right
cream.
answer. Which flavor of ice cream? Because you know.
No,
We're back to holes again.
we just wait and see what somebody else gets handed, you know. Just observe.
Sunday.
Do y'all ever know anybody that's made snow cream, like ice cream but out of snow?
Yes.
That's kind of cool. I mean, I was a little kid the last time I heard that, but it's a thing. People do it.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Anytime it snows, I try to, but that Snowmageddon, it didn't work. You couldn't make it. It wasn't.
Energy drink called cocaine. I don't remember that.
No.
Dang.
She don't like. She don't like.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a song. Cocaine.
What's Ann Garvey talking about? Mike from Around the World explains how Trump trying to tell people and explains how to, and the meter shows what they are. And Mike from Around the World history, unbelievable. I got confused in there somewhere. Is that a channel, Mike from the World?
Well, if you look at the previous comment, it's about chemtrails. So it's like a continuation. So she was saying about chemtrails since 1944, damage it has been done, if stuff wasn't sprayed, the heat would be dangerous. Okay, so it's to protect us.
Mhm.
Yes, Blue, you're here.
I still can't get over the good but bad news. It's like RFK is like, yeah, there's chemtrails, but bad news is it's not what you think. It's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I expected. I guess that any answer is better than no answer, right?
Yeah.
I suppose. But yeah, I was like, what the hell? It couldn't just be like, we're fixing this. Like another layer to the plot.
Right.
Acknowledge part, but we're not doing anything about it.
Hmm?
Sound familiar?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. You said acknowledge it, but we're not doing anything?
Acknowledge part of it,
Mm.
but we're not doing anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm hoping that
J6, they went to the jail, made a big photo op, didn't do anything about it.
I
The
don't know.
border,
Got
they
all those
came to the
people out.
border.
They said there's a few hundred people left, but there was like over 1,000 that have been let out from J6. Is that what you're talking about? The people that got let out after Trump got in office?
No, I'm talking about when the
No.
senators went to the DC jail.
Oh, I
We're
guess.
going to get them out of there. Then they came down to the border. We're going to stop this. And all we did was stood there doing their photo op, doing the blame game, left, nothing was done.
So how many did get out? I remember that footage, Bonnie. We might have watched it here even. And they were out there with signs ready to go, welcome
They
out.
all got out. Like,
Yeah.
I just recently was told a couple hundred of them were still in there, which
Mm-hmm.
surprised me because I thought they were all out. But they did. A great majority of them did get out. Like Snedeker went down there, remember, and he was out there interviewing them, and people were talking about, how long they were in there and just different things. Like they were reuniting outside of there with each other. I remember that happening.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, just recently, someone told me there was at least a couple hundred that were still in jail. And that did surprise me because I didn't know that.
I didn't know that there was that many. I know a couple of them, or some of them, I guess, had other pending charges.
Right. And like the worst, I think that's what it is. The worst of the worst. Like if you freaking held a knife to somebody's throat, or I don't know what all they did, but that's the only thing that makes sense to me because most of them are out. But you can't just, it depends on what their crimes were specifically.
Right. Yeah, what they're held on overall.
So people are talking about these. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I keep looking up and seeing it, and I'm like, "What the hell would you need to come way out here and do it?" Like, if we're going conspiratorial and they're spraying areas to get everybody, like, why would you come out where there's when you want to do that in the city more than you would like in you're going that trail is for me and 5 other houses. Like, it just, I don't know. I don't know if it's all. There's like chemtrails and chemtrails, and there's a difference, right? Some of them, there's some kind of lines and things that are harmless, and then some that are harmful, right? Is the idea, anyways? I mean, shit, I don't know.
The ones that naturally come from an airplane dissipate quickly. The ones that stay up there all day, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, never really thought about that. That does make sense, I suppose. Tennessee banned them, allegedly.
Yeah, they said on the local news that Tennessee, they banned them. So like every 2 weeks, there's a 3% chance that we could get a little bit of fresh air coming from Tennessee.
Tennessee and Florida.
You should tell us about your plants, man. I know you're just doing some gardening.
Yeah, I just built up the barrier. I built up the barrier. That's the only thing I can't stop, I can try to do things as naturally and organically as possible, but can't really stop what's coming from above.
Right.
Yeah, everything is doing good. So far, so good. tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, peas, greens, bunch of different types of stuff, flowers. Um, yeah,
Sunflower.
sunflowers. Yeah, I got sunflowers going. They're doing well. That's my first time trying to grow sunflowers. They're doing well. Um, got some watermelons growing. They're
Oh,
still
wow.
small right now, just the little vines. I got to transplant them.
I don't even have vines yet, but I have them growing. They haven't turned into a vine yet.
Yeah, tons of tomatoes and different types of tomatoes and peppers.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've got going is tomatoes, peppers, onions. But I don't know. We need more garden. We've got more plants than we have garden, even with the greenhouse. It's like we got to get some more garden. And then where we put our potatoes, we put them where the tomatoes were last time, and all these baby tomato plants are popping up.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
what
I'm like,
bonus?
right, but they won't fit. So I'm like telling him, I'm like, we should just get them and put them in a pot, put them in a greenhouse, save a
Yeah,
couple.
just up pot them.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I feel like they're gonna. I told him I think they're gonna be stronger and better because they're like, all the plants we plant, you're all putting the seed and you're spraying it, you're doing all the things, but those they just fell off the vine and did it all by themselves. Those got to be stronger. They're like self-sufficient, and they grew up outside in the. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but it just seems like
No,
they.
it's certain DNA. Like if you get a seed, like you want to make an heirloom seed or something, and just every year you save a plant off of there and you keep reproducing it and you keep it going. It builds. I think it builds up the DNA and the chemistry of your local environment. It's like all honey's good honey, but if you get local honey, it has the local pollens and stuff in it that your body's used to.
I'm gonna try to save at least one out of there, because if not, Billy's gonna kill them all.
Yeah, if you can, like grow an extra or have one that you just dedicate nothing that's just going to be nothing but for seed collection.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many, man. That's why he wants to kill them, because there's so many. We planted our own, crop of them.
Yeah.
And there's one already in the little raised bed in the greenhouse, and then the rest are just potted and waiting to get their own space. Because the garden that we had last year is already full with potatoes. Well, there's only one cucumber that's above the ground, and then I don't know, peppers. There aren't any peppers in there. They're not. There wasn't room. There's squash and some carrots and some radishes, and that's the whole thing. But I mean, you got to have room too. We could probably have fit more in there, but we got room to walk around it.
You can always go vertical. Get you a stake in the ground and put some of them little stackable things on it.
Yeah.
Wait, like you hearing this vertical?
You can always grow vertically. If you're running out of space, you can always grow vertically. Have your little grow tower or something.
More shit for me to build.
Yeah, exactly. More to build.
There you go.
Get you some pallets.
Because I keep planting all these flowers, and he's got to keep making flower beds too, because I mean, some of them can stay in the pots and stuff, but I really like what's going on now. There's like a little bitty 2 little small flower beds right in front of the front door, basically right in front of the porch. And I think I've never grown before moss roses or moss rose. That's how unfamiliar I am, but it's like kind of like a ground cover and little flowers and probably like some other things, that mostly that, and hopefully it'll take over the 2 little beds, and I'll put like a couple of things, like, I don't know, maybe marigold or something. I don't know. That's exciting.
You gotta experiment, see what works best for you and your area that you live in.
Well, the cool thing about I don't know, I think it's moss rose moss. It sounds backwards to me, whichever way. They both sound backwards now, but it comes back, because I done switched it up, but it comes back. So that's pretty cool. You got the little beds are all set up and established, and they'll stay there till
Call
they
it a perennial.
Yeah. So next year I'll have less work. Hopefully they'll just pop back up.
Oh yeah,
Rose moss. Thank you, Lady Smith.
there you go.
See, moss rose. Doesn't that kind of sound? Oh my God! Now Pat Evans said it the other
I
way.
think I
They're
knew a
gonna.
lady named Moss Rose. Dang, her name should have been Rose Moss.
Yeah, like both ways kind of sounds right, and both ways kind of sounds backwards, but it's kind of pretty. And I think that it will, because it's like a spreading one like that. I think it'll help keep the weeds out of the bed. Like it'll be
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, like man, it'll just take over the whole container.
Yeah, so I'm not even sure I'm going to put any more flowers in there. I'm not sure. I'm not very much of I was not a gardener freaking 5 years ago. I had no thoughts about it, interests, or knowledge about it. So I'm learning everything from scratch. But it's exciting and it's fun. I'm sad that I wasted so much of my life not learning about plants and gardening. Dang, Virginia. Sounds like pink eye. Moss rose.
Could be.
No, that's how you get it.
Paula, can I ask you a question while you're up here?
Yep.
Been thinking about it all day.
Oh,
How
Lord.
do you have hanging baskets hanging in your house? How do you not get water on the floors?
Well, they have the little piece that goes under, the little but honestly,
Oh.
most of the time I don't do it. Most of the time I don't put that there. Yeah, it does suck though. Like if like it's like
You take them out.
I do take them out to water them. Yeah, and then I let them drain and I put them back in there. But if you bump into them and it is kind of dry, dirt can crumble out, and they are right. It really sucks if it does happen. It's like right by my dishes. This is the kitchen window.
Right.
But like most 9 times out of 10, that doesn't happen. It's just like it's got to be the right. But you can totally put those little bottom pieces in there too to be 100% sure it won't.
Yeah.
If I had my way, I'd have those little hanging baskets through the whole house, and I don't. I mean, I don't get a lot of.
Yeah, I would too.
They're so pretty.
Yes. I've got ivies because I bought my mother an ivy ages ago, and
So what kind of
she
ivy?
said-
It's called what's that one?
English.
English ivy. That's what I was looking for, Virginia. Is that what it is, Monty?
I'm not sure. It's big leaves that are on it, and so I inherited that, but so I took clippings and made starts for all the kids, and so they all got part of it. But it's going crazy.
Are you sure it's
And
ivy, or is there any chance it's pothos? Because that's like one of my favorites, and it's real easy to propagate and kind of big leaves in it, like vines.
Yeah, philodendron. I have them all over my house. They're wonderful.
I don't know.
They're
But-
addicting.
But I,
You can just
They
keep
are.
multiplying them by cutting about 3 or 4 inches, put in some water. There's
Yep.
another plant.
yes.
Yeah. And the ivy will do the same thing. Ivy almost grows kind of like a weed. Like it'll go.
Well, that's why I asked if it
Yeah.
was English ivy. I'm afraid of it. They say it's so invasive. In some places, you're not even supposed to grow it. And I'm like, crap, I've got some seeds for it. And I'm like, not growing it
Yeah.
out of fear. I'm not supposed to, or it's too invasive or something.
Well,
It's like
keep
if
it in
you
a
put
pot.
basket- No, that's
Let's
kind of what
see.
I was
You
thinking.
want to see something cool?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know.
Just word.
At the store, they got 2 different kinds of ivy,
Can you make
and
it?
I'm gonna grab those too. Yes, I'm working on it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
So
is that the sunflowers? What is
Yes,
that?
I've done that too. I'm such a
there's different kinds of sunflowers.
Oh yeah. These are all dwarf varieties, but like this one right here, that's like the teddy bear variety. It'll get into like one big old giant fluff ball.
Look at all the layers.
You got one like that.
Pretty.
They're so pretty.
It's like velvet. That's all you
And
get.
that's it.
That's all you
Okay,
You got
fine.
to show us more of your garden. Yeah, I mean, maybe not right this
Yeah,
second.
you're
but,
already out there.
That was
That's
all AI
true.
generated.
Mhm.
So y'all see what chessboard said?
Yes, the block in the that's not good.
Okay, block it out with what? Because going back to the chemtrail thing, contrails are condensation trails. They're just water vapor or normal vapor. chemtrails are assumed to be specifically laid out there, and we've seen this idea of seeding the clouds, or maybe putting a barrier to global warming. And so who said it a minute ago? Chessboard. Yeah. So blocking out the sun, how? With some kind of a aerosol, or what? I mean, it's the sun. You know what I mean?
Man, I have to start growing moonflowers, I guess. Sunflowers ain't gonna do no good.
I want some flowers. I haven't grown them. I've just learned about them, I guess, this year. Ever since I started talking about morning glories, everybody's like, get moonflowers, and I didn't. I'm
Right.
gonna get
And that's where getting into hydroponics, I think, is the way to go, because that's something you can do in your house with grow lights. Just
Mhm.
I don't know. It just and even if they're in your house, whatever they're spraying isn't getting to them as bad as it would outside.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're
I
just
can
doing
s-
something like sprouts or greens, or herbs.
Yes.
I'm trying Brussels sprouts again. I've never been able to successfully grow them, but I'm in the greenhouse with it, so hopefully
I've never grown them.
I've only got one plant, but it looks really good right now, and I'm just crossing my fingers that I'll maybe this time.
All right.
I saw the coolest video about a year or two ago, and it was like I don't know. I guess I don't really think about the way things grow and come in certain instances, but it's like the way they just took all the stalks and they cut it all down, and then all the little Brussels were right there on the stalk and the inside. It was really
Mhm.
cool. It's like that would be so satisfying to sit there and reap your own crop that way. But I'm not. Maybe
It is.
yeah.
That's the thing about it is I don't know if it's pride, but it's like starting a plant and then watching it grow, watching it produce, harvesting it. It's just,
Mhm.
it's a good feeling. It's something
And then
positive.
Rewarding.
Yes, rewarding.
I'm still so afraid to get those baby spiderets off of the plant. I'm so afraid. And I don't know why. I'm sure they'll do fine, but everything I look at always says wait till it gets roots. You'll be able to see the roots developing. Well, I just don't see any. And it's big, and it's been growing for a while. But I think eventually I'm just going to snip one off, try to put it in water, and hope roots grow. It's supposed to be really easy. So I'm just
Mhm.
so apprehensive because I just love it. I'll have 20 plants easily if I can do them all the way. Because like 3 or 4 different ones are doing it all at the same time. And each one, like the one in the kitchen has like, I swear to you, 15 maybe little bitty spider plants coming off of stems. It's so cool looking.
Is something like that always an indoor plant?
I have always had my spiders indoors. They don't
Yeah.
like a lot of direct sunlight. They like indirect sunlight. And I wish they did, though. I'd like to put them outside.
They fry up pretty easy. I've got spider plants like cola, those little parts you're talking about. Just put them in some water and they'll start to root. Like
You got to snip them first
before
off the
then-
vine, right? And then you just like pop the bottom part kind of in there.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I just don't
the
know why
top-
everybody's on the videos and things. You can see the roots, and I look so hard, and I'm like the most developed one. That's big. I mean, it's the size of it takes up my hand almost, and
Right.
it's huge for a baby spider. But I don't see any roots, and I'm like, why don't I freaking see them?
How long has it been in there?
How long do you think? At least a month, maybe 2 even.
Oh,
Hanging
shit.
off there, and like 2. I'm sure that it would be fine. I'm just kind of. I keep waiting to see. Well, maybe they'll just show up. Maybe maybe it is too soon. But
Well,
see.
the foliage is still alive, right?
Oh yeah, they look great. Here,
Yeah. So
They're
good.
beautiful.
I mean, it's
I love
Yeah.
the spider plant. That's my grandmother always had one, and I haven't had any luck with them yet, but I kept putting them outside like she did.
Oh, I don't
And
know how she pulled that off.
she had it on the north side of her home,
Let's say
so it
indirect.
was, yes, and where mine was hanging on the west side. and that everything on the west side gets too hot.
That's the
That's-
hottest part of the day when the sun's setting to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's why
Well, maybe
once
not
I
the
move
hottest,
out
but
there, I already know exactly where my garden's gonna go. And it's set up different. It's like all the windows are facing north and south, not east and west like here. And
Blue
it'll be
butterfly
better.
on her hanging in a porch. I guess she's talking about spider plants.
Welcome back, Bob.
I'll be right back.
The time of day with the light also, certain plants do better with an eastern window or a western window or a northern window. It's kind of specific to the plant, but if your leaves and stuff, they're rocking, you know, like it hasn't wilted down and started to die, even though you don't see roots yet, like the little nubbin at the end of the spider plant part you're talking about, I'm pretty sure that is kind of like the I guess you could say root, but that is kind of like where it's getting its life and water from. I'll have to send you some pictures because if I have any more, because I actually transplanted them. Once they did root, I put them in dirt, but I kept them in water for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I would do too. As soon as you see roots, you know they're going to live, you know, but you just don't know. I don't know. I totally saved this little bitty one that I accidentally broke off of there. So I don't know why I'm such a weenie, man. It's still alive right now. And it basically has 2 or 3 leaves alive and all the outside ones, because they got, you know, you're not supposed to get the leaves in the water because it'll disintegrate them slowly.
Yeah.
And this thing was so tiny. I'm like barely just, but anyways, it's doing great now. So as healthy and mature as this other one is, it's silly. Like I said, I'll be so sad. I want to get it down. I want to do it right. And then I'll probably will try to figure out how much it might cost to ship a little baby spider plant or something, because I'm sure some people might want them, and I'm going to have an overabundance. Although I'm going to want to keep them all, but I might say if I get 20 or 30, I might talk about getting rid of 2 or 3. I'm serious. Like, I really enjoy it. They're easy to take care of. They're pretty. I like the fact that they reproduce like that. I guess at a certain point I will have to give a lot more away, because it's a lot of work
They
too.
do
But
reproduce pretty quickly. So even if you experiment 1 or 2 and it doesn't work out, they go pretty quick. They give you more to work with, just like the philodendrons you're talking about, the like heart-shaped leaf green plant that you can put in water. Like those do the same thing. Anywhere there's that little nub on the stem, and I see you, Al. Yes, I said nubbins again, but that's where your root's going to start to like pop through on the vine. And it'll work. It'll work. It perpetually makes more.
Stalling. And you only have so much window space too. You're supposed to wait. Some people say a month. Some people say 2 weeks. I would just go by the roots. You can tell when they get good in line. Once you see roots, though, you know it's going to live. Like everything I ever propagate, once you see some roots, long as you kind of keep the water pretty good or just top it off, even is what I usually do. Sometimes I, pour it out and fill it back up if it looks really dirty. But for the most part, I usually just top it off and leave it, and it works great.
Yeah, girl, let it ride.
It's exciting, man. They say some people go the extra mile, leave it on the plant, and then either tuck it in some dirt or put it in water while it's still on the vine like that. And then they snip it once the roots develop. I'm like, now that is, talk about backup plan to the backup plan, That's pretty cool. But sounds like
I've seen that method too.
That's a pothos for sure. Awesome.
Yeah, the pothos and the pot, that's the philodendron I'm talking about. Pothos, it's the same. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Those are the shit, dude.
I love them. They're like, those and spider plants are my favorites, like as far as taking care of so well. I've got spider babies for sale and Christmas cactuses for sale.
Christmas cactus. That's really pretty. It only blooms like around December. It's beautiful.
I was muted.
Yep.
So did I hear
You
Lola say that she's a um what do you call it? Stingy with giving her plants.
I'm a plant hoarder.
There you go, plant hoarder.
Yeah, but I will totally give them away. If somebody actually wanted one, that would be all it would take. There's so many of them, but yeah, before I had these babies, I probably had maybe, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, 8, 9 spider plants, and I wouldn't have come off of one of them. Like I liked them all. I got, but now that they're all well, there's only like 2 that aren't putting off babies. So yeah, it's going to be a lot. What's up, Hawk?
Talk. What you doing a prayer-a-thon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love plants. And I have, oh my gosh, I have so many now. I don't know why I went crazy this year. Yes, I do. But now I'm trying to set them up where they look. All the businesses around here, they have little setups with the little antique pedal cars or wheelbarrows or they just plant in whatever they can find. And it looks so cool. It's just like all the colors mixed with the plant colors. And
yeah, I definitely.
one of the restaurants has a metal wall, and they have plants hanging all over that wall. It just looks so cool.
I bought this. I've got this red plant. I don't even know the name of it. It is very pretty, and it propagates really well because now I have 3 of them. I used to only have 1, maybe 4. And I don't know what it is, but I do love it. It's like red, purple, kind of like maroon. I have no idea. I really don't. When I very first started doing the houseplant thing, I would buy plants that would be like a variety pack. A lot of them would be tropical. So like 5 or 6 plants, in a little pack, and you just got what you got. And that's how I ended up with this one. Let me see. I'm trying not to be on here, but to let my plant be on here. I'm like kind of this one's kind of growing towards the light, but it's like kind of viney too, and I don't even know what it's called, but there's definitely really easy to propagate too. Like I said, they're multiplying as well. And here I am now. I have something. Does it flower? Wandering Jew. I do know. I have seen one. Is that what this is? Huh. It might be. But I've never seen it flower before. And I have seen the Wandering Jew also. And I didn't think this was it, but it could be a different variety of it or something. But yeah, I end up liking it a lot more than that. It was just an extra plant, and now 3 years later, I got about 3 or 4 of them, and I really like them. On and on
Keep
and on.
adding to them.
I know I need to quit, but I'm hoping I can keep a lot of them in the into the greenhouse in like every month except like 1 or 2. Monday flower, small pink flower.
Is it a big greenhouse?
Was it 8 by 12 or something like this?
10 by 20.
10 by 20. Okay, I was way off.
You have a thermometer in there?
We don't right now, but I do think we're going to get one that we can see the temperature on the inside of the house and stuff.
Yeah.
But like a lot of the tropical plants can't go into the greenhouse because it's too much direct sunlight. Like a lot of them can't do a hot sun right on top of them for a long period. So
Yeah.
sucks. I want to put them out there. I put a couple of them under the bench, sort of. So there's like a kind of a table / bench, and they're on top, so it kind of blocks some of the light. And that's where I put some of the tropical ones, but I'm too afraid to put them all out there.
Yeah, I wish I could get the landscaping done that I want, but my yard's all leaves because my front yard is just solid oak trees. Like there's a little section of it that doesn't have any oak trees out front. Hey, Hop.
What's up?
Hello, Mike. How are you?
I wish I was close enough to help Bonnie. I wouldn't mind. That's like I feel like we could have flower parties and help each other do our
Oh
garden.
yeah, she have a
Have a-
haberdashery in no time.
Would have an outside sanctuary for sure.
I'm trying to work towards that too, Aunt Garvey. I'm trying to pick flowers that'll come back and put them in the bed so that I'll just have to water and wait for some of them, I hope.
Hey, Tupla. Are you having audio trouble, Spock? I think he's working on it. Vegetables and flowers. So, do you grow any dandelions or anything like that, Koa? Mullen?
The dandelions come on their own, huh? What I want to, I keep hearing this. I don't know what I started about it, but the damn honeysuckle, I want to grow that so bad. I
Yes.
really, just because it's going to bring, I want to show DJ and I'm going to do it.
Do it.
I got so much other stuff going, you know. I wish I already had the seeds. I'd be putting them down, but that and moonflowers are on the list, man. It might be like I might do it in the fall or something. I don't know. Like the greenhouse, like you put stuff in there and it'll work.
Yeah.
I hope anyway. We're gonna find out. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, you won't have as much direct sun, but you'll still be warm enough to do things.
Oh, man.
Is that where you're putting the Brussels sprouts in the greenhouse?
I think so. It's because I've never been able to grow it not in the greenhouse. So I thought, well, shit, you know.
Because I've been looking into, I want to do Brussels sprouts and cabbage and stuff, but it says to wait till like August.
Oh, crap.
It's a fall garden.
I don't know how it's doing so well because mine's like bigger than a baby, you know. I might try again too, Bonnie, and later on. I wanted to do broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, those things too, and I was thinking maybe I could do those in the fall.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What zone is yours? Like
I'm not
mine's
sure.
8B.
No,
I think we're 7 something.
maybe 7.
I think I fixed it.
Yep.
Oh,
You got
There he is.
Yeah, yeah. I forgot I was on stereo mix because I was doing multiple things at the same time, like an idiot, like normal. How's everybody doing?
Oh well.
in there.
Yeah. Yes, I'm doing a pray-a-thon on Saturday at noon until Sunday at noon. And I am on this laptop, so I don't have access to all the old emails and everything that I had on the old computer, which is still buried in the building. So I figured I would come up here and invite you, Bonnie, if you want to join us on Saturday or Sunday. Same thing with yourself, Cola, for readings and everything else. So, but yeah, I think it's we need a little kick in the butt, you know.
Much needed, I think.
I definitely miss the prayer
And
song.
thank you.
So many things going on. It's like we get so wrapped up in the world that we forget who to talk to. You know. Just saying.
True. And well, we were talking about that with the energies and letting things get too heavy that are going on around the world, and that we've got to keep that energy going. And we know that the spiritual is, he's given us the ways to recharge.
Yep. We need to. And that's the thing is, but you know, it's this, we get so wrapped up in the world that again, we forget who to talk to, you know. And this is the funny thing, you know, I talk with people who say that, you know, as soon as they wake up in the morning, they just start praying automatically, you know. So, wow, Lord, thank you for letting me wake up and start this day. You know, give me the whatever for the daytime and everything else. You know, guide my thoughts, my actions, and they have great days. They have great days continuously, consecutively. You know, but when we leave Him out of our waking up every day, our day goes slow. It's mundane. It's not like morning coffee, you know.
Yeah.
I'd rather have morning coffee with Him than morning coffee by myself, because trust me, I'm not that great a company in the morning. Okay, you know, it's just a fact. You know, even the dogs avoid me during coffee. You know.
That's how you know it's real, because the further you get away from the source, the more diluted and stuff like that comes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and it's and the thing is you know, it's so easy to turn that on, you know, turn on life, you know, because you start your day at a high vibration, you're going to continue that vibration throughout the day, you know. And I really do think that vibration has got something to do with all of this that's going on.
Most definitely.
It almost feels like the world is trying to tune itself, you know, like tuning a guitar kind of thing, you know. It feels like the world is trying to tune itself, you know, and at the same time, I feel like we are running on more than one timeline, you know. And that's one of the things that we're going to talk a lot about during the Prayathon is, you know, it's we're in this position right now in this time. You know, if we look at Revelations, there are certain things that are coming to pass that were in Revelations, but the fact of the matter is that there is more aligning with the Book of Enoch than there is with Revelations. You know, and I'm talking a very large percentage, you know. So we got, you know, 20% of Revelations, but we've got 80 to almost 90% of the Book of Enoch.
I just started reading the book. I just reread the Book of Enoch, and I got the Apocrypha. So I have a lot of the extra books because I just got into that. Like, I mean, I didn't know as much about Enoch and the other books as the regular Bible before just a little bit ago. It does fit right in between Genesis, huh? Yeah, that's the one I don't have. I don't have the Ethiopian Bible, but I think they're similar though.
So, yeah, if you come on to read, I will send you the PDFs, and you can have it on your computer.
What's up, Tony?
All 897 books can be on your computer.
Sheesh. Yeah, like I said, I do have a couple different copies. That's the one I don't. And then there's a Geneva one too. I have no idea about them, but I don't have that one either, though.
The Geneva was the Ethiopian is the oldest, consistent, non-alterated version of the Bible. The Geneva was before the time of King James. and then King James came in, and so the Ethiopian is based off of straight from the Hebrew language to what was the Ethiopian language, whereas the King James version and the Geneva went to Greece first, and then from Greece went to Latin, and then from Latin to English. So in those translations, certain things were just didn't coincide, and you'll notice that in the Apocrypha that certain words, as we understand them, have a totally different definition in the Apocrypha and in the Ethiopian Bible in comparison to the definition of what we think it is. You know,
Can I ask you a quick question, just out of curiosity? The extra, so there's Enoch 1, 2, and 3, and a lot of people only believe
Right.
Enoch 1. Really? What do you
Right.
feel about the other ones that aren't the first one? Do you still consider them valid, the second and the third, and apparently fourth and fifth? Or do you
Well,
only
it's each of them introduces a different a different outlook on particular situations, and I believe that they each of them individually have something to teach you, you know, to teach me, you know, and that we're not harming ourselves by learning of these, you know. You know, the fact that did you know that there was a gospel according to Judas?
Oh, I knew that. I just read Mary Magdalene. There's so many things I
Okay.
didn't know.
Yeah.
So there's a book of Judas, you know, leading up to the betrayal, you know. There is the book of Mary, and his brother, his, you know, so we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right?
Mhm.
Okay, we have those four, but there, and then we have a book of James, and then there's James 2. Okay, what a lot of people didn't know was that they were two different Jameses. Okay, so like if you're watching The Chosen,
Yeah.
you got James and little James, you know. You know, so it differentiated between the two of them. One of them was a musical orator, while the other was a fisherman. You know, so you have these two different personalities that in the writings, and you have your first James and second James, and it's like you're looking at it, and it's like, why doesn't this seem to fit? You know, well, it's because there's two different Jameses. You know, and then there's also James, Christ's brother, that was born. It was born obviously afterwards. You know, but you know, so looking at these things, we begin to get an understanding of why they wanted them hidden from us, why they didn't want you reading them, why they didn't want your mind opened up to these different situations and different outcomes. And I'll tell you, it's absolutely worth it.
Could you-
Absolutely worth taking the
So
time.
in other words, they were controlling the narrative.
Yeah.
Well,
Could
yeah,
you-
because our Bible, you know, the Scofield Bible has 66 books in it, and that's it. King James Version has 66 books.
Right.
Okay. The Geneva Bible has 87.
So
Okay.
what is it about Enoch that you think has happened more so than Revelation? Like, what, you have any, like, I don't think you said what in Enoch is happening now.
Well, there's quite a few things. It partially this restoration that's going on, and we're seeing that. we're seeing a time of peace come into play. That I believe is going to be the 1,000 years of peace. You know, and that's, you know, Enoch talks about that, you know, the long period, and then after that 1,000 years of peace, then the gates are open, and that's when Christ returns. I don't think that the gates have been opened yet. Now, however, a lot of people think that they have been opened since the Pope, you know, broke the seal on St. Peter's Basilica there, and you know, opened the 7 portals. You know, but there's
Eve or something.
What's that?
Was it New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, or something like that?
Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. You know, they
It's a
believe
several day process.
Yeah. What's that?
There were several opened over the course of like a week. It wasn't just one.
Well, there were 7.
One time.
Yeah, no, there were seven doors were opened. Right. The one that they showed everybody was the entry to the basilica with the pounding of the hammer and the door falling. It's basically the way it originally was done. That it was the Pope would go bang on the door, and instead of the doors opening, the doors would fall down, and then the people would go in, and they would walk over the doors into the church, like they broke into the church. They broke into worship. Kind of mentality was what it was, but it's been perverted throughout the years, and with the opening of that door, and then with the 7 portals, we don't know what the portals do. We do know that there's a resonator below the Vatican in one of the key vaults, but we don't know exactly what it does. And it's not actually a key, but it's an archway that is in a room, and it's believed to be a gateway to so much more. You know, no, that wasn't the real Pope. Already passed away. The real Pope already passed away. It was he was already gone. I believe he was, anyways.
I'm wondering also what Cynthia is saying. I don't believe that was even the real Pope. Now, are we talking a stand-in after, or are we talking a usurper? Because remember, he got there by kicking out, I think it was Benedict.
Yeah, Pope Benedict. Yeah.
Right. So what was that about? It was kind of a usurpation of the seat. And
what's funny about that is that, you know, Benedict got kicked out for partially because of his association with the Nazi Party, right?
Okay.
But it turns
ironic.
out
that is ferociously ironic.
That this Pope has even more ties to the Nazi Party.
Oh yes, Mama knows. That
Did
shit
you
is
see
wild.
a guy that's like said he was the Antichrist or something like this? Do you have that one?
The Mahdi.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. I feel like somebody's trying to move Dune into real life here on Earth or something. The Mahdi. It's you know, this is the thing there is, you know, it says in Revelations that there's going to be, you know, attempt to be a one world religion, but this is the thing. Guns stop a one world religion, because Christians ain't going to give up their guns, and if Muslims come up there with swords to cut off their heads, then they're going to shoot them.
Or something.
You know, too many guns. It's for that to happen.
Okay, but are Muslims anti-gun?
It's
You know what I'm saying? So fire with fire is happening a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can kill an idea with bullets.
Right. Yeah, agreed. It's never worked. Every single war has been ideological or either about God or a woman, and
Yeah.
you never kill that idea.
I think the only way to kill an idea is to have a better idea. That's just my
That,
opinion.
yep, yep. That's I believe those were the words of what was his name? There was Ben Hur, and then there was the kid who grew up with Ben Hur, and then went off and became a Roman centurion, and came back to Jerusalem, and that's when Ben Hur wouldn't rat out all the zealots in the city, so they sentenced him to life in a frigate, and he ended up coming back as the adopted son of a Roman senator, and fuck some shit up. But Christ gave him water on his way to the ship, and then in turn, Ben Hur gave him water as Christ was carrying the cross to Golgotha.
I mean, if we actually have to go through Armageddon, I think we deserve more than 1,000 years of peace.
It's the minds of men. That's and
That's
this
why I say you can't kill an idea with bullets. It starts with the mind.
Yeah, it's the minds of men, and it's, I should say, the minds of mankind. Okay, because women are included in this too. Okay,
Right.
We can do more to destroy ourselves than anybody else can do to us.
Hmm.
We can in our own personal lives, we can do more to destroy our lives, our personal lives, than our neighbors can, than our community can, than people we know can. And that's just a fact, and the thing is that when ego jumps into the mix, and then bad ideas get jumped into the mix, then people end up hurt and everything else that don't need to be.
And bad intent.
Yeah.
Yep.
It comes down, a lot of it has, like I said, it comes down to the mind. I mean, being programmed, or lack of better words, it's like, you got to wonder who's doing the programming and who's programming the programmers.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Wingna.
Yeah, good to see you, Bonnie.
You sound way better.
I got a different set of headset. I've got a different headset on, so I'm trying it out really. And I got
pretty crisp.
I got a
and
different.
clear.
Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you.
I love that.
I got a. This is also it's a regular wired headset, but this new phone. I got a new phone too. That's another thing too. I got a different phone, but it doesn't have like a headphone jack. So I have to. I've got this new. It's a splitter. It's a splitter that you can plug into the regular USB jack, whatever the phone, and it splits it off into one is a charging port and one is a headphone jack, which is pretty cool, And I got another headset and all that stuff. I don't really, I can hear you guys really good, but I can't hear my own voice. It's just, so it's kind of odd, yeah. But I'm glad it sounds good. Thank you. I love having clear audio.
Yeah, I remember that Navy vet. I actually remember that live. I remember that live. That's when I was a Saturday Night Live fan. I remember that episode.
back then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sinead O'Connor was a freaking rebel. She was a badass dude. She did not bow or beg to anybody. And R.I.P. Sinead, for real.
She
And same
sounded
with
crazy at the
Dolores O'Riordan.
She said
Yeah,
stuff
she
about
did.
the Pope, and you're like, what's wrong with this lady? And then years go by, and you go, wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah. She
Yeah.
came out talking about sexual abuse and overreach in the soul, the window to the soul, you know, and they lambasted her. Sick people.
The only thing I didn't like about Sinead O'Connor is their bald head.
Sure.
But at the
But
same
her
time, isn't
message
it funny?
is-
Like, that was that. Then you see Britney Spears kind of lose it and shaves her hair
I
off.
know that I don't
Seems
like it
a
either.
thing people do when they're like losing their shit, right? It's like, well, I'll just shave my hair off. Like it kind of does. Like there's other instances. I can't think off the top of my head. I know Britney did.
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about people shaving their heads, the liberals did that in November when they lost. Remember all of them getting on there shaving their heads?
Yes, that whole group, they had like bracelets too, and they were like, we're not going to be attractive. We're going to shave our heads so you don't want to fuck us. And it's like, nobody wanted to anyway, but word. Now we can see your it's so weird. Yeah, made no sense.
Yeah, it seems yeah, you guys remember the movie? It's a mad world.
Mad.
Yep.
Doesn't that seem like that's what we're living right now?
I can name off a couple of the movies.
Yes.
Like Final Destination or something. You talking about the different timelines. That's the kind of stuff. Or Matrix or something like that.
Yeah. The Matrix, that's a good one. Like it is kind of like that, and like a combo of the Matrix and what's the one with Welcome to Costco? I love you. Idiocracy. Yeah, it's like Matrix with Idiocracy.
When do we start using the 3 shells, Navy vets?
You know, you could do comparisons of the Bible to the Matrix. You know, and Lawrence Fishburne did an interview with Terrence
Howard.
Terrence Howard. Yeah. The two of them had a talk, and Terrence said, you know, that was a good way to redo the Bible. And Lawrence looked at him like, Lawrence, right? Lawrence Fishburne. That was.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Okay. All right. He said to him, how did you know? And then he started talking about all the comparisons of Neo and Christ, the sacrifice that Neo makes in the end, you know, and it talks about, you know, the one, you know, the one group that was trying to control everybody, the Sanhedrin, right? And all that, and it was they just named off comparison after comparison after comparison to biblical scripture, and they were quoting the scriptures at the same time, you know, and
right,
you know, and it's if I ever met Keanu Reeves, I would ask him, you know, how did it feel to play Jesus, just to see what his reaction would be as to whether that was the perception of the character that he was playing, you know, only in a computer generated world instead, you know.
right.
I'd be interested to ask that question. I think that could be a very interesting conversation. Yeah. Not that I ever have a snowball's chance in hell of meeting Keanu Reeves, but just saying, if I did.
He
Well,
still
you gotta
rides the
know
subway.
they know. Sorry, Wingnut, what was that?
I was just saying that he still rides the subway.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like real
Oh.
down to earth and has like a normal his age wife who doesn't look Hollywood and all this because he's like such a good person, supposedly. Like he's
Yeah.
not Hollywood. Like, I think that is probably true.
There's a few. There's few.
A
You know.
handful.
Yeah. But the largest majority of them sold themselves.
Yeah.
They did.
I really liked that last Matrix movie. A lot of people didn't like it, but I liked it. I thought it was still pretty good. What was it, Reloaded, or I can't even remember, but it wasn't that long ago. I watched it and I thought it was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically the resurrection of Christ.
Have you guys seen that anime Matrix movie? It's called Animatrix.
Yes.
So
a
like a
good one, too.
cartoon?
But yeah, I've got to jump off of here because I've got to get to bed. I've got to be up in about 4.5 hours. I got guys coming out to work with me tomorrow. So I'm going to wish you all a good night. Thanks for having me. And again, you're all invited. And if you want to join the panel, just let me know and I'll get you the link. And so you can join us. 24 hours is a long period of time. Try to do it by yourself. So
Thank you, Hawk.
Good morning,
I'll
Hawk.
message you my email.
Good night.
all right. Okay. Thank you. All right. You guys
Good
have a good
night.
night.
You too.
You too. It's good to see
See
you.
everybody in chat. See you guys.
Trying to
the
log
Matrix.
into Facebook to show y'all this video. Keep talking.
Oh, okay.
Jumped down too.
The Matrix. Oh, you're leaving too? Dang it. You're
I'll be in
leaving
chat.
Wingnut and Blackwatch and Wildlife. We need girl power.
Man.
Right?
Thank you.
Can't help you there, Virginia.
No, it's cool.
I can identify as a girl if that helps you.
Oh Lord.
No, it does not. It does not. I don't believe in those illusions.
I'm gonna be in chat either way though. I'm actually I don't know. I think I partied too hard last night. I don't know. I feel tired. If I fell asleep, it would be freaking awesome, but it's doubtful. I'm gonna dream about whatever y'all are talking about. I'm trying to talk about holes, Virginia.
Ooh, girl. All right,
Should
y'all.
have said that. Should not have said that.
2 minutes.
Good night.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
like
Cola kept us all up all night.
yeah, she did. She kept us up till the cocks were crowing. But like, I see a lot of movies kind of use the same theme. I could see The Matrix being sort of biblical. Like there are some kids movies, I swear you watch them, it's like, this is basically Genesis through whatever. For example, I've said this before, but the Lego movie, it's the Bible. Even WALL-E with Eva and the little robot dude, and then the people who made their choices and ended up in the fat seats under the Matrix. WALL-E is another one. Like, I think movies do, the archetypes can mirror the Bible quite a bit.
You know what I really hate, Virginia, when it comes down to movies, it's like, it's very rare you see anything original. Everything's like a carbon copy or a remake of another. It frustrates me because I get so tired of it. I mean, I can, there's probably a dozen movies that all have basically the same theme and same type of characters, and
Yes.
it just drives me nuts. And they pass them off like a new movie. It's like, I mean, it's hard to find anything original. Um, that's why I tend to gravitate to those so-called occult movies or B movies and stuff. They
But
have a
there's
little bit more
nothing new under
imagination.
the sun. So even if we're watching a B movie, it's a snapshot of something you could probably tie to a biblical theme. It like there's
Yeah.
no new storyline out there.
That drives me nuts too, and I love originality. That old
Mhm.
saying, it's like, imitation is always the greatest form of flattery. I think that is
Right.
crap. Be original. Do something different. You know what I mean?
Maybe that's why Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz and some of those surreal things are kind of something like Requiem for a Dream or the movie Pi or the one with memory. Oh shit. Somebody in chat will know I know it. Or maybe Watt would know it. I don't know. I think it's Christopher Nolan, I think. Whereas memories are going Memento. Memento. Boom.
Mhm.
That's the one. Yeah. Stuff like that is original. It's very mind bending.
Have you ever seen that movie, Her?
Yes. Yes, sir. With Joaquin Phoenix and he falls in love with the Alexa, basically.
Yeah, the chatbot. I mean, it's
Mhm.
pretty interesting because before, when that came out, there was no like Chat GPT or any of that stuff. And then you watch that movie again now, like, with what is available now, and
Yeah.
it's just even more creepy in a way.
It is.
It's like,
It
you get
is
into this
predictive programming for
technocracy.
sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
as you get into this technocracy, and all that stuff. It's like, um, it's almost like, and eventually it'd be like two classes of people. You got the ones that are all like, cyborg, type of people that are enhanced because, they're selling it. It's like, if you don't get all this stuff, you won't be able to compete, with the AI and all that stuff. And then you'll have the other side that aren't. And,
Mhm.
and I mean, hell, there's already been people. There's been a guy, I know one person in particular that, that married a robot, and then, it's getting so difficult to recognize. I mean, because honestly, man, I have a feeling that, you get on some of these, comment sections, or even, I don't really wander around Facebook, but, you get on some of those things. It's like, are you really talking to a real person, or is that an AI bot that's posing as a
Yeah.
person? And it's just, you know, it drives me nuts because, I mean, it's like, you talk about this biblical thing, the one world religion and stuff. I mean, there's even a culture right now that, I mean, hell, there was a preacher AI bot, they had to
Yeah.
shut down. They had to shut down because it was starting to take like confessions, and
Mhm.
it was like you giving them like, well, if you baptize your children in Mountain Dew,
Dude.
you know,
Yeah.
it's pretty crazy, and
Bonnie,
then
did you
I
find
see these,
your
you see these commercials on the thing. It's like, if you don't have time for Jesus, read Jesus's word, you can have Jesus's word read to you.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
it's like you
It's
could have
been written
AI
to
read
us
the Bible
from
to you.
the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, um, and this has been in the works for decades, man.
Millennia,
Um,
sir.
well, yeah, I mean, the technology to get it to this point has definitely been happening since at least the 70s, anyway. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah,
Bonnie,
and
did you find the picture you were looking for, or
This is a video, and it's not loading on the computer. So I'm gonna play
okay.
it from my phone and see if y'all can hear it, and tell me
Okay.
what y'all think about this. pretty interesting. And tell me if the sound is bad.
Okay.
Well, if there's sound.
No idea how much you've been lied to. Especially
Not yet.
Christians. You remember hearing about all the persecution of Christians? Well, you guys have no idea what they actually did to the religion. Completely taken over by the Jewish elite and the Gentiles. I know I might sound like a crazy person, and you're probably wondering what I mean by that.
Can y'all hear it okay? It's
Yeah.
too loud? Is it too loud?
No.
Okay.
No, it sounds good.
The Old Testament is written in Hebrew, the language of the Jewish elite. And you see, the New Testament was written in Greek, the language of the Gentiles, when that is not the actual language of the forefathers of the Bible. Jesus was never Jewish. He lived in Galilee. He was Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Nazarenes are not a sect of Judaism. There is no record of them all throughout ancient history being connected to Judaism. The Nazarenes were a different religion than Judaism that followed the teachings all the way back to Adam. Judaism claims Moses is the first prophet to write down their writings. The first scribe of Christianity was Enoch, seventh from Adam. He wrote a book called the Book of Enoch, which is the first book of the Bible that has been suppressed by the Jewish elite in Greco-Roman Christianity, i.e. the Vatican. I fear that this is actually one of the biggest conspiracies in all of human history. So Enoch, the first scribe, is Noah's great-grandpa. Noah kept Enoch's teachings and brought them on the ark. Noah's sons were all taught these teachings. The sons of Shem all followed these teachings in the start. Some, like what became of the Assyrians, changed the meanings of Enoch and started worshiping the devil or the fallen angels. Other people, like some of the people on Jay's fifth line, turned it into a religion, becoming Zoroastrianism. But some groups, like the Arameans, kept the true meaning of the scriptures. The Arameans created the language Aramaic, which was spoken by Abraham and the Assyrians. All the sons of Shem spoke Aramaic. Aramaic is also the language of Jesus Christ from Nazareth. So we're talking to Old Testament times to New Testament times. The language was Aramaic. And these scholars and high priests can lie and manipulate all they want. But the truth is the truth. Aramaic is the original language of Christianity and God. The prophecies of the Son of Man, the teachings of Jesus Christ, go all the way back to the beginning. Way before Rabbinic Judaism was ever thought of. Way before the Vatican ever named a pope. So we need to go back, look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and all these ancient Aramaic texts and figure out what they are lying about.
Well, wasn't Jesus' mother Jewish?
Okay.
Oh, I'll
So-
send it to you.
Yeah. Like, so Nazareth was specifically brought up at, like, the commentator said Jesus was not Jewish, he was from Nazareth. Now, what where would that have been at that time, and what if it wasn't Jewish, what was it? Legit question, like, because I think that's an interesting point. I think that Jesus, in a sense, has been appropriated. You know, exactly where he went or was from. So when they say Nazareth, I'm looking in the chat if anyone knows.
I
Yeah.
think it is
What does
interesting
that
that like
mean?
like
So-
20 years was like actually missing too. It's like all his teenage years was all missing.
Yeah, from the age of 12 or so until he was
Yeah.
almost 30, right?
Yeah, something like 20 years.
And they say he went to Egypt. Some think he might have gone to Asia as well and influenced Buddhist ideas. And some say he might have gone to Egypt and influenced those ideas. I don't know, but when a person said He wasn't Jewish. He was from Nazareth. Okay, so what does that mean?
Nazarene. Is
Like
that what he called it?
the geographic location of Nazarene? Is that what you're trying to?
Yeah, that the geographic location as well as their mainline philosophy, right? Because if for Jewish, I think of Israel myself. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think of. So we're going to look at Nazareth. What was their major religion, I guess, or
But it makes sense because, in a way, because okay, so we have thought all this time that his own kind, the Jews, are the ones that killed him, the priests, and what they studied, the Torah. I know I'm saying it wrong.
The Torah.
And yes, Torah. And he was against that, from what I understand. He would go in there and contradict what they were preaching and try to show them another way. And they were not for that. They were like, who do you think you are? They didn't see him as the Messiah. So,
right.
Was he actually one of them?
Okay, so the Torah is Jewish, as far as I understand.
Yep.
Dee a few minutes ago brought up Zoroastrianism, and I agree, Dee, that might be where the key kind of is with Zoroaster when I've studied some of this. But so if he was railing against the Torah, then what was he teaching? You see what I mean? What was his source material? If the source material was not the Torah, what was it? Hey,
God.
Ricky, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow my mind.
It was his father. God.
Well, according to the Quran, Jesus was just nothing but a prophet.
Right. Well, that's not the Torah.
Don't believe that.
That's the Quran. Like, the Quran was hundreds of years after the Bible and thousands after the Old Testament. You know what I mean? The Torah, like the penultimate, where they call it the first 5 books of the Bible, Jews, Christians, and Muslims all follow that part of the narrative. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers. Those 3 religions all see that as the start. What do they call it? It's something to do with the 5, like the Pentecost or the Penta shit. It's the first 5 books. All those religions believe in those 5 books, and then it starts to split off.
Well, didn't all 3 of those, was it Catholic, Judaism, and Muslim, all come from the same basic geographic location, didn't it?
Pretty much,
I mean, it's like they were all neighbors, and it's like, hey, my God's better than your God,
Yeah. The sepulcher, I believe it is. Jews, Christians, and Muslims have several overlapping holy sites. One of them would look at it as Abraham with Isaac. One would look at it as Abraham with Ishmael. One of them would look at it as something with Jesus, if I'm not mistaken. So Septuagint, isn't Sept 7 though, Access? But I'm saying, like, I think it's Mecca. I think that big cube, right? Like, Jews, Christians, and Muslims all see that as where I believe Abraham got some info. And Abraham was the father of Isaac and Ishmael, which led to Muhammad, and the sons of Isaac led into Christianity. And then Jews don't think that either prophet has occurred, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Iranian chessboard. So that would go along more with Abraham's line through Isaac and Jacob, which became Israel, which is Jewish. It's weird, y'all. I only know what I know.
You know, which weird
I
too.
know.
You know how I first heard about Zarnism or I guess it's Zarnism.
Zoroaster. Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I ever come across that is I heard it when I was playing on a Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
yeah, it's pretty crazy. Because the way I see a Ouija board is kind of like your operator, like your telephone operator. You dial 0, it's like you get operator. That's basically what a Ouija board is. Every board's got a different Ouija, which is a different operator, and they can connect you, to whatever, and they'll be there and until you need them, and then they're just gone. But I remember there was a friend of mine who fell out of a helicopter while he was in Desert Storm, and he came home, and within a week, he died in a car accident. And I knew his girlfriend. His girlfriend was like my best friend. Lived down the street from me, and she was really distraught over the whole scenario, and she really wanted to talk to him. So she got a Ouija board, and we all started playing around with it. And I can't remember exactly the question we asked, but the answer was Zara. And we went straight to like an Encyclopedia Britannica and found out what, Zarnism or Zoroaster, whatever you say it.
Well, Zara is not the same thing as Zoroaster.
Yeah,
Zoroaster was.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's different though. Zara might be a different type of entity or something. I've never done a Ouija. The people I know who have always say that something happened, something. But was Zara was there
It was like we
anyone
were
with
asking who we were talking
that?
to or talking through or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was the answer
Yeah,
we
like
got.
a family with a name like that, like Zara or Sarah or I don't know.
It was weird
Some
because I mean, none of us knew anything about it until we started
Yeah.
looking it up. And, my friend, she had they had the whole Encyclopedia Britannica, on the bookshelf and stuff. And so we went out there and started looking it up, and that's what we came out with. But it's interesting though, because it's a base of religion. I can't remember exactly what it was all about, but
That's what I'm saying, Eimer. That was the name
Yes.
of the bad spirit that was coming through. Zoroastrianism is a extensive religion, but I'm thinking Zara was some kind of spirit.
yeah, like I said, it's like the way I see a Ouija board. It's basically every board's got a different Ouija, and that to me, the way I look at it is like an operator, and that's they connect you. And like I said, when you need them the most, that's when they disappear. They have a bad habit, or they have a habit of doing that. And
my grandmother and mother did that one time. I don't know why. They were just playing around. And it's odd that you said that, because the one that my grandmother was told was there was spelled Lara.
Ooh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So something
And
with ARA.
And so she said, prove that you're here. And I didn't know that they were on the board because we were always outside. But whenever we came into dinner, we were sitting there eating supper at the dinner table, and the coffee table in the living room where nobody was hit the floor 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And so my grandmother was like, he is here. But this thing had her fooled, like saying that he knew her brother, who he was a pilot in World War II. And when he came home, he was flying a plane for some reason and crashed and was killed. And so so she was all into it for a little bit, thinking that she would have a connection to her brother. And then weird things started happening, and they threw it away and got rid of it.
Dude, that's wild.
Yeah.
So do you think that we can, okay, so the Ouija is a game board. You can buy it at stores. It's literally a game like Monopoly. They put it out there, which is wild, right? Now, but don't you think that our phones, the computer, because we're talking about energy here and inviting in negative energies, and I think we kind of do this similarly with
Black Mirror.
our smart devices and social media and stuff like that. You know, you invite things in that we don't see. I mean, shit, there's, I don't know how many people are in here. Like, mine says 46, 48. And there are maybe 10 chatting. Now, how many are in an energy space? Could be positive, could be, right? But it hits us. I mean, y'all know this. Y'all know this. You can feel it when you're on the interweb sometimes of something negative in your environment.
It goes that Black
Yes,
Mirror
Henry.
scenario kind of thing.
That's why I
Pretty
pray for
much.
the channel and everybody in it.
Yep.
I played around with a lot of different things when I was younger, and there was a lot of stuff I would probably still mess around with even today, but I just don't. But I was actually at one time pretty good at tarot cards. I used to play around with a lot of different things, all the hippie stuff, like crystals and all that stuff, whatever. But just because the way I see things, the way I see things is the energy or the spark that's inside of us right now, keeping us going. When this vessel is dead and that spark moves on, that spark's still around. So and there's a lot of cultures from the past that claim that they can speak to the spirit realm, that kind of stuff, blah blah blah. There's people that claim they've seen ghosts. I mean, I can even say that I've seen a few things in my life that I could not tell you what it was. I can tell you what it wasn't, but I couldn't tell you what it was.
But have you ever heard anything over the radio? Because you're a radio guy. Have you ever heard? Do you think we can pick up ghosts over radio signals or?
Well, like I said, I mean, I've heard a lot of weird stuff, and I couldn't tell you exactly where it came from and what the noise was and all that stuff. I mean, you know, I have theories. There's a lot of us radio guys that have theories about different stuff. There's this one that nobody knows exactly what it is, but we used to call it the Russian woodpecker. All right, because a lot of people would try and triangulate the signal, and it's coming from the Russian direction. A lot of people were thinking it was like these. It's kind of like it's this big antenna. You can actually find. You can even look this stuff up on YouTube because people have shown pictures of it. But they got this huge antenna array in Russia, and they would put out these signals and stuff, kind of like HARP does in a way, you know, because there's many different HARP type stations all over the world, and they always playing around, but there was this one time I was talking to a guy in Australia, all right, and you know, this is like when the conditions were good, we can sit there and talk like we are right now for an hour or two, you know, no problem, and a signal was coming over the same frequency that we were talking on. And what the strange thing was that both me and my friend in Australia were hearing the same signal, and we were getting the same signal strength. So to us, we're like, this can't be like a terrestrial type of thing, because if it was terrestrial, the signal strength would be different, you know, from my location and their location, you know.
You
And
think it was something from the heavens?
it could have been. We don't know for sure. But you know, something from space or whatever, or the heavens, whatever you want to call it. Because, like I said, if it was terrestrial, you know, from my location and the location in Australia, it should be different signal strength, but it was the exact same signal strength. And like I said, there's a bunch of different things. I've actually got videos of different weird noises that I've heard over the years on my channel and stuff. But you know, even before radio was even a thing, Nikola Tesla was hearing stuff, and he, you know, was claiming this and that, whatever. But there's no telling exactly. Now you get like these ghost hunters, you know, they go out and with all this, like, you know, equipment and stuff like that, and trying to talk to ghosts and stuff like that, and supposedly you hear noises coming through the speaker and stuff, you know. It's like it's possible. I don't know for sure. I put it this way. Like I said, I've experienced a few things over my life that I could tell you what it wasn't, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was, you know. I've seen things, I've heard things, I've experienced things that are just not. Put it this way, I know there's more out there than I can see, taste, or touch, smell. You know, there's much more than there, and much more out there than that. Even my dad, I remember when I was growing up, my dad said, man, if you could see the fourth and fifth and sixth dimensions and all that stuff, you'd probably shit your pants, because, you know, what is all around us right now. Like, there could be a ghost sitting right next to me right now, for all I know. And if I could see, it'd probably scare the shit out of me. That's what he's saying. Probably scare the shit out of you, you know? And
why is it human nature, like human nature is to be scared of ghosts? And I wonder.
Well, okay, put it this way. Human nature is like this. If whatever we don't understand, we want to kill or destroy, because that's what we fear. You know, we fear what we don't understand. And that's the reason why in a lot of ways, I kind of went into that. I guess that esoteric type of realms and stuff, like the Ouija board, tarot cards, and all that stuff, nature, Wiccan type of a scenario. Because
Scared of no ghosts, but I sure wouldn't be messing with things that can allow evil
well, see,
in.
see, that's the thing. It's like it's understanding, and you gain more knowledge and gain more wisdom through understanding. If you and that's the reason why I was saying to Virginia, it's like what people don't understand, they fear, and what they fear, they want to destroy. It's kind of like human.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes, like when my grandfather passed away, I this sounds stupid, okay? But there was this fly and it was orange. The fly was bright orange. It wasn't like a black house fly or a gnat or whatever. It was like this bright orange fly, and it would just kind of show up. Like it would just show up around me at various times, and for some reason my mind always said, "Hey, Grandpa," and I don't know why. Him and I didn't have a thing with flies or the color orange or anything like that. It was just such an unusual color and a weird comfort. And I mean, I wasn't scared of it. I always would kind of look up and be like, "Hey, Grandpa," and I just came out of my mouth, like, and it maybe that sounds ridiculous and like a way to cope with his death. I understand that, but we're in some ways trained to be scared of little messages. It might be a hummingbird, it might be a rainbow, it might be an orange fly that makes no sense, But
it's weird because actually the property I'm sitting on, there's over the years, there's always been some kind of ghost story. All right. One of our distant relatives is buried in a little family plot back in the woods back here. Her name is Emma. And we used to have all kinds of ghost stories about her. I remember my grandmother was telling me one time, because there's a pond that we used to have a big pole barn and a big fire pit. And when I was a kid, and also when my dad and all them were kids, they used to go camping down there, like the big canvas military tents and stuff, and camp down there by the pond and stuff. I remember my grandmother was telling me they were camping. This is when my dad and my uncle and all them, they were all kids, and they were camping down there at the pond. All the kids and everybody was pretty much asleep. The fire was still going. She woke up for some reason, so she got up to check on the kids, see if everybody's okay. Everybody was okay. And she went outside and to sit by the fire. And it's all been timbered since then, but this used to all have huge pine forests right here on this property. And there was a couple of old wagon roads. They used to run through the woods through here. And Emma's house, it's not there anymore. It's not standing anymore, but used to be standing just down the road. And there was a spot on the highest part of the highest elevation of the property that was kind of naturally cleared out. And back when Emma was alive, this is like in the 18 something, I can't remember exactly, 1860 or something. I can't remember exactly, but she would take walks to that spot, and she had like an old like wooden lawn chair. She'd sit up there and look at the stars, and then there was like old wagon road. She'd wander down to the pond. Well, that night that my grandmother got up and sitting by the fire, here comes Emma's ghost. Wanders down old road and sits right next to her, right there by the fire. And she said she had a conversation with her. And I remember my cousin, when she was, she's like in her 60s now, but when she was like, I don't know, 15 or something like that. And Emma's house was still standing. And they used to be a old, it's just like one of those, like, the old, just like a shack with a front porch on it and stuff like that. And there was an old wooden rocking chair sitting out on the front porch where Emma used to hang out when she was alive. And I remember my cousin was telling me, they snuck up to the house and they were going to go into the house or whatever. They probably got about 10 or 15 feet away from the house. Not a single, not a wind, nothing. It was completely calm. But she got about that close to the house, and that old rocking chair just starts a rocking. Scared the shit out of them. They ran out in front, jumped over that damn fence faster than it, and even my cousin, who's about the same age as me, he used to live in the old house, my granddad's old house. It's still standing here. And he's still to this day swears that there was ghosts in that house. And like I said, I've seen a few things that I couldn't tell you exactly what it was. But and I was having a conversation with my uncle, my cousin's dad, my dad's brother, not too long ago actually. And I was just asking him, it's like, because he just moved out here like last year permanently. So, I was like, hey, since you've been out here, have you had any kind of ghost type encounters or anything like that? Because his son says he's had them or he's seen something or whatever, or swears that there's something out here. And at that very moment, you know what a dust devil is, right? Kind of like a mini tornado type of thing. Well, a dust devil kicked up right between us and went into the pond, because we were standing next to the pond, into the pond, and went all the way across the pond. And I was like, what the hell was that? You know what I mean? We were just talking about ghosts too. And I started thinking about, the first thing that popped in my mind is probably my dad or my granddad. I mean, I don't know. Both of them are buried in the graveyard, just like right up the road. And I think about things like that. You talk about like a butterfly or like the bee, like you're talking about, like a Virginia. It's like you never know. Yeah, you never know exactly. I mean, for all I know, like a monarch butterfly is supposedly, you see one monarch butterfly just floating around. Some people believe that is a spirit that's, just kind of wandering around. But it's possible. I mean, and then on top of that, back when I was a kid, we used to find arrowheads and pottery and stuff like that. So, and then also there was a lot of Civil War battles that happened in this area and stuff like that. So there's a good possibility a lot of people have passed away right around this area, or if not on this property. And you never know, really. I mean, like this, like I said, I got family members that buried quite close. So I mean, I don't know. I
Well,
like to
what do you
think.
think, Bobby? Do you ever see a bird or a butterfly or a orange fly or rainbow or something, and you immediately just feel like maybe
Well,
your
like I said, that little dust devil that went between me
grandparents
and my uncle. Yeah, the dust devil that went between me and my uncle. The first thought was it was my dad. That was my first thought. And
right.
but I don't know. I mean,
There,
could say what, Bonnie?
there was one time, my mom was at my house. She was parked out front. I guess she was leaving, and I went out and we were talking. She was sitting in the truck. I was standing outside of it, and she had the window down, and I had my hands up on the door of the truck, and we were just talking about everything, grandmother and everything. And this butterfly came and landed on my finger.
Oh,
And I was like, Mom, do you see this? And she's just sitting there smiling. And so I stuck my finger in and I was like, okay, here's Mom. Here I
Wow.
am, moving my hand around and everything, and this butterfly would not leave. And so, yeah, I think it's
Well,
Right.
possible. I've heard too many stories about that from other people also.
Right.
yeah. I got
And
another
That's
cousin. I got another cousin of mine. See, my granddad was not somebody I can really talk positively about. But I got another cousin that lives across the street from me, and the old house, my granddad's old house, she still to this day cannot go into the back room of that house because she has this like a weird gut feeling my granddad's there. And my granddad, like I said, like we don't, me and her don't really have a lot of anything positive to say about him. And and I was sitting there, we were talking about it one day. I was like, yeah, he probably is. He's probably wandering around that damn property out there in his tidy whities, uh, fucking being
Yeah.
a jackass.
I
I
mean,
don't
we're
know.
talking about movies being biblical and being in a matrix, and it is said that some souls get stuck and they do just like wander around doing the same thing over and over in one spot, they get
Yeah,
stuck, and that's where you see what you're describing there.
yeah.
And
I
that's
mean,
what Al said, until they get it right. So it's
Right.
like, is that the unfinished business that they have to get it right?
I
Because
guess.
I
Yeah.
think there's a difference in if something, or if it's coming to comfort you in some way,
Hmm.
whether that butterfly was grandmother or sent by my grandmother or whatever, but the the comfort that it brought
Hmm.
is not a bad thing. But I have lived in a house that I saw the ghost there, but it was a 3-story. And when you went up to that 3rd story, you could feel it. There was
Hmm.
something bad there.
Hmm.
And I even had the pastor and a woman that was pretty good at discerning spirits. And I asked them to come and anoint the house because we were sick all the time there. It was like, I don't know. And so they came, and first floor, she was like, I don't feel anything here. And then second floor, she was like, okay, who sleeps up here? Well, that was the kids' bedrooms. And then the 3rd floor, um, there's a door next to my daughter's room that went up to the 3rd floor. And she said, what's through here? And I said, that's the 3rd floor, and there's 2 rooms up there. And as soon as she opened it, she was like, okay. And she said, this is where it's at. And so we went upstairs to the 3rd floor. And she said, it's not like really bad, but it's like something happened here that scarred a person. Not like scarred, like scarred of the heart or the soul.
Well, I mean, things do linger. I know they do. I mean, um, I know I can feel it. Like for instance, let's say a couple of people was having like this heated like argument in this room somewhere, and I mean, down to the point where they were ready to like throw shit at each other, type of thing. All right, and you come into that room like an hour after the fact, you can feel that tension or that energy in the
Yes.
room.
Yes.
You know,
And
so
that's why they say when people speak badly to you that really hurts you deep, that it's like it sticks with you. It's there. And um so that's why we're supposed to watch our words with each
Mhm.
other, because it it does scar.
It'll linger.
oh yeah, I mean you know, like I said, you know, my granddad. um, I use an excuse really because he was in World War II in Korea and parts of Vietnam. You know, I just use the excuse that, you know, he had a hand grenade blow to his head, next to his head, too damn close is the reason why he was you know, the way he was. That was just my excuse, you know, for him. And but I don't know. He was
Hey, Andy.
it's pretty messed up though, you know, some things that I tried to, you know, my experiences with my granddad, you know, I tried to tell my dad about it and he totally wanted to deny it even happened or even until um uh you know, right before he died, my granddad died, they were cleaning out his house, they found a bunch of shit and that kind of confirmed some of the stuff that I was talking about for years when I was younger. Um and just kind of, you know, he just didn't want to believe that about his own father. Um but you know, some people are
That's
kind of
don't want to
messed up in the head.
believe. Yes.
Hey, Andy.
Wow.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, you know, I've got a lot of family that, you know, been around this area for a while. I've got a lot of family that buried right near me, really close, within walking distance of me. You know, so I mean, there's a good chance. A few of them are still wandering around, or maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, and you can get rid of evil spirits in case it is evil.
You know, it's like my granddad. If he's still wandering around, I don't see him as evil. I just think he was messed up. And
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
where I kind of wonder about why, you know, people are afraid of feeling like they're seeing or feeling a ghost, right? And to me, I'm like, well, if I feel like it's my grandfather or, you know, the orange fly, and I'm like, hey, grandpa, or, you know, on my Nana's birthday, RIP, you know, where I think about her, I'm like, hey, Nana, you know, and think about some things that she said. And I feel like she is reaching out to me in spirit, I guess. And
Yes.
I'm not afraid of that, or I don't think that's a bad thing, you know.
Right.
But I get that
No.
you can see entities or you know have weird shit whisper in your ear, like I don't know. I think Ann said a minute ago, or somebody. Oh, Pat Evans, something breathed into his ear. Yeah, that shit's creepy,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So to me,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is where discernment comes in as far as whether it's creepy or not, because sometimes it's grandma and sometimes it's some weird shit in your ear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll give you another example. I had an ex-girlfriend that was staying out here with me one time, and I mean, you know, granted, she was a little drunk, but um, she swears that she saw a door like out in the woods, like this. It was like I don't know, like this big door, and I couldn't see it. You know what I mean? But she swears that she saw it. Um,
Yeah.
and I remember, I mean, I've got cousins of mine that I've got photographs of orbs down by the pond, and you know, I don't know exactly what those orbs are. You know what I mean? Um,
Mhm.
We
but
have caught those on um, Gigi's. When she had her camera on, you could see an orb go,
Like a face?
no, like a,
No, like a glowing
like a,
light.
Well,
yeah, just perfectly round orb just go
right.
like over her shoulder and sit there a minute and then gone.
Yeah.
And she's like, did anybody else see that? Yes, we saw it. And
Well,
she would think that it was a relative. And so what Cindy's asking is, can we have good spirits but cast off the evil?
Mhm.
I believe yes, because from what I have been taught, whatever, is that through my grandmother, she was like, she read all the time. And so she's the one that, she was always there for me. She's the one that took care of me. And to me, she was the smartest person alive. But so she said, if it scares you, it'll leave. If it's a good one. If it's a bad one that sticks around and won't leave, then that's where the binding of evil comes in, is that you can cast them away. And I know I've seen those ghost hunters and all those things. I've seen where they have attached themselves to homes. I've seen where they've attached themselves to people. I've seen where they've done some pretty bad things to people. And I don't know why that is. I haven't had that experience. But
I saw an old documentary years ago. I mean, VHS years ago. I mean, it was an old documentary on poltergeists. There was this guy that, you know, that him and his family were being, you know, I guess tormented, I guess, by this what they call a poltergeist, you know, because they kept on moving stuff around the house, you know, like plates would fall off the shelf or something like that. And this guy, you know, was wanting to do a documentary on this thing. And I remember in the documentary, the guy that was doing the filming or whatever wanted to see if they could um, get this poltergeist to do something. So he was trying to entice the dude that lived there to, like, I don't know, get him to do something. And so his first thought was just like, well, let's just make it mad. Well, he started talking shit and all this other stuff, whatever, out loud or whatever. Next thing you know, and he didn't have a shirt on, but next thing you know, little cuts would start appearing on his chest. You know what I mean? Like almost like razor blade cuts. They would just start appearing, and it was weird. It was like before like CGI and all this other shit. You know what I mean? Um, you know, and you know, because I mean, if a spirit can maneuver the physical realm and or you know, that's even more interesting. You know, and me personally, um, uh, I I see more of like that that scenario, that realm out of the side of my out of my the corner of my eye. I if I'm looking straight at it, I won't be able to see it. But if I see, I'll see it out of the corner of my eye, though. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost like a cloaking device the way I look at it. You know, it's like the you know they have this cloaking device. If you're looking straight at it, you can't see them. But if you're not looking straight at them, you can see them. Like I've had things like that happen to me, like a shadow figure, or a light would just flash. You know what I mean? Um, and I also got like, you know, a really strong um, um, like I guess I don't know what you call it, empathy. I guess I don't know. It's like you know, it's almost like I can feel it. You know, it's like I feel it in my gut. You know, sometimes it's almost like I, I, I don't know. I look at it as almost like a radar. I can almost tell you if something's sitting there. You know, something's nearby. You know, it's like I
Yeah.
feel it. You know what I mean? It's like my radar goes off. My little, it's like my little spidey senses gonna go off. You know what I mean? Um,
You see what
it's
Navy vet said? Poltergeist used real corpses. So I'm wondering if that's why something happened to most of the people that were in that movie.
I'll tell you this. There was one time I was living in Tallahassee, and I was homeless at the time, and I was looking for places to crash. You know, it's like I was squatting in different places and stuff. And there's an old insane asylum that's been condemned and abandoned. It used to be called Happy Valley. That's what it was called. And I remember going there, and I was squatting in the place for a couple of nights. I'd find a off the side room or something like that where I could lock myself in, that kind of thing. But they had it was like a 3-level plus a basement, and the basement was like where the kitchen and all that stuff was. And I remember during the broad, you know, afternoon daylight type of thing, but down in that basement it's like dark. You know, you use flashlight to get around. But you go down in that basement area, I mean, you can feel it. You know, you can just feel this really weird feeling. And then there's like a couple of spots, like a couple of like I think it's the second floor. But there was like these rooms. It looks like, I guess, I don't know. They were empty, you know, but they still had like this um like a porcelain type tub looking thing. You know, you walk by the room, you could just feel this weird feeling just walking by the room. You know what I mean? I could feel it in my gut, you know, that kind of thing, and it almost make your hair stand up, almost kind of thing. It's pretty wild, you know, that, you know. And I didn't even really think about it all that much, but I mean, you know, it was an old insane asylum at one time. There's no telling what was going on, you know, like lobotomies and electroshock therapy and all this other crap going on. You never know. I mean, that was back in those days when it was open.
The old tuberculosis wards and anywhere for the infirm, that shit was messed up.
I
And
know, dude.
I
And,
can see negative imprints there. Blackwatch,
oh
welcome
man,
back.
dude, and like I said, I only stayed in the place for like a couple of nights. But dude, it was just weird.
Yeah.
But I'm
was talking
comfortable.
about
I'm
Carol.
comfortable. I'm kind of
Right.
comfortable around dead people. I've been to so many graveyards and so many cemeteries in my life. I'm pretty comfortable being around the dead
I ain't scared
personally.
of graveyards. Don't
Huh?
scare me personally. I'm not creeped out by graveyards at all.
Yeah.
I find them to be reverent places. The movie Poltergeist, the little girl, she died during the filming, I believe, of Poltergeist 3. And they used clipped-in things to fill her part out. Now, what did she die of? Okay, allegedly, Carol Ann was abused by folks, and like what she died of, dude, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but
Are you talking about
there's
the one from Poltergeist?
Yeah, Carol Ann,
yes, the little
who
blonde
played
girl.
Caroline. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so I pulled it up. That's what I was fixing to read y'all. Several
Word.
actors involved in the Poltergeist films experienced tragic and untimely deaths, leading to the Poltergeist curse belief. Dominique Dune, who played Dana in the first film, was murdered by her ex-boyfriend. Julianne Beck, who played Reverend Henry King in the second film died from stomach cancer. Will Sampson, who played Taylor the shaman, died after undergoing a heart-lung transplant. Heather O'Rourke, who played Carol Ann, died from a congenital intestinal abnormality complicated by septic shock at the age of 12.
Septic shock. So congenital means heart. So they're saying a heart plus intestines and shock. So somebody let an infection get out of hand?
Scared to death.
Congenital intestinal abnormality complicated by septic shock.
You know, being scared to death is a real thing. You could be scared to death.
You can, but septic shock, septic is an infection.
Yeah.
You know, gangrene or some shit. So yeah, Eimer, the sacrifice thing is on the table. You know, I'm trying to dance around this delicately, but what if, you know what I'm saying? So they're saying basically an infection.
Yeah, have you guys ever seen the movie 3 Men and a Baby?
Yes.
There was a scene in the movie, they didn't realize it until after they filmed it. You know, you know, there was a the little boy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't realize it until after that. Yep.
Oh, I remember that.
Yep. That was a good rabbit hole back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To find clips of that movie, the curtain, seeing that shadow.
And the whole thing was they built that subdivision on a burial ground. And I truly believe that even like the Native Americans, that is sacred ground. You just don't do that. And that's that 3-story house that I was talking about is across the street from a cemetery. But does that mean that the cemetery is the only place that people were buried?
Right.
I don't know. This house had been there for.
Well, that's why I was like, that's why I was talking about, like, just even this area, and even the property I'm on right now specifically. I mean, this is back. There was a few Civil War battles that were right around this area, so there's a lot of people that died around this area. You know, from that, and then also, like I said, now I found arrowheads and pottery shards, so I'm not sure if they stuck around, but they at least moved through this area. I mean, there's no telling who has passed away on this land or not. You know what I mean? And
that was a good rabbit hole with 3 Men and a Baby. I remember that, and they did do multiple shows on it, trying to break it down. And maybe it was like a prop thing, a weird lighting thing, you know. But it was one of the first rabbit holes as far as those of us who
Indy said it was like all debunked. Indy said it was all debunked, though. You know what I mean?
It might have been. Yeah, they did do quite a few expos.
But I mean, even if it was like actual, you know, something they put in there, I mean, I don't understand why they would have done that. You know what I mean?
Mistake. If it was just a natural, you know,
just like a cardboard cutout or something like that. I don't understand why they would have done that.
It's a pretty good hook to get you to go see the movie, though, isn't it?
Right.
It's been, I hadn't seen it since it came out, pretty much.
Yeah, but
man, I love that movie.
At the time,
I had it on VHS. I watched it multiple times because back in the day when things were not Netflixed, you had tapes, and that was one of the tapes I had that I probably recorded off TV, off USA or some shit. Y'all remember the VHS, and you knew a movie was coming on, and you would set the timer to record, and then you can fast forward the commercials. It was DVR for analog people.
Yeah,
you know.
I still have an old top loader VHS tape recorder. Yeah, you know, the old top loader kind.
Blackwatch.
I still have one. I also still got. I still
left us during the.
Pardon?
I'm curious if Blackwatch has had an orange fly or a butterfly, because he left us when we were at the ancestors visiting part. So
No.
before we veer off, have you
No.
ever had a sense that a family member was winking at you?
No.
No, never.
I look at it this way.
What about
I don't know why people remain where they are. When you think of home, it's comfort. You're safe. Why would you stay if it couldn't be getting rid of for your lifetime in some place? That's the way I look at it.
right? Well, why would they stay does not answer the question of whether or not you have felt a spirit around you, whether positive or negative.
I already said no.
So you've never.
I felt people that had left, but they always left. How can I put this? People have passed away, but they left sometime later. I felt they're finished. They've done whatever they've done, I guess, and then didn't linger. You know, I don't go looking for it.
Right.
I don't go looking for this stuff.
Yeah.
We're not, in my mind,
Yeah.
meant between different whatever. It's unsettling to me. I have enough problems trying to live.
Even if you don't look for it, you know, like I said, there was this orange fly that would just fly around my head. I didn't look for it, but there it was. You know, you've never had something random like that.
I don't doubt that you experience what you experience. You know, it's a personal thing. But no, I don't know. Hard enough to find peace where you are, to me.
Yeah.
I think the only reason why I think my granddad still wandered around because when he died, he wasn't at home. He was in a home at the time, you know, like a convalescent home, and he wasn't home. So this would be home to him, back in his old house, you know.
I can understand the draw, but it's I don't know. You know what I mean? Whenever you hear a song or something about home, isn't there the comfort, the safety?
Right.
I think that's what draws us to certain songs and things. Feeling of home, you know, safety, not something else.
Okay.
That's just me. I don't.
So do you block out, do you block out that possibility that it's grandma giving you a wink? Do you just block it out and not absorb it just in case? Or you've literally never felt it?
I don't know. I guess there's times where I felt whatever, but I always sought safety with it. I don't think anybody that cared about me would want me to feel differently. You know, I don't think. Why would they want me to feel unrest?
Well, I think about if someone like my grandpa was trying to say hello, how would I know? And it probably isn't going to be a literal vision with a voice going, hello. It'll be like some kind of signal. And so I guess I just don't rule that out.
If that gives you a feeling of peace, bravo. You know what I mean? If it's
for sure.
welcoming and warm, you know, accept.
Right. Or if I think that's what it is, let it be. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get that. That's fair.
No, I never had my mother's mother got married twice, had 6 kids. He died TV at 38. The next one did too. My grandfather on my other side died the same year my dad was discharged, 46. I never had that. I don't know what that's like. I wish I did.
Okay, so it's a lack of connection. Now we're getting to the nuts I'm doing my hands in emotion, like I'm holding nuts. Now I'm gonna fuck it. This is what I'm doing right now.
I don't
Now
have
we're getting to the nuts.
I don't have a lack of connection.
You never felt that connection with anyone where you would think maybe they'd come say hi.
There was a brief time with my godfather's father on Saturdays, when I was younger. But I never, it's just who it was. I didn't read more into it. It was a part of my life for a few years.
Sure.
On Saturdays. I don't read a whole lot. I don't go looking for something. It is what it is. I don't pull it apart.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have to do that.
I don't think we're suggesting pull it apart as much as observation. What have you observed? It's not about dissection. It's just observed it, acknowledged it, and then it might flitter off,
I guess I was too busy living. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. I hear you. I ain't trying to poke.
That's why I don't understand. I understand stress. I understand disease. But so many people to me today seem to want to escape reality. And I want to cling to it.
Oh, man, I hear you on that. People want to escape reality. I fucking hear you on that. And there are so many excuses or not excuses. There are so many means and ways to do that. It might be a religious, political, some kind of identity crisis, anywhere to put your energy into something that absolves accountability. You have a scapegoat, I guess. Yes, we're resonating there, Black Watch, for sure.
Right, that's what it is. Recently, because I've been apart for 31 years. She's in a home, but I had my reasons. I said, you knew me on and off since we dated. And marriage for 22 years. Was I ever drunk? And she said, no. You had a couple of beers. You were never drunk. That's my point. I guess I didn't control whatever it is. I was living my life. Why do I want to, I don't know.
Yeah,
okay.
I can understand that in some ways because like funerals. I don't go to funerals or weddings. The funerals, they're not for the dead; they're for the living.
Yeah,
that's what they're for.
I got to the point I was tired of going. You get into that thing, like my mom had 11 brothers and sisters. For the most part, I had over 400 relatives. I got tired of going.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like disrespect. It was one after another, after another, after another, after another. And I love drag racing. And you don't get high or get wasted when you drag race. If that means that
you're rushed somewhere. Yeah.
You're right, right. On any given occasion, you're as sharp as you could be, especially on the street.
Fucking Al Bundy, I love you, dude. Oh man, Al Bundy is one of my spirit animals, kind of like G-Ma Merkel, and there's others. You know who you are. Fucking Al Bundy is really funny. He's a dark horse. I guess okay, Black Watch, I'm going to be honest. I'm trying to get to your soul here. Is there anything that moves you? Are you a nihilist? Are you an atheist? And to be honest, I don't really give a fuck. I'm not going to judge you on it. I'm just curious. Is there anything that moves you? Is there anything that gives you inspiration? You know what I mean?
Life and all the whole.
Life. Okay. Living life gives you inspiration.
Yeah, the experience. I don't. Bonnie had it for a bit. If you've never got involved with cars like that, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's in your blood.
Yeah, I have been involved with cars like that. I'm just trying to understand where your soul resonates, and where you find any inspiration that's bigger than you in your life right? Some people choose religion, some people choose some kind of belief system, some people, you know, they might choose nature and like hug trees. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get to where your internal energy comes from. Good night, Indy.
I don't pull things apart.
Okay.
It
Adrenaline rush.
I disagree. I've heard you like what with the things going on with Canada and us right now, or so you have that passion in you.
Passion. I don't know what you call it. I mean, like I said, my father, for all intents and purposes, should have died in Belgium. The underground got him out. There was Christmas cards for years, and I didn't know until I asked. He found a reason to go through that. I got to honor that.
Sure.
Him, I could tell you what
you do get passion. Bonnie used the word passion. That's a good word. You know, I said inspire. Bonnie said passion. Like what, you know, outside of your immediate self gives you a passion or you're inspired by.
What drives you?
I'm not exactly 40 years old anymore, so you know.
Oh, for fuck's
Doesn't
sake!
have to be that.
And then age has nothing to do with it. Absolutely not. I think you get more inspiration and passion as you age.
I'll put it this way. I spent.
I'm not talking about sex passion. Just
no.
What drives you?
There's
not sex passion. No.
There's a number of songs. Who was it? John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band did The Passion.
Okay, so Brown Beavers. Now we get it. This is your driving passion. Brown Beavers.
Yeah, if you listen to that song, which the Cruisers, you know, let's put it this way. I spent some time with somebody, and all she did was pick things apart from an analytical viewpoint. And by the time you spend your life doing that, you didn't live what you're trying to analyze.
Yeah, I understand. My intent is not to pick you apart. I'm asking what your inspiration in life is. What makes you feel connected to a higher power? You know, is it grounding with nature? Is it,
she picked it apart because she's a scientific mind, someone like.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm asking you, not your ex that isn't even here.
It wasn't my ex. It was recent.
Okay.
As far as faith or whatever you want to call it, if I have it, why do I want to keep talking about it? Personal.
That's fair. If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. Of what inspires you, you don't have to answer the question. That's fair. I respect that privacy and what you would want to keep in your.
Well, it's just a viewpoint. If something means so much to you in that way, why do you have to keep talking about it? Is it enough that it exists?
That's what I'm trying to get at, is whether or not it exists. That's why I'm asking you what it is. We're going in a loop, dog. I'm just asking that exactly for that reason, to share with us what inspires you. I don't feel like it's an attack, sir.
No, I know that. It's hard to, I feel I wasted 3 years of my life, frankly.
Oh, with the girl?
Yeah, with somebody.
Okay, I gotcha. So now we're getting somewhere.
Jeez, no, but because you pulled apart. Why pull it apart?
Well, yeah, okay.
Well, okay.
So
And
this is
well,
the
I guess the way I'm taking it is like it's very simple, and very simple and straightforward type of a thing.
Yeah.
It's when you start picking it apart, that's when it's like it's just it's not it's so simple and straightforward. You can't really pick it apart. You know what I mean? It's like there's not a whole lot of parts to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I'm getting.
You destroy the passion.
Yeah.
Because the passion.
It sounds to me like love.
Yeah. Tell me about
Yeah,
it, Bob.
this is kind of yes.
Love
And
is his inspiration.
Yep. Love is your inspiration. Bonnie, that's it right there. And I agree, Scrimshaw Rose. I'm not trying to attack Blackwatch. It's an honest question. What inspires you? And it sounds like love has affected you quite a bit.
Songs about that, isn't there?
About a million.
About a million at least. It's I don't know. It's why do you even bother? But then the way I look at it, if you don't take the chance, you're not living.
Exactly.
Right.
Wow, Blackwatch, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and you take the chance is the thing. And it didn't work maybe, but you took the chance. You had that spirit of like going for it to fulfill yourself in that joy,
No, I don't know. A number of songs go through my head.
Yeah.
I don't know. People are too afraid. And maybe you don't.
Blackwatch, you have music Tourette's like a lot of us.
Right. What do you think people are afraid of? Blackwatch, I think you said people are afraid. What do you mean? Like people are afraid to seek
No, I said
love
people
out?
are strange. I was thinking that song, People Are Strange.
Yeah.
I was thinking of that Doors song, People Are Strange When You're a Stranger. That was
you when you're alone. I never really cared for Morrison. I never really cared for the Doors.
And I think that is the saddest thing to me is when somebody has no appreciation for the love that someone else feels for them.
Or they, well, you know more than what we're talking about, don't you, Bonnie? I don't, like I told you, Bonnie, I don't understand. I never get there. You know what I mean? Why didn't she at least do that? I don't know. It's, what are you going to do?
Oh man, what are you gonna do?
Well, I have a weird thing about this. Yeah, love. I always associate pain to come along with it, and the way I would show love, like I had a girlfriend that used to complain about that, because the way I would show love wouldn't be exactly what she would consider the way I should love her or something like that. You know what I mean? But I was like, this is only the way I know how to do it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Most of the songs I get is like Freddie Mercury, and there's a guy called Rag and Bone Man, if you look him up. And it's about their life. You look at Freddie, all it was is about his life. Rag and Bone Man, I forget his, Rory Graham. It's about his life. That's what his songs are about. And that's what you connect to. You know, that's what Freddie did is he knew since about the mid 80s where he didn't up, but that's what he did. And if you look up Rag and Bone Man, it's the same thing. Anywhere, you should probably know Human. I'm only human after all. Don't put your pain on me. Don't put your pain on me. You know, it's just life. It's But to answer your question or your comment, the adrenaline rush was on the street. When you have a trailered car, it's different. You connect to the car. It's a different experience.
Mm-hmm.
We had a race team in '95. If you look the guy up now, last time I saw him, it was 8 years ago. He was doing 262, 6.26 seconds, twin turbo. I don't know if I ever sent the link to Bonnie, but when I see the car at the line, I feel it. I'm with him. I can feel everything he's feeling. It's a different, I don't know. Like I said, my dad probably thought, oh, he can fix cars. He didn't figure big block Chevys and everything. But anyway, it's in your blood, or it's not. You know, so passion, I don't know. I don't even, like I said, the songs, I don't know. Maybe it's happenstance, Virginia.
Well, I mean,
Star-crossed lovers, Romeo and Juliet.
well, we need to also. I was going to also sit there thinking about the way you were talking. It's like I can imagine being in a race car, and at that moment, you're right on the brink of death. You're right on the edge, and that could be so exciting.
If you look at it that way, you're done. Get out of it. It isn't meant for you. This guy, you're not supposed to do a burnout over line. Joe Grandstand. It's Joe Silva 6-second Mustang. And he backs it up. I mean, this is carbon fiber car. This is probably $500,000, twin turbo. But you hear it, it sounds like it's breaking apart. That's a two-step. It's got a 5-speed Liberty. You only use the clutch on the first gear. And he's probably running under 6 seconds. You know, it's a meld of machine and you. But you got to control it. First time you get fear, that's it. Get out of it.
I mean, I like the way you shift gears, but Scat Pack is slaying with that comment. If you look to others for your happiness, you'll always be disappointed. Make you happy with you. And like, I understand the heartbreak, what has occurred, right? But also, wherever you go, there you are. It's you that has to love you. And so, when I ask what inspires you, it's not a comparison to someone else or a relationship. It's just Blackwatch when he's sitting in nature by himself, what gives you joy, right? And I don't think, I know so many people in my family even, they're constantly disappointed and sad because they don't love themselves. They compare themselves to relationships that have failed or things going on in their life that aren't optimum they want or whatever. But the whole thing is love your damn self first, like truly love yourself. And I don't mean that in a hedonistic way. I mean it as far as that comparison factor, because when I asked what inspires you, your answer was a loss of someone else. And believe me, I have empathy for relationships, right? But what makes Blackwatch happy, no matter who else is in the room?
I truly believe that we're not created, if you will, to be alone.
I agree, but sometimes we are. Sometimes we are alone.
Which is what you're really getting into it now.
You had to expect it.
Well, and sometimes when you get to a certain age and you are alone, I've seen it with family members of mine.
Yeah.
is that you feel like you're at the end of the road and you're sitting here alone, and all the time and love and effort that you have put into family, friends, all these people, where are they? Why aren't they there?
Yeah.
And so I understand that feeling of just wanting somebody there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And a lot of the times they go to the, maybe it's joking, but they go, well, the older man, younger woman, all this crap. Sometimes it's a companionship, which everybody seems very suspicious of with a man, right? Very suspicious why a man gets involved with something,
Oh, it's always the poontang.
Yeah.
There's nothing suspicious about it. If you met, dude, I said this about some couples I've seen get together. If this person had met this woman and her twanana was sewn shut, like there was no way they could have corporal relations, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would have never got together. There is and there's that primal thing where people
You should
confuse it
travel.
for what?
You should travel with me with the comments I leave here and there. And what
Dude,
comes
I
back-
don't want to travel with you anywhere with your salt and vinegar chips. Okay.
No. But if you have somebody, a serious thing on a video, right? Now and again, I think I'm going to reply something. I'm going to make my comment, and they find me. 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, they find it. So I quit doing it.
Right.
Because it was pointless. Case in point, how many women, I'll give you one. It was about being alone, right? The whole thing about, being alone. And some woman said, I've been alone for this length of time. And I forget the exact words, but she was happy. And I says, so you're happy living your life to your sister's children, right? And she wasn't too happy with that, but it was an observation. That's what happens to many women when they get older. See, I don't know how old you are, Virginia, because you're not where I am.
How old? All right, Black Watch. I'm going to turn the fire on. How old do you think I am, sir?
I've heard you back and forth. I'd say into your 50s. Very,
Okay.
very early, if that.
Word. You're pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah. It's based on the 18 rule, right? Children. But I don't know, Virginia. I don't pull it apart. The most.
Yes, we've established this. I was just curious based on perceptions because we do judge each other on age because we see that as wisdom. We judge, it's like gender is a thing, political affiliation, religious affiliation, whatever. We make these profiles of each other, especially here. We don't know each other in real life, so you wouldn't know. I gotcha. I ain't mad. I was just curious.
It kind of reminds me when I used to ride my motorcycle, I used to go to this bar and, listen to the band they had out there in the parking lot and stuff like that. And I knew a lot of the old bikers and stuff. Wow. And the young bikers just have no idea the draw to the road that the older bikers have. They just don't understand that. It's one of the, I don't know. The older bikers, I don't know how, they just don't understand that pull to being out on the road on the motorcycle that the older bikers do.
Then you understand the cars.
Yeah.
Not road racing, because NASCAR they're going to call off because the new rule is you got to turn right. Roundy rounds. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not the same. But I respect those that do it, of course.
Roundy round.
But I know what you mean about bikes, because 2 weeks before I was going to get my license, my dad came to me and said, if I let you get your bike, your mother will kill me. Drive a car. But I was on bikes, you know what I mean, with friends. But I don't know. I spent too much of that time, Virginia, wondering, why am I pulling everything apart? Because that's what she wants to do. It's some things just
Well, who's the fool? You listened to her. It affected you to this point, my love. So who's the fool? The one who followed her and let it affect you like this? Or did she win with this manipulation? Because it's affecting you now. Like I'm being a bitch right now, but I'm being straight up. Where's the accountability here with, hey, you followed the rules, right? So is it the rule maker, the rule breaker?
I feel we both lost, just the way things went down.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't her fault. It just things came out of the blue. Till you get to the point, God, get off our backs.
Yeah.
Go bump somebody else.
Yeah.
It's just one after another dominoes. But I don't know.
How long were you together, Black Watch? How long were you together?
20. No, it's got to be more than that.
So 20 plus years?
A little over 3 years. She had to leave for something I didn't know anything about, but she came back 4 months later.
Okay, so you were together like 3 years?
Yeah, might as well say that, I guess.
Black Watch, I have taken shits that took longer than 3 years.
I was in it for 22. You forget about my ex couldn't get it. She thought I'd get over it in 3 weeks. I said, you use this card, I'm gone. What part of I'm gone did you not understand? I was gone. You know, it was 22 years.
Wait, 22 years or 3 years? I'm confused.
No, my marriage was 22 years.
22 years. Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. That's a long fucking time. 22 years. And, you know, no doubt you went through some shit. That's what I was trying to get at. The amount of investment.
Then I went, what, 27 years or something and ran into this one. I dated in between.
Oh, wait, hold on, dude. You got too many bitches. I cannot keep your bitches and hoes in line. So the one that you've been referring to, how long were you with her? 3 years?
A little over 36 months when I think about it.
36.
Yeah, 3 years.
Okay, 3 years. All right. 36 months, you were saying. All right, I gotcha. Yeah. And so it was like a major disappointment situation.
Well, my race car after my dad died, got broke into. The insurance walked away. I had special insurance. So I thought maybe I've been screwing around with that too long. So I started to date. And it occurred to me, what the hell happened in the world while I was asleep for 22 years? And then, I don't know.
All right, so the 22 years is the bike and the 3 years is the woman.
No, 22 years was with my ex. Then I went drag racing, right? I got downsized. I got, long story short, a friend died. It was Creek. And because of that, this guy that put a hell of a lot of money into it, we went to Reading. Paul's engine exploded in the burnout box. So he says, Rory's getting out. I said, why would he get out? But anyway, he said, you want to step up. I stupidly did. a trailer car. You couldn't drive it on the street if you tried. And that lasted 5 years. And then I decided to date. And that was an experience.
Okay.
You know, I don't know, Virginia. I don't.
It's kind of like a snowball of experiences and a bunch of stuff that, you know, one led to another, to another, to another. And I am not, I am not dogging on your emotional experience with this at all. Putting the timeline together, it sounds like a few traumas occurred in a certain amount of time that just kind of rolled into this and that and kept going in it. And I still hope that you identify something that inspires you, Blackwatch, you know, not with any of these folks or what happened, but what makes you feel grounded and happy, you know, or inspired, you know what I'm saying? Passionate. It doesn't have to be another person. In fact, literally without another person, what makes that happen for you?
Right. This is what I said. I went truant for 3 weeks, but I still drank 36 beers and walked home. But really, I was never drunk. I quit drugs by the time I was 18. I want to live life. I want to experience life. I don't want to get away from it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand people I understand the medical people. Everybody gets, you know, the medical use of it. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't.
That's fair. Yeah.
Strangely enough, I'll say this, open to this woman more than I did in my marriage. She knew more about me than my wife did.
So I have a question.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
I can't wait for your question.
So do you feel like because it's through the internet, you didn't meet her personally, right?
That's right.
Okay. So since it's through the internet, do you feel that it's easier to be manipulated? Or do you feel that I don't even know how to ask the damn question.
That's a good question though, because there's manipulated, or, you know, the classic emotional, you can get into an emotional psychological tie.
Yeah, Blackwatch. You know, you're a guy. You're supposed to hold all that stuff inside, and not, you know,
That is not
carry all
true.
those fucking emotions back deep down.
No, but it's different though. You can get into, on the internet, you can get into really emotional, psychological tie, and then you meet people in person, and it's different.
To answer your question, Bonnie, I look for that. Just poke holes in it. This isn't so. This isn't the truth, but it turned out to be true. You never know unless you. I was very cautious.
So do you feel that you were tricked?
Do I feel what?
Do you feel that you were tricked or used?
Tricked? No. I was wrong. I've been running around the flagpole. You know that on your own. How did that go? What do you think of JFK? Okay, and it goes, oh, shut up. I'm going to mute. I know what manipulation is. When I was my first job at 19, somebody said to me, I know what you're saying, assistant manager. It just doesn't work that way. And I said, tell you what, Klaus, I'm going to remember that the rest of my life. I have. But guess what? Sometimes it works your way. You know, you take with it what you will from life. It's just, you know, Bonnie, a series of events that just.
I know. I understand.
She suffered as much, if you will, as I did, perhaps more. I don't know. I don't.
Perhaps more.
Sometimes it's a hard thing to face. It doesn't make sense on
And
paper.
men are allowed emotions. Men are allowed to
Yeah.
cry. Jesus wept.
No, you're not. You're like you
Wing
said.
that, don't make me thump you.
I'm standing right above him, and I've got my foot right on the top of his head. Yeah, I heard that snort. Somebody snorted. I heard it.
He's like the little brother right now. Stop it.
It was just a series of events, Virginia, that you just kind of go, you know, God, there's somebody over there with 50 million in their bank account, and they have a perfect life. Go screw with them for a while, will you?
Mm-hmm. All
And
right, you know, Black Watch, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get at is that happiness, you can find happiness no matter what your circumstance, happenstance, the people around you, whatever, it's in you. That's what I'm getting at. You know, these stories that, thank you, you know, for sharing. It's very interesting insight to you, but like the joy is within you, whether or not you have a partner at the moment or XYZ job or XYZ house. There are people happy as a motherfucker living in a tent somewhere. There are people in mansions killing themselves because they're so fucking miserable. So it's
Well, and that's the thing, is it's okay, people who can't stand to be alone are being left alone. People who can't stand their families in the mansions are committing suicide. Is that what you said?
yeah.
So
Or they have
Yeah.
a sadness. It's with that. Look at Judd, Naomi Judd, right?
Yes.
Naomi Judd, the mom. She did that, and like, okay, you got money, you got what you need, you have a loving family, but something within her was broken.
But did she have a loving family? I mean, it seemed that she did. It seemed her mother was very close to her.
I
Wait,
think
Naomi's
we
the
know,
mother.
yeah.
Naomi was the mom. The mom,
I
you know, the
keep
Judd.
getting them mixed up. I always have.
Dude, her daughter was there.
Yes.
Not Winona, but Ashley was there, and she had family around her all the time. And in fact, over the years, she did quite a few interviews talking about having clinical depression, and she had other health issues, but she openly talked about
Right. And
a
but I
wonderful
just
home and
I
people
see
around her.
so
Yeah.
many. Oh, I'm sorry. You cut out. I thought you were done.
Oh yeah, no, I'm done. Girl. Yeah, we have us is what I was
I
saying.
just see so many in the chats and all throughout this community, whatever some people don't want to call it. But I just see people who don't seem happy with their situation, and they don't see a way to change it. And I think that is where the problem is that if you're unhappy with your situation and you feel stuck where you are, and it is a misery. It is it can consume you if you allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And
I was, you know, Bonnie, I was listening to somebody talking about something similar, and it kind of, you know, I still have, I still work on this myself, but you know, he was sitting there talking about when he was a kid, you know, he, he didn't really want to do a whole lot. You know, he always found excuses like to not get out of bed. You know, it's like, you know, whatever, and not do anything and blah, blah, blah. And then one day he just got up and started doing some of the stuff that he kept on saying he was going to do, you know, and that's, I think that's one of the things that it's just that first step to, you know, just to get out of bed and start doing it. You'll be amazed on how much you can accomplish, you know, by
Well,
just,
yeah.
you know,
And some people have that drive and desire. But what if they're stuck? Like, I mean, seriously stuck, physically stuck in bed, physically stuck where they cannot do anything. And
in a mansion, you know.
but at the same time, I can tell you that there are things you can do. There's
I was sitting there thinking about when you said that, I was sitting there, the 400-pound man that couldn't get out of bed and stuff. That's what it was about.
Yes.
They had to get a damn forklift to get him out of there.
Yes. So there's other avenues that you can take to find your peace, to find your happiness. And it may be completely different from what you've been used to all of your life. It's just it's having that desire to find other ways for you to be happy. And I understand a lot of people are not happy with themselves. Their bodies fail them. Their relationships fail them. Something has failed them in their life to make them feel that kind of like, I don't know, would it be worthless or I don't know. But
It's funny you mentioned that word. Have you ever heard the song Before You Go? You ever heard that?
Yeah.
You should listen to it. Before You Go. Exactly what you said. It's I didn't know how to make your heart feel better. I didn't know you had something, I think, situation to go through, something like that. And I said, I didn't know how to make you not feel worthless. You got to listen to the lyrics and that. Exactly what you said.
You know,
Right.
I have had that feeling, and I still, in some ways, I feel like, in some ways, okay, like, you know, you get into like this prepper communities, all that kind of stuff, and you know, like the shit hit the fan. I feel like I could be very useful. Right now, for some reason, I feel kind of damn useless. I don't really feel like I'm useful. You know what I mean?
there you go. Useless. That's a good word.
That's exactly, like I put it this way, of course, Bonnie's heard it. I'll say, when my girl gets older, how many doilies are you going to tap? You got 500 on your coffee table already. Open the door. And that's what I found. That's the rut they get into. I don't know. If you don't think it's a rut, fine, live that way. You know?
don't think you're in that rut too, Blackwatch? You keep saying women.
I got sucked down into it. Somebody walked away. You only get what you get out of things, you know what I mean? It's not always everything. And please don't get me, you know, sometimes you can't always get what you want. Sometimes you get that bullshit.
I'm not going to tell you that. You know I'm the last person to say that.
No, you are. I know that. I'm just, I know that.
Can't always get what you want, but you get what you need.
Yeah. Which is a bunch
Well, no, you don't always get what you need either.
No. But the point that I'll make to you is, you're in your 50s and wandering, get on with it.
Not all who wander are lost.
I don't know what everybody's prepping for either. You know, what's going on today. It's like, the world's going to end. Well, then why don't you just get it over with? That's
Oh yeah, that would be
No.
nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be nice if we would just get it on? And because the way I see it, it's kind of like ripping off the Band-Aid. It's like, if it's going to happen, let's get it on. Go ahead, start the shit at the fan right fucking now. So the faster we get it on, the faster we can get it over with. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. If it's going to happen, let it happen in my lifetime, so my future generations won't have to deal with it. You know what I mean?
Or find a way to enjoy the end of it. Spend time with family if you're able. Find something that you enjoy. Even, okay, the other night we were talking about the Titanic, right? I don't know if the movie is close to factual, but possibly. The scenes where they knew they were going down. Those mamas with their kids, and they were sitting there reading them bedtime stories. They knew that they were trying to make everything as normal as they could in their last moments.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think the Titanic was over dramatized.
Well, pamper yourself, whatever it is. I don't know. I only know from my experience what I have done, and it's been rough. It has been a very rough road. I'm not going to make light of it, but at the same time, my desire to keep going is still there.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what we've been talking about, is people who have lost that desire to keep going.
Or it was taken from them with the lockdown. I could see that.
No, you cannot let someone take it from you.
Well, no, certainly. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anybody who's not going to say 5 years popped out of my life. It wasn't what I thought, it was just the way it was.
Right. And that's it.
The old saying is like, we only got one life to live. I think we only die once, but we live every day.
Yep. That's
Or
true.
no, it's like we only live once. That's what it is. We only live once, but no, it's like, no, we die once, but we live every day. Yeah. But that's another thing too. A lot of people are chasing a living, not a life. You know what I mean? It's like going out and to pay bills and fucking pay taxes is chasing that living, or that status that we're living in, like the big house, the boat, and the fucking truck, or whatever, but is that really living?
No.
Or is that really life? You know what I mean?
There's a bit of a saying, the afterlife is true life. What we have now is a dream. So what I say is, let me keep dreaming.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. Some of my dreams, it seems much more exciting than what I'm living in right now.
Yeah, I don't dream. I have episodes of like falling. That's simple. Your life's out of control. It lasts one night, one episode. Dreams. None of them come true. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Wait till your grandchildren have children, Bonnie.
I don't know that I'm going to be around to see that, but
It's more.
well, yes, I will. I have a 22-year-old grandchild.
No.
Yep, it's possible.
I don't know. I don't.
Excuse me.
I don't know. Like I told you, Bonnie, things just were. She caused me to pull them apart. I was happier when they were just there. That's the way it was. But I don't know. I don't.
I don't know. Some people are analytical. You know, they like to analyze everything. Some people like to do that.
Well, some people, it's like assembling a puzzle, right? Well,
Yeah.
this goes here and there and everything like that, you know. And I said, what if you don't like the picture? Why'd you spend the time? I don't know. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. Wherever anyway, you know what the thing about a spider plant where I left? After my dad died, my mom won. She had an entertainment system with a cathode ray tube TV, right?
Yeah.
I had one the same in the RCA because my sister knew the guy down in the basement. I'm watching it. All of a sudden, she's watering the plant over top of it, spider plant. Bzzz. I said, I went down and got the other one. Damned if she didn't do it to that one, too. So I went and made a sandwich. You know, but anyway, I kind of tuned out. I didn't get your name. I'm sorry. I know Hawk was up for a while. But
This is Wingnut.
Yeah.
And
I know. Yeah.
I bet you $5 Virginia has a book with every one of us because she has picked every brain in here.
like I filed. You're the Virginia files.
You secret agent.
No, I don't. I do have a good memory though. Like I do pay attention, you know, but no, there's no book. That's funny.
I've got scars on my armor, but I got no chinks in it from Virginia. Which what life? It's not kinks in your armor, it's chinks if you're still there. But anyway.
I'll tell you what, we have written an interesting story over the years. All of us. I think about this almost every time. Like tonight, I did not expect to sit here with Wingnut and Black. I kind of thought Bonnie would be on, but I didn't know who else would be here and what we talk about. You know? And the story is dynamic, and I think about that sometimes of how we can't really anticipate where it will go, or someone will say something in chat and lead us somewhere, or you know. By the way, hello, Kush. I see you came in. And
the
that's kind
conversation.
of why we're here. It's interesting, right?
I have a photographic memory as well. It's a curse.
Yeah, I definitely don't have that.
Not if it's a good memory that
The one, the faces you can't get out of here. Well, they're more or less gone now.
You mean like pictures of family members?
Do I answer that question, Bonnie, or do I not?
I don't.
it wasn't a question.
There was 3 men in my life I would have killed. That image is one of them.
Oh, wow. Okay, good grief.
Justifiably. But in photographic memory, I don't know. I don't. You ever heard the song "Love of My Life"? "Love of My Life" by Freddie Mercury. Don't leave me. You've broken my heart, and now you leave me. Love of my life, can't you see? Bring it back, bring it back. Don't take it away from me, because you don't know what it means to me. I really like Freddie. Freddie was a unique man.
Yeah, I agree. I love Freddie Mercury. I don't care how flaming he was. I love the musicality, the energy, the talent, the just the raw person that it was, man. There's a few icons, like Elvis is one of those too, that they do what they do and they are so irreplaceable. Michael Jackson is another one. They're a certain caricature that cannot be replicated.
You should look up Rag and Bone Man. One of them Pink backed them up on Anywhere Away From Here. He's Human put him on the chart. But it's just his life. It's just his life. Just his life.
Right.
If you can listen to, if you get it, but I don't know, songs, some people just, I like musical theater. Some people can't, like this.
All right. After 2 hours, he finally answered what inspires him is music. It took you long enough, Black Watch.
I
2
thought
hours. Your inspiration comes from music. I love it.
We kind of all know that.
Love.
Yep, he's into music.
All right. See? Took you long enough. Shit. That was the worst kind of man math. It was like the overlong score where he's like high on his own composition. Boom, 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 boom. Keep going. It's like, no, just tell us it's music. All right. I got it.
What song would describe you?
Oh, shit. That's a good question, Wingnut. You answer
that
first.
is a good song. I'm not answering it.
Well, if Wingnut's going to ask it, he should answer it first.
Oh, I don't even have an answer for that one. I don't.
Hey, Anthony.
Hey, Anthony.
Thank you.
Oh, man. It's good to see you, Anthony. What song would describe you in your own mind or what other people think would describe you? Because that's way different. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what was going through my mind would just be like, I guess, what you would think, what song would describe you to yourself? What would you think? I don't care what other people think, honestly. That's how I am when it comes out of me. If I had, I don't really have an answer for that question I even asked for myself. I don't even know what song would describe me, but
Wait, I got it.
Oh, Bonnie has one.
Let me find it. I don't even know what the title of it is.
Yeah, I wish I had an answer, Cynthia. I wish I had an answer. I'm not even sure. However, I have such an eclectic. I have a very eclectic type of music I like to listen to. So I don't know.
And that's the thing too. It depends on the mood you're in, or where your head is at that time, I think. But I Will Always Love You is definitely up there.
Ooh, yes.
Let's put it that way. I can't stand rap, and these guys in heavy metal, step on my foot, you son of a bitch, that's crap. The way I look at it.
No. What was that?
Well, how do you feel about rap, Black Watch? I'm not clear. Please
tell us how you really feel.
It's a heavy metal stuff, and the guys are, it's an overdriving speaker. Some guys got bad diaper rash or something,
Diaper rash.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, I mean, like I personally, I like if it's got vocals in it, I like something that's got a edge, something's got a message behind, that I like that. but I also like
Your lyrics driven
what now?
lyrics, like you're driven
Well,
by lyrics.
yeah, well, if I listen to music that has lyrics in it, yeah, I want something that's got an edge to it, something that's got, a drive, something that's got, like a message. I like that. But I also like music that is just mostly instrumental. That it's more of a trippy, psychedelic type sound. Um, um, you know, something that you can put your headphones on and just travel to another place. I like stuff like that.
Maybe you should have been with me May 3rd, 1969. Cat Mother and Newsboys opened for I saw Jimi Hendrix in concert.
I don't know, some of the music that I was listening to back in late 80s, early 90s. Oh my God, that was some good stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
and,
80s. Love
yeah,
the 80s.
like the mid to late 80s, early 90s. That was right around that time is the music that I was around,
Yeah.
that was being made at that time. I mean, I love classic rock, stuff that was made in the 60s and 70s also, but the stuff that was happening
For a
around the
wild decade, I'll tell you that. Put me
yeah.
all over the place.
Well, that's the same thing with like the late 80s and 90s. I mean, it's like it was a wild time for me too, and like some of the stuff that that me and the people that I was hanging out with at that time, the kids today would just not understand how much fun we had. They just won't understand.
Because it's not allowed. I mean, when we could go egging and the police and sheriff's department were helping us and telling us where people were hiding on top of buildings or wherever they were. It was war. I would have the whole bed of my truck filled with people in the cab and everywhere and loaded with eggs. Or we would we'd have the CBs, or we would have the glow sticks and cat and mouse, and those things are not allowed anymore because the police, you see the way the police are acting, everyone's a criminal no matter what.
Yeah.
And it's a different world now, sadly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it is sad that our kids don't get to experience the things that we did just to have fun.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
a plastic horse on top of a restaurant in my hometown. And the thing was to go hide that horse every weekend. And you never knew where it was going to end up. It could be in the middle of the river or wherever. The river wasn't deep. You could see it standing
It never
there.
is, unless you're a man. It's and cold.
And once they got rid of the horse, then it was porta potties.
Oh, Bonnie, I love you, man. That's so funny.
And the buggy rails, oh my gosh, we would go climbing cliffs on the buggy rails and hiking and just being up till the sun came up and go find a restaurant that was open for breakfast. And
The weirdest one I ever had, I don't know if you've told you about this one.
good times.
Yeah.
There was a guy lived in a apartment building. I think I had my
Love you,
Volkswagen.
Pat. Good night.
I had my Volkswagen then, my first car. Bill something, he was Scottish, And we used to, I had about 8 24s in the back of the Volkswagen. And the superintendent called an off-duty cop. And he's trying to look in the car and we're shuffling down it. But the point was, Bill said, let's go rustle cows. I thought he was kidding, right? He's drunk. And here we are in a farmer's thing with hills going up and down, dirt road. And he gets out, pulls out an axe and everything, jumps the driftwood bend. And the farmer's coming over with his rifle out this bloody window, all but shooting at it. I never saw Bill again. Apparently he did it.
Ooh.
Wow.
49 Merc truck with the guy's rifle out with the rifle rack, the farmer, you know, how did I get here?
Yeah, we did cow tipping. Not,
Yeah, I've done that too.
but wait a
We
minute.
used to go out and pick mushrooms and eat mushrooms while we were out there. While we're out tipping cows and shit. There was one time, man. There was I think there was 4 of us out there, and 2 of us was like on one side of the cow, the other 2 were on the other side, and we pushed it over, and we were all kind of tripping on mushrooms at the same time. But this thing, it laid flat down on a big old cow patty, and it splattered the 2 guys on the other side, and they were sitting there like they were like looking at this shit on their skin. It's like, oh my god, it's like acid. It's like eating my skin. Get it out of here. So, we were laughing so fucking hard. Oh man, it was funny.
Okay, but wait a minute. Virginia slid out of that one real smoothly. Did y'all notice that? Virginia, what song describes you? She's sitting there all quiet now that the subject went everywhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, experience nothing until you go out, picking mushrooms out of a cow pasture and get chased by a bunch of bulls.
Hey, Fistic.
Fistic. So what song describes you, Virginia?
Oh, I guess it depends on who you ask, Online, people love to use Meet Virginia. I don't know what would describe me, but I can tell you what I can listen to for hours on end, all 3 parts, which takes about 20 minutes, is Moonlight Sonata. That shit hits my soul in a certain way. There's no words, it's Beethoven. And I'm not even joking. Like, that song will get me, I will transcend somewhere in my mind. Like I can, and there are 3 sections to that song. Most people know the really famous part, da na na da na na, but it builds up to that, and it also climbs down from that. And so I guess in private, that's a G spot. In public, I guess I don't know, Meet Virginia is commonly used, or What's Going On, 4 Non-Blondes, 3 Non-Blondes, 4 Non-Blondes, 4 Non-Blondes. Yeah. What's Going On? Because I used to sing that on Ron's, or I'd pop up out of nowhere and what's going on,
Wait a minute. Didn't somebody else write that song? I can't remember who.
No, that's a classic Moonlight Sonata. That's a master's thing, isn't it, Virginia? The Moonlight Sonata. It's
Moonlight Sonata.
One of the masters.
Well, no, I was talking
Beethoven.
about yeah.
That's Beethoven, yeah.
Yeah, but I was talking about the 4 Non-Blondes song. I can't remember. Somebody else wrote that song, I think.
I don't know, man. It could have been someone else wrote it. Maybe Prince or Sinead O'Connor, or they're connected, but maybe not with that song. I think it was kind of a one-hit wonder sort of situation. And that lead singer, I can't think of her name, but she married the daughter from the Roseanne show. They were a lesbian couple. So, the lead singer of 4 Non-Blondes, can't think of her name, she married Darlene years later in a lesbian relay show.
The goofy kid on Roseanne.
Yeah, well, the girl, the younger, dark-haired girl. Yeah, Yeah, she married the lead singer of that band. I cannot think of her name. Eimer might know
I used to love the bass of that song too. That dun dun dun
it.
dun. What was it? Yeah, the bass of that song.
Yep,
Um,
the bass
gosh,
line. And
yeah, the bass
dude,
line of
in
that
the
song.
90s, I was that girl wearing red Doc Martens and black dresses. And I guess looking back, I could see how people would see it be a little bit of a lesbian look, but that wasn't the intent. It was more of a combination of weird drama kid and goth and punk.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like it wasn't a specific thing that I did. It was just me, and it was combat boots, always OG Doc Martens, and you know, maybe a long black dress or a plaid skirt. And I never did like the black makeup or anything, but I don't know, I guess almost, and then like sweaters too. So like a combo of Amish and punk.
Doesn't it depend where you are in life? You know, if I think something light, it's like, give me the beat, boys, and breathe my soul. I want to get, it's upbeat, right? And that was what I went through. It's more or less Hero by Enrique Iglesias.
Mm-hmm.
You know that song? Would you dance if I asked you to dance? Or would you run and never look back?
I don't know the song, but I appreciate the lyric.
I do.
It
Yeah.
goes something like, would you dance if I asked you to dance? Or would you run and never look back? Would you lie for the one you love? Won't you save my soul tonight?
Oh, I'm with you now. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kind of reminds me of the Man in Black.
No, it's some would say a chick song. It's not really. It reflects
What's the name of that song, Black what?
Hero.
Hero. Yes.
Iglesias. I don't like his songs, but that one I do. I don't like his, but I don't dislike it. It just doesn't. There's what's the one I told you about, Bonnie? What's that woman's name? The one that did Party Doll. Oh, what's her name? But she did one about You Don't Love Me Anymore, and it's not the one you think, you know. How did it go? I keep trying. I can't get it in my head. I keep loving with a heart that's lost its pride. Every lyric I related to at the time.
Right.
It's not the one You Don't Love Me Anymore. That's Pat Bennett. Someone of them. This woman wrote it. And she had
And you said it's called Party Doll?
no, remember I said do Party Doll, she won't mind you running it. That was Mick Jagger wrote that one.
Yeah, that's what I saw, Mick Jagger.
You used to be my party doll, but now say the party's over. You used to love to honky tonk, but now the honky tonking's over. Now, but I can't think of her name. Anyway, it's late. But it depends on what you're going to.
Exactly, the mood. That's what I...
It's like I said to her, Bonnie, isn't there more spring in your step? Isn't the colors, the reds, blues, and blacks, bluer, redder, and blacker? And it goes. But
And
that's what it is.
Cindy said Linda Perry married Sarah.
Yep, that's what it was. And that Sarah Gilbert was the sister, half sister of Melissa Gilbert of Little House on the Prairie, right? But Sarah Gilbert was on Roseanne forever, and Linda Perry is the non-blonde's lead singer, and I think she wrote most of their music, if not all. If I'm not mistaken, Linda Perry actually wrote songs for a bunch of other bands too. Like
Oh,
if you
that's
look
what
it
it
up,
was. That's what it
yeah,
was. She wrote
Not related to
she wrote a
Katie.
song that Pink did. Pink
yeah, I
did a
yes, I
song.
could see that. Yep,
That's
Linda
what it
Perry was
was.
a songwriter in songwriter business, right? And
That's what it was. I got it mixed up. It was like, yeah, because yeah, I was like, God, I had to think about it. Pink did a song. I can't remember which one it was right offhand, but it was Linda Perry wrote that song.
look up
Is
Linda
she
Perry.
related to Katy Perry?
I don't think so. No. Nope. She was just like one of those ghostwriters. You know, all these fabulous musicians. Most of them have
Yeah.
ghostwriters for their songs. You know,
Right.
and Linda Perry wrote a lot, and so did Prince. That's why
Yeah.
I brought him up earlier. Prince wrote a lot of songs that other artists did, but he was the actual writer.
Have you ever heard Virginia Pink's Circle Game?
I'd have to hear it.
Most women would get that. You know,
I'm bad with titles, but if I heard like the beat and the music, then I might be like, oh. But I'm terrible with song names.
it's something like now there's monsters in my closet and they want to come and play. Go looking for my dad to make him go away. Now I got a little girl of my own and she looks at me like I'm badass that I want to be. I think a lot of women could relate to that song.
Wow.
My daughter sent the link to me years ago at 1:30 in the morning. I knew what she was going through.
Right.
Second marriage and a little girl.
You know, a lot of the female artists out there, I actually respect Pink. I do not and never have had any of her albums. However, she is one of the few that does legit acrobatics. Like I think she was professionally trained and seeking that with acrobatics. She sings, she does, you know, she is produced on some level, but as far as a raw talented person, I've always appreciated Pink.
Have you seen some of her live concerts, man? She got this like the wires that will pull her up and over the crowd. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Her husband is a
dude. I swear she did some kind of acrobatics training. I don't know if it was for the Olympics or for some kind of she's a professionally trained in that, and yeah, she has a hell of a voice. She's one of the few that's not auto-tuned.
Well, her and Linda Perry kind of had there's when they're singing together and then they had a falling out. It looks like they were in court.
Ooh. Oh my.
Where'd that?
I remember saying to my daughter, I scared the monsters out of your closet, which I literally did. She says, yeah, Dad, but you didn't look under the bed.
The Pink and Linda Perry feud.
Really?
And that was Larry King did that. It's not court, but it's Larry King doing the interview with Linda Perry.
It's got to be something with song rights.
Huh. It's on YouTube. Everything's on YouTube.
Yeah, you can find it. It's crazy how they're all connected, though.
Right.
You can see how it trips. And some of the real talent doesn't get the attention it deserves.
Oh, I know, dude. I've seen so many garage bands and bands that
Yeah.
just like played in a little hole in the wall fucking clubs and shit. Never ended up out like in the mainstream, as they say, you know. But
Right.
there were some of the best bands, man. I mean,
I got a lot of trouble for that. There was a girl that was on either AGT or BGT. She has a channel, Lucy Thomas. But, you know, she did Run, Snow Patrol, and that when she was 10. She's about 17. And she does a lot like Barbara Streisand stuff. You know what I mean? The classical thing. And I put something in. Won't it be amazing when she has enough life experience to know what she's singing about? Boy, did I get it. You know what I mean? Like Barbara Streisand. You know what I mean? Like Men Is in the Corner of, you know, all these ones. And I thought to myself, you know, it's true. There's no life experience there. She's very mechanically. She can sing like mechanically. She can hit the
Right.
note. That's it. That's
Yeah.
it.
One of them,
But it's not
I really,
inspired.
right. One of them that I really liked that I don't even know if she even did another song. Maybe was LaRue. Do you remember her? She's really odd looking, but she sings Bulletproof.
Odd looking kind of opens a lot of doors. You know that one thought.
Well, she's got this reddish colored hair and it's cut really short, but the front of it sticks out like a point. I mean, she's just a
Sounds like my
strange
cousin Lucy, but
looking girl. I think it's a girl.
yeah, there's a lot of
But
good
I,
there. Anyway,
sorry, I just really like that song Bulletproof.
which one is it?
Bulletproof.
Doesn't ring. There's some I haven't heard.
I can't even remember how it goes. Bulletproof.
I don't. So many of them. There's so many songs, so many different, so many,
I know.
and so many are gone now. You know,
yeah, I'm so disappointed with like music being made today. You know, it just, oh my gosh, or at least the stuff that you hear out on like, you know, out in the mainstream type realm. I'm getting really disappointed.
But once in a while, they'll put out something good, whoever it is.
Yeah, every once in a while, but I mean, you know, it's just on a general. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know. I was sitting there watching like some of these videos, like some of the like the Gen Z or people that are sitting there like reacting to like old music that they never heard before, and I was like, man, and they're just like, you know, dumbfounded in awe, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm just like, man, you know, if you could just younger generation would just listen to some of the good music that we made back in the day, maybe you guys would make better music. You know what I mean? Because I'm just really
Just think of the people that felt that way whenever they were listening to, I don't know, 30s, 40s, 50s. And then it made a drastic change. So those people were thinking the same thing also.
Well,
Y'all
you know,
don't know what good
there's a
music
lot of
is.
artists that were actually inspired by a lot of those older artists and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And that's, you know, but you know, it's like it just seems like the younger generation type music that's out there right now. It's like they're not looking to the past and getting inspired by it. They're just doing what everybody else is doing now. And to me,
well, they're
it's
getting
crap.
a paycheck. They're getting money. They're selling out an image. It's more about your
there's no
look or
soul.
act.
Yeah, there's no soul in it. You know what I mean? And,
Yep. Nora
matter of fact,
Roberts.
I used to have a roommate.
Not Nora
that-
Jones. got soul.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Nora Jones, love her.
Oh, I
got
love
soul.
Nora Jones. Mm-hmm.
There's one
Oh.
girl. There's one girl you might want to listen to. She's been doing it since she was 10. I think she's in the Netherlands. But Angelina Jordan. She's incredible. Her grandmother lived in Spain and loved the blues. But she did Whitney Houston's one. What's that song that Whitney Houston did? And she's singing in a microphone, and you just kind of go, this little girl in a white dress. Like she aged. Then she points her finger at you and winks. You know, that was years ago. But she went on BGT and she did Mama Just Killed a Man, but she turned it.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
She turned it into blues. And it was just kind of like, what? It just, she's something else.
I Put a Spell on You is the one you're talking about.
Little black-haired girl. Well, she's no longer little. And though, you know, Whitney Houston.
Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road.
You know, Whitney Houston, I can't live anymore. And she just nailed it.
If living is without you. Are you sure that's Whitney? I can't
live anymore. And without you, I can't think of the song. Houston, and she just, holy mac, and the emotion coming out of her. You know,
Whitney is a good example. True talent.
But
I heard this one guy that did a cover. Was it Bob Marley Redemption song? And I'm gonna tell you, man, that the voice that came out of this guy. He was a younger kid too, and I was just like, my gosh, that was it put you put goosebumps on my I love it when
Bob
music
Marley's
does that.
Redemption song.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I love that song. That is
and
fabulous
the kid's voice was just awesome. I love music that I can listen to, and next thing you know, you get goosebumps, and you can feel the hair standing. I just love music that does that to me.
Well, I've got respect for
Likewise, I
Tracy
think that was Mariah Carey.
Pardon?
Sorry. I think that was Mariah Carey. I can't live without you.
Whitney Houston did this. She did, maybe it was, she redid it. But at the time, like even Angelina was on there, Whitney Houston, and I can't remember the name of the song.
Okay.
I can't live anymore. It was, you know, where she went way up high, Whitney.
Yeah.
Really felt it out. This girl put it out. Then she winks at you at the end, and you go, you little, their age.
Are you talking about I Will Always Love You when Whitney Houston did that?
I can get part of it in my head. I can't get it all.
Okay.
Put into it.
Is this the one you're thinking?
No.
No.
I can't forget the feeling on your face as you were. That's a totally different song. I guess I'll just
Well, stop, you. Okay.
smile, but in your eyes the sorrows. That's a different song. This is Whitney Houston, but no, it's Angelina Jordan, which she might strike it for. But it's you ever hear Dimash Wingnut, SOS?
Maybe.
Dimash. I can't say his last name. He's not German. He's from Swiss, Dutch, or something. He did. French band wrote SOS, Bonnie's heard it. You should hear the way he sings. It's incredible. Most people have heard that.
Dimash.
Dimash, SOS. That's all you have to put in to be the first one.
I'll have to double check and all that stuff because I mean, you know, I'm like Virginia. I don't really remember names all that much. I mean, I can hear a lot of times I can hear the first few chords of the song, and I if I know it, I know it. You know, that kind of thing. But
I can't even begin to start to do what he does. It's just impossible.
yeah. But like I said, I've listened to so much. I like, you know, like I said, I'm more of an eclectic type listener. I like listening to a lot of different stuff that not everybody likes listening to. I can tell you that there's some things that I enjoy listening to that people just can't stand. You know, I mean, I don't like listening to rap. I mean, because I'm not really vocals is not that's an instrument. I'm not really. It's overrated in my mind. It's like vocals and guitar to me are overrated. I'm a bass player, and I like instrumentals mostly. So, but if it's got vocals in it, I want something that's got like a message and an edge to it. Something that's gonna, you know, push at you. You know.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but I guess it depends what you've been through. When
yeah.
I'm honestly still stuck where I was when I started.
I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, you know, I'll listen to heavy metal. I'll listen to, you know, rave music. I'll listen to I'll even listen to like rockabilly or bluegrass. Mostly I like instrumental stuff. A lot of it.
I like every kind of music. Mostly.
Right,
Okay,
mostly.
keep saying
There's some.
mostly. Yes.
In the 60s, we used to, whenever you did whatever you did, we need the Moody Blues.
Oh, I love Moody Blues. Oh my gosh.
In Search of the Lost Chord.
Yeah. Moody Blues. There's a couple others. But I think I might even still have a Moody Blues on cassette tape somewhere around here.
But they were.
Barry, how can you say that? What's wrong with polka?
Polka?
No.
I was gonna say I'd rather listen to polka than quite a few other things like Taylor Swift.
Right?
The only polka
all
song that
day.
I ever listened, the only polka song I've ever listened to, and I won't listen to it again, but it was Weird Al Yankovic. It's the only damn polka song I've ever listened to.
I can picture it to be Home Alone when the mom is in the truck with John Candy, I think, and it's like a polka band or some shit. Nah, I'll take polka over a lot.
Dude, I used to live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Man, you get all these mariachis players that would sit out there in the main square of the town, and they play all day. God, I got so sick and tired of mariachi music.
But
Oh
they
my
can clap, though. They're so enthusiastic and passionate about it.
Yeah.
Clap. You know?
Oh, come to my neighborhood. You'll hear,
Yeah, I got so tired of that stuff, man. God,
Yeah, but not too far away, there's a damn good taco truck. Girl, you know it's good.
Oh, yeah, it's like 100 yards away from me.
What's up?
Okay, let's have a panel huddle.
Ice cream.
La cucaracha, la cucaracha. Da, 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 da.
I found it like the message. I don't know if you. What's the one in Nazareth? I was looking past death. Where am I not found a bed? You know, I don't know. We had a lot. We saw messages in it in the 60s.
Right.
Well, a lot of songs have messages in them. Someone used to send me songs that were, I was like, "God, those are really dark." You're like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Remember that Eva Destruction?
Yeah.
Could use it now.
I used to sit back and play my records backwards.
Paul is dead.
but there's something to the music because you see these. Well, I see a lot of military clips, and when they're fixing to go into battle, whatever, their music is blaring. They're like, it's like, it just, again, certain songs give you certain energies, and
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll play something pretty enthusiastic, and I can't blame them. You know,
Yes.
they got to match the energy.
exactly.
I've been getting back into like some of the old music that I used to listen to when I was in the clubs back in the day, like the late 80s, early 90s and stuff. All the breakdancing music and stuff like that I used to listen to. I've been kind of wandering back into that, you know what I mean? Every once in a while. It's like,
You're
gosh.
getting old. You're getting old. That's what it sounds like.
I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna tell you, I can still move. I can still move like I used to. It's just not as fast and as long. You know.
Dude, I cannot wait for your video where you break out some cardboard, put on some Adidas, and start.
No. It would be Chuck
I'm in.
Taylor's all the way. Chuck Taylor's, man. I don't
All
want
right,
fucking
Chuck Taylor,
Adidas.
that's acceptable as well. I want to
Uh-huh.
see the worm. I want to see your legs and feet in the
No,
air while
man.
you
No,
push the cardboard.
I was
wanna
more of
see
a. I
serious
was more of
twirl
a like a. I was more like a flow, snap, and pop type of guy. You know, that's what I did.
So in other words,
Oh,
it's
you
gonna be
weren't
an old
head
man
spinning.
flopping around like a fish.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know,
But no,
it just reminded me.
they people used to look like when they saw me dance and stuff like back in the day. I was like I was like fluid. It was like water flowing. You know how it just like kind of flowed. You know, and sometimes it was like I was telling a story.
Yeah.
You know, when I danced, it was like I was telling a story, and it was I enjoyed it back in the day. It was so much fun back then.
I'm with you.
I knew a lot of DJs back then too, you know. So I mean, I was always in the clubs and stuff. You used to have after parties and stuff after the clubs closed, and it was back in the day when LSD and MDMA was plentiful and almost free. You know.
You know what you reminded me of for some reason? You ever see the movie Crossroads?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so.
Well, when they separate Virginia, and he gets the gun taken over, and the black guy's singing, playing the harp, "Blind Dog Willie," meant for comfort, not for speed. The one he did to calm down the, so the two kids are allowed in the black bar. I gotta calm this thing down. Somehow I just saw Wingnut doing, "I'm Blind Dog Willie." That's when I like that movie. It was really good. Steve Vai at the end, dueling guitars.
Blackwash, do you secretly love Hallmark Christmas movies?
Do I like what?
Do you secretly love cheesy Christmas movies?
We used to watch, even my daughter watched, the 12 Days of Christmas. What was it? The best one I liked was It's a Wonderful Life by Jimmy Stewart.
Oh
Okay.
God,
Okay.
I can't stand that movie. I can't stand any of these Christmas movies anymore. It's the same shit every year, every freaking year.
It's
No,
tradition. What?
it ended.
Right. Mom said it's tradition. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
It ended with my daughter. As soon as she hit 12 or 13, that was it. Never again.
Oh, the thing I hate about it is like, golly, man, it's like Christmas songs for like 3 months. I'm like, come on, Christmas is one freaking day, man. Come on, you know. Like, and I mean, you start seeing Christmas ornaments and stuff in the damn
It's a
store
whole
before
season.
even Thanksgiving is even here. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It has been too commercialized, but
Oh yeah, dude.
I still watch my Christmas movies and like the Christmas music.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's like 3
Right.
months before Christmas is like, oh God, I don't want to hear a freaking Christmas song at all.
Yeah, but if you get somebody on panel
Absolutely.
like the one I'm talking about, It's a Wonderful Life. You get on panel and somebody dishes on you and say, "Come here, little fella, I'm worried about you. Are you all right?"
Yeah.
The angel.
Bah, humbug.
Oh, that's a long time. Christmas isn't what it used to be.
Cynthia, you know what I'm saying? He won't admit it. I know. I was tapping into it. You know what I'm saying, girl? Yeah, Cynthia knows. Cynthia knows. She sees me. It's cool. It's cool. I respect it.
Goodness.
Ever seen the movie Eddie and the Cruisers? John Carpenter
Yeah.
in the back. That I liked the music. It was kind of the first one was really corny, Second one kind of picked it like when he's in the bar. It was a Garden of Eden, but he wasn't playing the guitar, of course. John Carpenter had a lot of cool songs.
I'm telling you, man, it would be like torture, like if somebody locked me in a room and put nothing but Christmas songs on there for, really loud. It would be. I'd be ready to like stab my ears out with a freaking pin or something.
Okay, you just told the world your weakness.
Yeah.
Right. Now we know. Yeah.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way about karaoke. I can't stand karaoke. Oh my God.
Man.
I used to work in a bar and we had karaoke night every Tuesday night, you know what I mean? And it's like the worst freaking night I had to work. I hated it.
You hear this, Cindy?
Yeah, I can see that if you work karaoke. I like it for entertainment now and then, but like working a karaoke, it's
Oh
rough.
man. Dude, I'd make any excuse to go out in the parking lot and like, direct cars into parking spaces and shit. I'd make any excuse. Like, fuck it. I mean, I come out of the damn bar, my ears are starting to bleed. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh man. I mean, the drunker these people got, the better they thought they sang, the worse they really did sing. Oh my gosh.
Man, there's some that are so wonderful though. They're so wonderful.
I like the power ballads like Pat Benatar, "We Belong Together." We belong to the light, we belong to the thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John. Yeah. It is, Indy. It is prime people watching. Dude, I don't want to say anything terrible about any demographic, but there were some people regularly where I would go watch it on Saturday nights years back. And that's why we went, was a couple of the people in town who were touched, if you know what I mean, touched in the head, bless their hearts, and their hearts were in it. And being part of that crowd is something, you know. And of course, you always have your over exuberant Asian. Every karaoke, there's always going to be an Asian that has several requests and several that they are an expert at with English. You know, number 64, very well. But yeah, the people watching for sure.
I think you lose appreciation for some of the songs when you hit 60. You just shift. It's just kind of like, I don't know.
You don't care no more? You know, like,
Have you ever seen, now that I think about it, Nightwish? Wing Nut?
Is it a movie?
No, they're on YouTube, but they're in the Netherlands, and it's like a musical production.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I don't
Really
think so.
cool. They're really something else. But Nightwish.
Well, wait a minute. Is it like three girls singing?
It's everything. They got one guy looks like golf, and he's down, you know. Rah, rah, rah. Then the girl comes in. It's between opera and everything. It's a production.
Oh, okay. No, it's not the same thing I'm thinking about. But okay, I'll have to check it out and see what it's all about.
They're really. They had one girl got pregnant. I was a little bit pissed off with them, and she was ordered to bed. They fired her months before the performance. You know, I thought she would, but anyway, it's business. It's like Francis Lloyd Webber, the guy that writes the whole thing. You know, you know, you can't do it, somebody else will. But it is quite the show. It's been a few years, but.
So Black Watch, what is your go-to karaoke song? I know you have one. You know too much. You have shown too much passion on the topic to not have one.
There's just simple ones.
Oh, he said, he's like, well, I can't narrow it down. You know what I mean?
Well, one that comes to mind with the way things are is Where Have All the Flowers Gone?
Where have all the flowers gone?
I mean, where have all the flowers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the flowers gone? Long time ago. Where have all the flowers gone? Young girls pick them, everyone. When will they? Remember that one? Wasn't Peter, Paul, and Mary?
Yeah, so that's one of your go-to karaoke songs?
No, of course not.
Well, that was the question.
It depends what's going on. I honestly am still stuck where I was.
You know, the only time and the last time I did karaoke, I did it personally. I sung Under the Boardwalk. That's what I sang.
Under the boardwalk, down by the sea.
The boardwalk.
That was the first and last time I ever did it.
John Dunning. That is so disrespectful, crap.
There's too many songs, Virginia. Too many. Depends on what's going on.
Right. I mean, true. I just mean karaoke. If you were a karaoke singer, did you have a go-to? What would you do, Bonnie? If you were going to go do karaoke and you're like feeling it, what song would you ask the DJ to put up?
Well, I've been there and done that.
Ooh, girl. Ooh.
Because my daughter was running the karaoke Well, that was later. Okay, two youngest daughters were into karaoke, so I'd take them. I don't drink, but I would get drug up there, and the one that was always requested was the Rose.
Oh, I know that song very well. Yep.
That
Bette
Midler.
Midler.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Damn, Bonnie, that's deep. The Rose. That is such a good freaking song. I've not heard it in so long. How does it start? Like, I know the song,
Some
but
say love.
it's just a river or whatever.
Goodness, I can't remember the words.
You okay, Blackwatch? Yeah, some say love is just a river. Yeah, 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 yeah. Some say love. No, I know the song, Bonnie. I can't remember the lyrics either. But that's an awesome freaking song.
I think. And the hardest thing, oh man, it's because it explains it all. It's like, yep, drowns the tender reed.
That drowns the tender reed. Yes.
Won't cry a river that leads to so bleed. I say love. Yeah. See, now that's sad.
Cynthia, you crack me
Yeah,
up,
I know. I
dude.
was just reading that same comment.
Oh, The Rose, Bonnie, that is such a beautiful song. Crap. Yeah.
My favorite part of it is, well, I don't know. It's the whole song.
You know what she said to me, Virginia? What I regret is I didn't get to go with my nieces. And I thought, is this a strip bar or what? It was to see the Hilltop Boys. Hip hop. Away from me. She says to me, but you can understand every word they say. I said, so you can with Barbara Streisand. Get away from me.
Barbara Streisand is a gay man. All right, Yentl? Did I say that out loud? Was that my
There
inner
it is.
monologue? Okay.
It's the heart afraid of breaking that never learns to dance. It's the dream afraid of waking that never takes the chance. It's the one who won't be taking, who cannot seem to give, and the soul afraid of dying that never learns to live.
Girl.
Achy breaky heart.
You're a brat.
Bring the soul to bleed. I don't know. That's down. That's definitely a, you know.
Rich runner, he knows it.
Yeah.
Just remember in the winter, far beneath the bitter snows, lies the seed that with the sun's love in the spring becomes the rose.
Right.
When you get old, you get soft, don't you?
Soft.
Not in your case, Blackwatch.
Well, you know what I used to like Three Dog Night. You can't find really one song that's down. You know, all there's, you know, Joy to the World and all that. You know, it was always upbeat when I think about it.
I love Three Dog Night.
Yep.
Even the love song, what was
Didn't
it?
Three Dog Night Mama told me not to come.
That ain't no way to have some fun, son.
Yeah. Yes. That ain't no way to.
This is the greatest party there
Yeah.
could ever be. Don't turn on the lights because I don't want to see. Mama told me. And that cigarette smoke don't scare me half to death.
Yeah.
Over the window,
Mama knows, baby. Mama knows. My dad plays guitar in a chick band currently. But he's always played guitar and he's always had like a lot of music when I was growing up. A lot of different shit. Loved him some Chet Atkins and really good musicians like that. But we had stuff like Three Dog Night and Steppenwolf and Cream and Bread and some of that business going on vinyl that he'd play all the time. Y'all want to know his first CD ever? All right, and he was stoked. Can anyone guess? It would have been, I'll give you a year, would have been around probably the late 80s, because he always bought records. His first CD ever. He's all into country music. He's a country music fan. So, it'd be old school, Hank Williams and all that, right? He got his first CD, so stoked on it. And I fell in love with this artist ever since then.
And
it was the Judds. The Judds, when they put out their first album where it's their two faces on the cover, their heads side by side, it was the Judds, Naomi and Winona, which we talked about before.
Winona.
The Judds.
Yeah. Winona.
The Judds, yeah. Why not?
my daughter. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or the song Grandpa. Bonnie, I know somebody in here knows the
Yes.
song. No, Grandpa.
Love Grandpa.
That was Grandpa about the good old days, right? Yeah, that was the first CD in the house, the Judds.
When life was easy. Life was.
I like Cat Stevens as well.
My daughter and I sang Mama, He's Crazy on Creek
Mama
Spots.
is crazy, crazy over me. Yeah. I know the Judds way too well. It's a little bit embarrassing. I know the Judds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think of Three Dog Night. I think the only love song wasn't that just an old-fashioned love song coming down in three-part harmony. That, they didn't really get into down music. They were
right.
They were really up kind of thing.
That's the link. Oh, y'all, I'm fixing to call it pretty quick.
Yeah,
I can't stay up till the sun comes up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And Indy will be late tomorrow night. But there's no such thing as going to bed early. It just doesn't happen.
There's always night watchers, though. There are
Yes.
day people, there are night people, and I've accepted it. I've gotten to the point, even when I was a little girl, I was a night person. I was energized by the night, and almost like a
Same.
second.
Especially when there was a moon and yeah, I've
Mhm.
always been a night person.
Yep.
Not a morning person.
No.
Shoot, for a lot of years, people thought I was a vampire because they never saw me during the daytime.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I'd rather work the night shift.
going on. Nighttime has a culture. Like for those of us who have worked restaurants or been cashiers or delivered newspapers or been bartenders or worked in the
Yeah.
service industry or whatever, Like there's an entire culture of people operating overnight. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
doing their jobs and just doing their thing. Yeah.
That's what I was saying about the talk about the breakup of the family. I think that started when there was more than the firemen and the police working while you were sleeping. The whole job
Yeah.
shift. My first job was midnight,
Yeah.
you know, and that destroyed things. It just,
Well, and that's what I told the girls when they were here, that I was the night shift. Because, man, I was up all night back then. 5 or 6 in the morning, we'd be crawling in bed. But they all had different schedules.
to me, that was the beginning of the machine is more important than you are. And it still is.
What do you mean?
In my case, it was a computer.
Oh,
It's always running.
good night, Virginia.
Virginia, cash in your pecan pie.
Oh, I love Alabama too, Marty.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna dip out of here too, Bonnie. Now I think about it, it's like 3:35. So
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna wander around for a little while before I go to sleep, and probably sleep until noon, maybe.
Right? I know. And I feel guilty because I wake up and it's like, God, half the day is gone. But is it really? Because I'm going to be up all night anyway.
It just depends on what you can get done on the rest of the whatever you got left. You know?
Exactly. And as long as I'm getting my work done that I need to do, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I got to get something done, but I'm not sure what I'm going to get done yet.
Well, thanks for coming up, Wingnut.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate
You
it.
know, and Black Watch, you have a good night or a good morning, and everybody.
This is 4 or something. My God.
Come on.
But it was just sharing a panel with you.
Yeah. Well, and everybody out there in chat, y'all have a good morning also. I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Take care, Wingnut. Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm going to close this one up. Virginia and I will argue over that one. Well, there's Miss Man saying the same thing. Pecan. Not even a pecan. Thank y'all all for being here. Hope to see you tomorrow night at Indies. Much love, y'all. God bless you and have a good night.